Just want to go to Jamaica. Get your passport, because summertime we gonna put in our school guys and we going in. But listen, we don't wait before I stop. If you fuck with me, bitch, you got there to eat. Then you chili bird. I'm gonna tell you right now, bitch. You got to be able to eat a big one of them hand smokes. You like turkey chili or veggie chili? Or you just like the chili? Hey, mama. Fuck you, baby. Hey, fuck, dog. I'm going this shit too long. One thing you gotta understand about me, huh? Wherever y'all see me at the dollar store, downtown, I'm the same nigga. I ain't know my things with me, but guarantee you, that pistol ain't far away. God bless you. Long live. And I walk down things like good evening, man. Still, man. Tax season, this is their reason. 19 bitter with the reason. Now we be from, we ain't tell them out. Everything good, niggas running them out. All the work that we put in, taking these eliminated. They still get out of the shooter, trying to shit right to the prosecutor. You know the right. If we take a left, one road to the nigga right off the shelf. We don't play around, we'll put the block down. We're running now. On my water bill, they go a hill. Get the brother from the dollar bill. To the flow back. Bad boy smoking, press the back. We doing that. Alright. This is how we go. Thank God for everything's boy, two shots, everything is hot. Land over niggas, they stay on the block. This is fake block. What we gonna do? Boy, now we in that mama Oscar, you on too. Blowing these dolphins, take them like that. This is like a gift. This how we got. I'm being black. I'm in flowers. And what we got. This is how we do. All my real niggas down over the roof. You try to got it, you run. Some these niggas ain't on front. That cool crime. Good luck.
Shout out to everybody tuning in, man. Hit them like button, that share button, subscribe button, run it up. You dig? Let's go. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Shout out to everybody tuning in. Yeah, man, we got a lot to talk about, man. We got Nepal. We got person in custody in Kirk shooting. Not the actual shooter, though. But we got a lot to talk about. We're going to get to talking about the Trump assassination. Search continues. Let's go to live now from Fox. Charlie Kirk shooting, 2 suspects arrested, manhunt underway. I'm sorry, 2 suspects released, manhunt on the way.
We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us, continuing to bring you the breaking news coverage of Charlie Kirk murdered in Utah at his event. The Utah governor calling it a political assassination. We've heard already from President Trump. We'll play that out for you a little bit later, just in case if you're just joining us here on Live Now from Fox. But really, the big news since this shooting, though, is that the suspect's still on the loose. An active manhunt is going on right now in Utah. Before, they did have a person detained. They were questioning that person, but then we hear from FBI Director Kash Patel saying the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in interest of transparency. So I want to obviously continue to talk about this. Let's bring in our next guest to help break down what the investigation might look like right now in this hour. Scott Duffy, former FBI agent, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And yeah, this is a story now where we think, okay, maybe we have someone detained, they're going to be the suspect, and now looks like it's back to square one.
Yeah, good evening, Micah. Thanks for having me on. It is back to square one, and I tell you, it's somewhat of a roller coaster ride that I haven't seen. I would say not only in my career, my post career, with as much attention that is being put on people in custody, detained, questioned, and then released, and it's kind of leaving the public to believe, okay, all close, it's clear and safe to return. So I'm skeptical about anything that's released with regards to a person who's been detained. I just I don't like that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's still so fluid right now where, okay, so what happens or when a shooting happens with a large event like this taking place at this campus in Utah, they have an idea that this person was on a roof. I mean, what are they looking at as far as security and everything else when it comes to videotapes around?
Yeah, you and I no different than the rest of the world who are combing through all their social media videos, everything that's being put out with regards to the audience, this individual that I think we have all seen figure on a rooftop. So, and you can imagine that there's probably many more photos and videos that are out there that are helping police, helping the FBI and other law enforcement agencies to narrow down the search. So like anything else that we have discussed, unfortunately, with these tragedies, active shooters, mass shooters, attempt assassinations, as we have seen twice on President Trump's life, and then, of course, tonight, the unspeakable tragedy of what is being called an assassination and a political assassination with regards to the life of Charlie Kirk. So right now, there was a dragnet when this first took place, as it should be. And as the perimeter is growing because the individual is not in custody, and which each and every passing hour, that perimeter continues to expand, if there is even a perimeter as we speak, depending on what they have or have set up, roadblocks, etc. So now they're doing a deep dive, and if we do not see something within a couple hours, that this will turn into a full-fledged fugitive hunt.
Yeah. And Scott, I also want to get your take. Before an event like this happens, when it's outdoor, you have the open air. What is his security team as well as the local law enforcement doing around the perimeter to make sure that it's safe?
Yeah. So you have an individual like this who's a private individual. He is well known, well respected, and at the same time having the polar opposites of those that don't side with his viewpoint, right? So a personal security team, and then of course you have campus security. I've already seen the reports of the police chief there on campus talking about how
So as you can see, they have released all suspects that were detained in the shooting attempt. It's all part of the cover-up, suicide. Who knows? Several options of what happened, what really happened, why it happened. We're gonna dig deep into it. Keep it locked in. Subscribe to Live Now from Fox. Charlie Kirk shooting, 2 suspects released. Manhunt underway.
how many were provided. Ultimately, I think they have the intelligence. That is his internal security team, and then shared with law enforcement wherever that Charlie Kirk was going in his past travels to say, hey, this is the intel we have. In other words, what's the level of the threats? Social media, right? There are those acceptable threats that people who just don't disagree with you and they wish you the worst. But you know through law enforcement analysis that it will never go beyond a word. And so I don't know what the internal intelligence was, if there was an escalation of perhaps these type of threats to where they could believe it would be actionable. So typically, if it's not at that level, it's simply just being aware um, and watching the video of Charlie Kirk being there, kind of getting a gauge of the security, both in uniform and not in uniform. It seemed like they were more concerned with somebody who's going to jump over a barrier and then kind of be a bodyguard. As you can see by unfortunately what we have seen, that everyone was taken off guard. There was absolutely there's very little reaction, and so that told me nobody was expecting anything. And so I imagine the intelligence of whatever threats were out there were probably pretty low.
Yeah, and do you find that a little interesting? You know, given everything that we know now, we look at Butler, where there was a man on a roof type setting, and now you look at this situation where it was a bold type of area where you have taller buildings in and around that area. I know hindsight is 2020, but I mean, do you think it would be before this guy gets out there to put up a drone and just kind of look at the roofs to make sure no one's on them?
Yeah, it all comes down to the security protocols. So you have an individual that is a private individual, and of course he's out there in the public on many different fronts, not only the political front, but also philosophical.
Mr. Green, salute, brother.
Salute.
Man. How you been doing, man?
It's been rough this week.
Man. We're gonna chop it up after the show, man. I definitely gotta tap in with you, man, see what's going down. Man, how you feel about what's been going on with these politics and these social influences getting smoked and everything?
I don't know, man. I'm kind of indifferent, you know. Like a lot of people saying, "Fuck the white boy." He brought it on himself. That's good for him. Blah blah blah. To be honest with you, I could care less.
Right.
You know, like before he got knocked off, I didn't know who he was.
Never heard of him. Swear to God, never heard of him.
So it's
Never heard.
like I can't have no. I mean, I can, but I
Yeah,
don't have a big opinion about the guy. I don't know who he is.
I did a show on him. Um, I did a show on him. I didn't know who he was, so what I did was I just played everything that was listed for his that he had been speaking on since he was since he had gained some fame or whatever. And man, that motherfucker was a critical thinker, but he was a racist like a motherfucker, man. Hey, let me ask you something. Do you feel like black folks don't deserve reparations in America?
Fuck no, I ain't gonna say that.
That shit sound crazy for anybody to feel like black folks don't deserve reparations, don't it? Like if
Yeah,
Jews can get it, if Jews, Japanese, so-called natives and all that, them fake natives they gave that money to, them fake Indians and shit, if they can get it, you don't think black folks deserve it for all this motherfucking labor? These motherfuckers still got. You go downtown in any major city, any city period, them buildings come off the slaves back.
see, this is the reason. I would tell you the reason why black folks is not gonna get reparations. Of course, black folks deserve it, but all of the stories are lies. So there was no slave ships. Like the whole story about World War One, that was actually World War Two. World War One was when all of these crackers came over here and attacked us. And I'm talking about from Canada all the way down to Argentina.
Right.
They came over here. It was 7 to 11 nations that came over here and took the land from us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Dutch, the Portuguese, Spain, the all kind of motherfuckers are the French.
United Kingdom, Finland, the Asians, because that's all these $5 Indians are. The Asians, there's certain parts of Asia that came over here. Like that was World War One, when the world turned against the black people, the melanated people. Came over here and took shit. We was everywhere before anybody else was anywhere. That whole
Right.
situation about the uh the Native Americans, the story is true, but the characters was changed. Like if you look into the history books, the white people say that when they found the Native Americans here, they were swarthy. Swarthy mean black. Dark as Africa. Some darker than Africa. But they they flipped the story and said that it was these white people. You know, yeah, white people kill white people, but that's not what happened. There's a whole bunch of niggas over here. They found this fucking land and they wanted it because it was more resourceful than all of the lands that they had been on. All they been doing was taking shit. They didn't take Africa because Africa was too fucking hot. But they did take Africa because
They took the resources.
the land that we own is Africa. Memphis and Tennessee is the original Memphis in
Yeah.
Egypt.
The Nile River is the Mississippi.
Yeah, they took that shit. It was resourceful
Uh-huh.
and they wanted it and they took it and they changed the story. You know, they say history is written by the winner of the war. So we don't know what happened.
That's why. Yeah. That's why they don't want to give black folks reparations because everything mixed up and they done rewrote the identity of who we are and try to teach that bullshit, not knowing that some people waking up and know what's happening. But like, check this out: if you ship all the lighter Indians to the west, keep all the stronger, darker ones out here on the east, then you change their identity from Indian to Negro. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
It's a lot of documentation that's been twisted and fucked up for these people to pull these type of stunts. You understand what I'm saying?
on purpose.
On purpose. That's why, you know what I'm saying? They done made it so we can't get no reparations. They done made it so we can't get no no real, shot at life, you know what I'm saying, at a higher state. I had some motherfucker who I thought was straight, who would see straight through it about reparations. This motherfucker paused for about 2 minutes. It was a cracking night. He paused for about 2 minutes. Then he come back with uh now that they're gonna fuck it up. Like what the fuck what the fuck somebody spending their money got to do with with the point do they deserve reparations or not? You know what I'm saying? Like, hey man, listen, man, I'm starting to see more and more racists every day, man, and everything's starting to really show for itself. You know what I'm saying? With these fake ass niggas, these weak ass hoes, and all this shit just all together, man. You know what I mean? Like, I'm really just, I'm done. You know what I mean? Um, when I look at this Charlie Kirk motherfucker, this dude, you know, he goes around spewing that white hate shit, but he covers it up. You know what I'm saying? He has a way of covering it up where you can see it if you want to, if you choose to, if you need to. But if you just want to overlook it, you can overlook it. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of niggas hollering about black this, black that, when they knowing they thinking like crackers. And then on top of that, I'm tired of niggas throwing all black people in a bubble. You know what I'm saying? Black folks, black folks, black folks. Just say, you got to say some, most, a few, whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? Motherfuckers want to throw a nigga into a bubble. Like, you know what I'm saying? Every person is not the same. No
But
two
see,
people are the same.
that's the whole brainwashing though, because they still have us calling ourselves black. The only way you get reparations is if you're able to claim your nationality. And we can't claim a nationality because black is not a nation. Africa is not a nation. So it's a lot. You can't go and say I'm a black person, give me my reparations. You have to claim a nationality. And we don't know what nation we're from. And we're not all from Morocco. See, that's the problem. They're trying to put everybody as the Moors. We can't all claim that because
Mhm.
Morocco is not the original place.
Exactly. And then on top of that, too, you got to think about it. Motherfuckers be like, black folks, too, they hotel, they Israelites, yeah, we all that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you know, every era got they, set of people and greatness that was done and stuff like that. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it's getting to be a bit much of a race history game. And let me tell the best lie. And I want to fool everybody into believing, you know what I'm saying, that, this ain't what it is, man. At the end of the day, we really got to recognize, man, that how can you go from how if you traveling to if you going from South America to Asia, how come you got to go through Alaska? Because it's flat. It's not, motherfuckers ain't shit round, man. This shit is a fucking flat. It's in a circle, maybe, possibly as an outer side, but this shit ain't, motherfucker ain't nothing like they saying, man. Got motherfuckers all fucked up, man. You know what I'm saying? Let me tell you something. I done been on the Sears Tower. Been to the Sears Tower, been high as you can get. High as I can. Looking, I can look to the east. I can see Michigan. Look to the west. See the nearest thing. But at the end of the day, far as I look, it gets blurry. You get a magnifying glass. You get the telescope. Now you can see as far as it can see. You know what I'm saying? It's still straight. You know what I'm saying? So it's just that, man. We tend to put these entities in position to control us when it's not the case, man. Knowledge has not been more accessible than any time than right now. You can look up anything you want to, get educated, or get an opinion to maybe better your thoughts or whatever you believe, and then you can go from there. But to keep on pushing lies and shit like that and all that kind of shit, man, it just don't work like that, man. This Charlie Kirk dude, I'm all for better in the country, man, but this dude was a pure racist. And he was, the way it looked to me was it could have been a suicide. It could have been a suicide plot twist that he wanted on his own. He wanted to die like that to be remembered in history.
We wanted to get martyred.
He wanted to get martyred. Man, the more I look at it, the more I see what happened.
But see, they be sick like that.
Yeah, real talk, they be sick like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the way he was talking while answering them questions, it sounded like he knew it was about to happen. Man, he went from all the smile. He was just like blatantly disrespectful to the people, regardless if you respect trans or not. That ain't none of your fucking business. Who fucking who, man? It's bigger things to worry about. That's some bitch shit. That's gossip. That's gossip. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
the
Like,
thing is, the control, they don't have the control no more. They don't have the control that they had. That's why they, like, I don't care what another man do with his asshole.
yeah,
You know what I mean? But the only way to try to control that is if you say you go into hell. Well, let me go to hell. 'Cause that's what I got going on. But you can't want to kill him because they letting another nigga play in their asshole. Like, that's their asshole. Well, nigga get fucked 1,000 times. It ain't gonna fucking hurt me because I ain't getting fucked.
that part, that part. And see, like the fact that a politician or someone who's in power of the people to even be concerned about some punks or gays or homosexuals, whatever you want to call them, you know, to be worried about anything of that nature. And I don't hate nobody. I'm pro life. I believe in everybody should be allowed to live their life, long as they're not harming other people maliciously and things of that nature, or intentionally. I'm just on a different time, man. Like I don't agree with politicians getting in anybody's personal business that's not doing nothing illegal or bothering. You know what I'm saying? Nobody, that they're in contact or relationship with. Like, it's a lot of shit. You might not like motherfucking a red shirt. Another person might not like a blue shirt. You know what I'm saying? That has nothing to do with me. That has nothing to do with you. That has nothing to do with nobody else but those people who don't like what they don't like. When it gets to judging others for when it gets to judging others for doing, these heinous acts and shit like that, man, I just think that politicians need to stay out of shit like that. They need to stay out of bullshit like that. And they need to do is focus on bettering the country. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, man, it's been gays in this motherfucker since it's been here. Like, you know what I'm saying? So, like, if you're gonna do something or whatever the case may be, you know, that's what that is. But they trying to push this like a black issue. Like black folks didn't kill this dude. You know what I'm saying? So I don't, what I mean, like this shit is just beyond. It's just gotten to get beyond race, beyond just a delusional bubble. You know what I'm saying? And people want attention, so they'll try to do anything to get with anybody who's doing it.
Well, I saw something on TikTok and it made a whole lot of sense. It says about 650 to 700 years ago, the white people made
Be the conversation.
the agreement with some type of
Only Trump can
extraterrestrial
do.
power
Uh huh.
to get all of the fame and riches. And the purpose of what Trump did with the deportations is to try to get niggas back in the fields. Uh, they're losing their power, pretty much. And I don't know if it's gonna be 2050 or 2070, but everything is supposed to go back to the way that it was before they made this this agreement with whoever or whatever it was. And now they're trying to bring things back the way it was over 100 years ago, but it's too late. It's too late. I think the set of niggas that's here now ain't going. I ain't going. And I believe that, niggas ain't going no more. I think that our ancestors were tricked into it back then. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened at the beginning of slavery. All I know is that we was already here. We ain't come over on no fucking ship. There ain't no fucking Jesus and all that shit.
Can I ask a question, homie?
Shoot.
Who am I speaking with?
Who you
It's
speaking
Jay.
with?
It's Jay
Man, it's me,
Green.
man.
Okay. You say there's no Jesus, right?
It's not God
Hey,
Keys. It's Jay Green.
I understand. I asked him a question.
I said, because see, you do this all the time.
Hey,
I
hey,
said,
bro. Cut to the chase. You said there's no Jesus, right?
that's not what I said.
Okay, what did you say?
I said we did not come here on slave ships from Africa named Jesus.
Oh, okay. Are we on the? Okay. What you mean? Yeah, I know exactly who you are, and I don't do this all the time. But let me ask you something. You ready?
Shoot.
Do God have a son?
Oh, I don't believe in that. So I mean, you already know my answer.
Hey, cut through the chase. Do God have a son?
I don't believe in that.
Answer the question. You didn't answer the question.
What question?
Do God have a son?
I'm God.
Okay. Give me. No, I ain't gonna say that.
Now, this is the second person to tell you that, C Mac. The second person to tell
I
you that.
I understand that. I understand that. Okay. If you God, okay, did you make the Sea of Galilee red last week, 10 days ago?
Man, I'm God. You God.
Did you
Ronnie is
make the
God.
homie? Did you make
See,
the sea red?
no.
Then how can you be God? The sea is red, partner. It used to be blue. When Jesus walked on it, it was blue. Now it's red. God.
Ronnie, give me some more Christians on here so I can tear their ass up.
Yeah,
I
you start.
don't want to just do C
Hey,
Mac by itself.
hey,
I
hey,
want a
start
bunch
with.
of them.
Hey, look, listen. You can definitely start with this one. Tear a new hole in his ass. Hey, this motherfucker. Hey, listen. As much as I don't like that whole Kirk situation with dude, as far as him being a public speaking racist piece of shit, I would never ever turn him off. This motherfucker wanted to talk about some bitch named Ramika. What was her name? Ramika Jenkins? Ramika Jones or something? What was her name? Ramika Jones? I don't know, man. Some bitch named Ramika. Like, what the fuck, man? We up here talking major
wait,
politics.
wait, man. You want some more Christians? Give them the queen. Summons the queen.
Oh man, I don't listen. I'm gonna spare her tonight.
Why?
Um,
Why?
uh-uh. We only got them throwing men off the on the. We only putting men on the plank tonight, man.
Okay.
So
No.
so we
Oh yeah, I'm look you right though. I'm gonna sit the line. Fuck it.
okay. So he say he want to attack the Christians. Come on with it, bro.
He ain't attacking no Christians. He just debunking the bullshit. It ain't no attack.
No, 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 no. Bring it. Let
We're
me
not,
go through the phone. Let me go through the
huh?
phone to my Christians. Let me see what I got. Let me see who's
Man,
up.
it's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be the same thing. It's gonna be the same conversation because at the end of the day,
He better be
uh,
glad the pastor sleep.
pastors.
Man, I ain't worried about the pastor, and I ain't worried about the queen.
Okay.
I ain't got
Okay.
no beef with
Okay. Let me
nobody.
ask you this. Okay. Let
But
me
you
ask you this.
can't talk that shit to me.
Hey, how many drinks you had tonight?
Zero. I don't drink.
Okay.
Hey, Jay Green. Listen, listen.
Yeah.
Put this motherfucker in his place. This is and listen. We're gonna put this dude. We're gonna roast him properly tonight. I see he came in. Yeah, he came in misinformed. He didn't know the dress
Man, what's
code.
this backdrop with this person in red? I've been wanting to ask you about that.
What person in
What
red?
back?
Are you talking about the Holy Ghost?
That's a woman?
Hold on, let me see. You talking about that?
Oh, it's just Satan got him seeing stuff already. It's working.
Green, that what you talking about?
Oh, that's a woman in church catching the Holy Ghost.
Yeah.
Satan got him seeing stuff already.
Yeah, you can't. One thing about it, you can't deny the spirit. You know what I'm saying? Nah,
Yeah.
you know.
Oh
So
man.
that's like,
Hey. He say he all that.
yeah. I was. Yeah, what happened was I was going to church on some lane. And I had to, you know what I'm saying? I had to.
Yeah, he say he all that, man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, guys. So what's your plan? When the world going in? What's going on? I'm listening. Get your thoughts together. I'm ready. I've been drinking coffee.
Let me tell you something.
Were we having a moment of silence or what?
Almost silent. Let me tell you something. When you
Yeah, help him
when
out, Jeff.
you have my, what are you trying to figure out? What's your question, C Mike? What's the question? So we can properly put this in the proper context.
Hey, this one between me and you. This is between me and that cat.
I just want to know what was he clearly wants to go to another topic.
Okay,
So
let's move on. Let's move on.
yeah, yeah,
Okay, let's move on.
yeah,
Hey,
because
hey,
huh?
we ain't gonna clown in the name of God tonight.
Yeah, like I was
Cause
saying, the more I
I
look
don't
at
want
that,
lightning. Hey, I don't want lightning to come through the show. All right.
yeah, hey, the more I look at that Charlie Kirk video, it's not far fetched to think this was a public suicide script. So a no-name public speaking white racist who could never be president or true leader gets a martyr.
Well, you know
Month.
what? Well, you know what? That cat was everywhere. He was praising Jesus. Then he was a racist. I mean, I'm lost. He had too much going on. Well, I ain't going. Well, was he a racist? I'm not sure. Was he?
He said some. You was on the show last night. You heard some of that shit he was saying.
Oh yeah. So I guess he was then. Most definitely, man. All I know is this, partners. We better be the worst is yet to come. And we better have some understanding of what is coming out of our mouth. For real. Because it's going to get worse before it get better because these are called trials and tribulations.
Even though I'm going through it, I understand it, and I know it's a test. So that's how I feel about that. As far as this character, man, unfortunately, you know, some that wasn't agreed upon, and it happened, but all in all, he got wife and kids. I feel for the kid, I feel for the wife, but sometimes we don't know who we are truly involved with when it's deep inside. The outer shell is not enough sometimes.
Hmm.
For real. But I am going to get back to the subject. Yes, God is within us, but we can never be God.
Listen, listen. I don't know if you switching your neck saying that shit or whatever the hell. I don't know if you snapped your fingers when you said that or what. But I will know this: God is within.
That's what
Now,
I just said.
God, no, that's not what you just said. You still in a fairy tale. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe black folks deserve reparations in America?
Huh?
Do you believe
You
black people
say?
deserve? Do you believe native black Americans like us? Do you believe that we deserve reparations from America?
Haven't everybody else got reparations?
Answer the question.
Yes, we deserve it. Do you know that a lot of natives are Mexicans and not natives?
Hmm.
That's a fact. That's why
Okay,
the
so we got.
Pachanga, wait a minute. That's why the Pachanga tribe right now is snitching on each other to get a bigger check. Ain't that something? They saying that this person is not enough. Allegedly, he's not enough percentage. Why is he getting a check? And I heard this from one of them, and that's the craziest thing I ever heard of. Allegedly, that's what's supposed to be going on. So hell yeah, we've been raped, robbed, spit on, pushed down in the molasses, dogs sicked on us, and we don't deserve. Come on, man. The Chinese got it. The natives got it. Hell yeah, we deserve it.
Niggas ain't get it.
We haven't gotten it yet. We deserve it. Hell yeah, we deserve it. Police shot us on the spot for nothing. You don't know the shit I've been through with the police for nothing. Man, don't make me punch a hole in the wall.
Jesus ain't save you.
Say what?
Jesus couldn't save you.
You want to know how Jesus saved me? He allowed me not to find the officers that set me up. so, I don't have one foot in hell.
Jackson got 2 feet in hell already.
Nah, had I found those officers, trust me, that's where I would be. Cause I was serious about it.
But what y'all used to say? Why they
What's
can't
it?
lie on you? They lied on Jesus.
Oh, my mama told me that all the time. You are absolutely right. But they didn't plant dope on Jesus.
You don't know what they did to Jesus. You wasn't here.
Well, you tell me, you God. I know what they did to Jesus. They beat him. They all that.
You saw it?
No, but it is written. The Bible goes all over the world. Every single page answer each other. I just had this. I just had this conversation with a Jehovah's Witness a few days ago. You believe in Mother Nature too?
How can you deny Mother Nature?
So when it's raining, does that mean Mother Nature is crying? Yeah, I thought so.
What you mean when no, it goes when if it rains when the sun is out, the devil beating his wife or some shit.
No, we ain't talking about the devil beating his wife. I already know that. When the sun shines and it start raining, yeah, the devil is beating his wife. I heard that. You talking to a Louisiana boy by way of L.A. Crip. But the witness,
You from Louisiana, see man?
yes,
What part?
Shreveport, Halton, water moccasins, bayous, burn the trash, slop the hogs.
You Cooper rolling 60s or you different kind of crip?
Huh? I'm faux tray all day.
Okay. I mean, I'm just asking. All I
No, no, no,
know
no,
is
no. No, 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 man. I'm from faux tray, man. The original, not the babies. I'm down there on the walker now.
you just old as fuck.
That's why I school these youngsters because I've been through it and did it. And that's what we all should be doing is schooling these youngsters. That's what you're supposed to do as an OG. It's a gang of Crips in my building, and they respect me and they listen to me because that's what we're supposed to do. And we can't be going around telling them that we God because they're going to think you crazy.
Queen Sun Kiss salute.
What's going on? What y'all talking about?
Can
He's
I ask you
trying
something? Can I ask you something,
go.
Queen?
Yeah, go for it.
Do you believe in the Father and the Son and the Holy Ghost?
Yeah.
Okay, we good. All right, we got God on the line. You know, they say no one has seen him, so I ain't seen this brother. Go ahead and speak, God.
Oh, who? Oh, somebody said they was God.
Oh, he on the line.
Jesus is on the main line. Tell him
Yeah,
what you want.
yeah. I wish I could FaceTime God. Send me his phone number.
Well, that's called prayer.
No, God is on the line. He being quiet. But they say the Lord moves in mysterious ways, so I guess he finna make a move.
Hmm. Yeah, that's a funny topic.
See, man, you on that
Well,
bullshit.
let me play devil's advocate for whoever said it. If you go on over to what is it? Is it Psalms? Let me John. You go over to John chapter 10, verse 34. It says, Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law? I have said you are gods. So, the brother might not be wrong in what he say if he say that he is God.
No, sister, 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 sister.
Hmm.
It is God within.
Listen to me. God within. God within.
Well,
Just like your mother made you, you're not your mother. Your mother is with you.
but is a human, correct?
Yes, she is.
So when we go back to Genesis
Okay.
chapter 1, verse 26, it says, "Let us make man in our image."
That's right.
So I am in the image of my mother. And if we are in the image of God, wouldn't we also be gods?
Not at all. I don't see it.
Erica Badu said it best.
Yeah, George Clinton, go pick your ass up on the mothership.
I mean, but this is the T though. Because you got God, capital God, and you have God's lowercase God.
Well, I'm gonna put a capital on it.
Who putting the capital on it?
I gotta go with the God. Capital God.
Yes, that would be who created us in our own image, which would make us lowercase God.
So call me
No,
by my name.
no, what we are sheep.
No, sheep are sheep. We are
The
humans.
the Lord is my shepherd and your shepherd and anybody else who's on this panel shepherd.
That's an analogy.
That's the truth.
No, that's an analogy. That's not
Oh,
the
oh,
truth.
oh, okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Does not the Lord try to guide you? It's up to you if you obey, but does he try to guide you?
Um, I guess in yeah, I would say
Okay,
yes.
then the Lord is your shepherd. He gives us a decision to make, which we all have fell short. We all are sinners, but he's still the shepherd. No
So,
matter what, no matter what you do, he's the shepherd.
and so then I got to ask you this: if God created us in His image, and He's a shepherd, how in the hell we become sheep?
The sheep is a metaphor.
Exactly.
You know what I'm trying to say.
You always trying to say something and you don't never be saying nothing though.
I'm saying something. Oh man, man, come on, come on. You been the silent partner all this time, and now you think you gonna get in? Come on in, my friend.
I was eating some Oreos. I couldn't
Yeah,
really
come
say
on
nothing.
in, come on in,
But
my friend, because I'm trying to get you not to go to hell's den.
Oh, excuse
the
me.
problem with a lot of people inside Christianity is that they take the Bible in a literal sense, as if you have to listen to, do what, and live like the Bible.
Okay,
The
whoa,
whole the
whoa.
whole Bible is about the God consciousness.
Okay, let me ask
You
you
ever
this.
heard people say Christ consciousness? You have to live to be like Christ.
Yep.
It's a consciousness thing. It has nothing to do with the big space daddy in the sky.
Okay, can I
I
ask you
don't believe
something?
in that.
Who's dead
Okay,
in the
okay, okay. Can I ask you this? Have you ever heard the Bible is fulfilling?
No,
You ain't never heard that before.
I've never heard it in my life.
Okay, well, you're hearing it now from CMAC. Check this out. Everything that is happening now in the world, all over the world, is in the Bible, including when it said man will deny God. That's in the Bible. And that was back in BC when Moses parted the sea and all that. Everything that is happening now is
well,
in
is that
the
also
Bible.
in Baklava Greaser?
Say what?
Isn't that also in the Baklava Grita?
I didn't hear you.
It
You breaking up.
is not possible. Y'all can't hear me?
I hear
I
you
Clearly.
can hear you
now.
fine.
Okay, go
Okay.
ahead. Say it again.
I said, isn't that also in the Baklava Grita?
That nigga don't know what he don't know what that is.
Yeah, I
That's
don't.
tragic. That's
Okay.
that's that's sad. How about the Quran?
Well, the Quran is a different different from what we study.
See what
You
I
Who
know,
is
see what I
who?
see
Hold
what I'm
on.
saying?
Wait.
See
Who
what
is
I'm
we?
saying?
Wait. Who is we?
we the Christians,
Oh, see, that's where you mess up because God is everything, correct?
absolutely.
So that
No,
that
wait a
that
minute.
that
Wait a
that,
minute.
that
Wait a
does not
minute.
hold on. No, ain't no wait a minute because if God is everything and everything is God, that means everything on this planet is of God. And if you call yourself a child of God and you have not looked at other religions to see what God had to say, that's a problem.
Well,
But
let me
he
say
he
this.
he a black Charlie Kirk.
That is terrible. That
Yeah,
is terrible.
yeah, my brother. You think you George Clinton, but seriously, um, no, God is everything. That's why I believe that the Son of God. That's why you have all the different nationalities. He didn't get here by fornication or sex or anything like that. He was put into Mary's stomach.
Yeah,
So,
if you believe that's a literal story, I don't.
well, how did it happen, lady?
Judah was knocking Mary ass off.
I don't know how
No.
it happened. I believe that it is. I first of
How,
all,
how,
I don't. I wait.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I
Go
don't
ahead.
believe that everything that is in the Bible is meant to be taken literally. The Bible is full of imagery, allegory, and all of those things. So, I mean, if you're gonna read the Bible, you need to be completely literate. Like you got to know something about literature and how it's written and all of those things.
Oh, oh,
Now,
oh, oh, oh,
there
oh,
are some.
oh.
Hold on. There are some concepts that dictate universal law. One of them is as above, so below. So I have never, since I've been on this planet, or heard of anybody else having no child without sexual intercourse. I ain't never seen a snake talk. None of that shit has ever existed. I have never seen a rib create a woman. I have only seen women give birth to men and women. Therefore, that those things lead me to believe that that is some type of imagery or allegory to illustrate something, illustrate some type of point. I do not believe that that is literal because if it was literal, we would see it down here, and we do not.
You would see what down here?
That's just universal law, as above, so below. What you see in the heavens, you would see on this earth. Have you ever seen a woman come from a man's rib?
But see, that's where faith come in.
No, I don't got no faith in shit that don't make no sense.
I hear you talking. But I'm gonna just tell you, there will come a day you're gonna wish you did.
No, I don't got to wish I did. I get on my knees and I pray. I believe in God, but I
Okay.
don't believe that that story is a literal story. I don't believe that that actually happened.
You know what? Seeing how you brought up snakes, do you know what's going on with snakes?
No, what's going on with Snake?
Snakes are angry
Okay.
because they were cursed, and God say you'll be forever be at the heel of man because you disobeyed. We
Yes,
just
it's
been
an
fortunate.
enmity between woman and man and the snake. Yeah.
So you believe that, right?
Not in the sense that it came in. We don't like snakes because of the way they look. Because of the way that their eyes are shaped and the way that their head is made, they look predatory to us. which is something that's natural in the animal kingdom.
But the snake is the one that the snake is the one that gave Eve the apple. Did you forget?
I don't believe that the snake gave Eve an apple. I actually believe that that story is not about a literal apple. I believe that story is about sex.
Huh?
Hmm.
The
See,
story
when
is
you,
not about sex. The
I don't
story is
know
not
how
about
you.
sex.
So, what makes you believe that that is the truth? Because I can tell you how I came to my conclusion.
It's the truth because the Bible say so.
Okay, so when you get a Bible, what you need to do is go back and study because the Bible has been translated several times. So you need to understand
But
Hebrew,
but
and
but
most of
but
us, hold on, most of us don't. And you also need to understand Aramaic, and most of us don't understand it either. So when you actually get into Bible study, one thing that can truly help you, since you don't speak those languages, is to get you a concordance. Now, when you get to a concordance and you start looking up some of these words that have been translated, well, they're not the same words. So when you see the word fruit in Genesis about that apple story, it's not an apple, it's not a fruit that's being discussed.
what was it?
It is sex that is being discussed.
Nah.
When you read the story and you read the story with the knowledge that the word that they are using for apple translates to like some type of lust or pleasure or something like that, and you continue to read the story, then you learn that Eve became pregnant and she conceived two children at the same time. And what happens when she conceived them children? We have one named Cain and one named Abel. And Cain
Absolutely.
ends up killing Abel. And why is this? Because
That's
God would not accept his offering. One was the seed of the serpent, and the other one was the seed of Adam.
that's
Preach,
true.
preach.
No, that's true. But what I'm telling y'all is this.
So how does she get the seed of the serpent if the story of the apple is not about sex?
No. The serpent gave her the apple. The serpent didn't have sex with Eve.
The serpent gave her that dick. That's what the serpent gave Eve.
Nah, y'all lost. Y'all lost.
Hey,
I
Y'all
mean,
everything.
lost.
You know what I'm
you
saying?
can argue
Yeah,
you
you
can
tell me
argue with.
that look, check this out. Some niggas never evolved from just the teaching. They only believe the words instead of understanding what really was said. You
Okay,
understand what I'm
let me
saying?
ask you this. Let me ask you
Correct.
this. What? Let me ask you this. Let me ask you. Was y'all there?
No, I was not there, but I mean, I
Okay,
He
got
so
a
wasn't
why?
there.
concordance.
So
Hold on.
so
Look, that's
so
rhetorical. He wasn't there. How the hell he go answer is you there? He wasn't there. What the fuck
okay.
I
you
Okay,
look,
okay.
I
saying?
was
You
So
not
so
there.
what makes
I,
you?
what you crackers
Wait a
done
minute.
told
Wait a
you.
minute.
You
Wait a
done,
minute.
oh,
Wait a
look,
minute. Wait a
fuck you
minute.
up, nigga.
Wait a minute.
You so caught
What?
up in what these motherfuckers done told you and fed you lies for all these years. You just this good old boy Christian man. And listen, man, all that shit is something to control you with. They don't even believe in God. So what the fuck is you saying? Most
I don't care.
billionaires and
No,
millionaires
no,
have
no,
no
no, 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 no,
belief
no, no, no,
in any
no.
kind of
Hold up.
God like that.
Hold up. Hold up. I don't care what they believe in. I know what I believe in.
Man, so look, if the person who taught you that don't believe in it, what the fuck that tell you?
I don't care what they don't believe in. I know what I believe in.
Man, you missing the
so
point, bro.
I just want to point this out. It is stuff that in Second Timothy 2:15 says, "Study to show thyself approved under God, a work that man needeth not be ashamed, rightly dividing the words of truth." So, in this conversation, I have learned that you have not studied the sacred text of other religions. I have learned that you don't pick up a concordance and go through the study of the Bible, which means that you are not doing your due diligence when it comes to studying. So, you cannot sit up here and divide the words of truth rightfully if you're not doing the study. When you go to school, you don't utilize one book, you utilize several books over the course of 12 years to give you a complete education. What makes you think anything is different when you are studying the Bible?
Well, let me just say this. May God forgive y'all for blasphemy.
Oh my God.
You are
So,
the blasphemy, nigga.
do you know? Do you know what blasphemy is? Because nobody's blaspheming God is far. Not since I've been on this panel.
No, blaspheming is not believing God's word.
Oh Lord, that is not what blasphemy is.
Yes, it is.
No, it is not. Blaspheming is something that's really, really difficult to do. That's why it's one of the only sins that you can't be forgiven for.
Yes, and that is denying God.
No, it's not.
So
Yes, it is.
this is blasphemy right here. I don't believe in the space area in the sky. That's blasphemy.
Blasphemy
That's
is the
true.
act or offense of speaking sacrilegiously
Yes,
about God or
the
sacred
space that
things,
in
being
the sky.
profane. I haven't heard any profane conversation up here. What I
Well,
have heard is,
no,
at least from my part, I've been trying to educate you on what I have learned because I've actually sat down with a concordance in my Bible and went through these things. That is why, because God gave us all these tools and things, and He also gave us common sense. You ain't seen a talking snake never in your life,
I've been around snakes.
but you ain't
You being
okay.
metaphorical. That's what I'm saying. The Bible full of metaphors and all kind of symbols and everything like that. You sitting up here, you're only speaking on an illusion that was passed down to you to control you.
So
Instead of you
let-
breaking the chains, the mental bonds of that, you
I got
choose
another question.
you choose to stay in it.
I got another question. So, do you believe hell is real?
Absolutely.
And since you believe hell is real, what do you believe hell is?
Do you want to know about hell?
I want to know what you think hell is.
I'm
He
gonna tell you
think it's
what
the
hell
fire.
is. I'm gonna tell you what hell is.
Hmm.
The actual hell is cold and dark with demons taunting you and all. And then at the end of the world, there's the lake of fire.
Hmm.
The lake of fire is where the devil and those that don't believe is going. That's what it's
Okay.
like.
So, let me give you a different perspective on what hell is. If you look up the term hell in the Bible and then you go and get a concordance and look at those words, hell is a landfill. Okay. Hell is a landfill in Jerusalem at a place that was called Gershwana. And that is where they dump their trash. And so when you get these imageries of when they tell you that hell is hot and it's on fire, it's because fires was always burning
What
there
what
because they were burning the trash.
what
And because they were burning trash, the larva from the worms and things was always generating because they had heat to keep them warm. And that's why they say worms that eat your body continuously and all of these things. So that's where they get the imagery of hell from. If you continue to look up these words, you find that the fires that they talk about inside of the Bible that's supposedly associated with hell are for consecration, which is purity. So when you keep going and reading these words, you find out that hell is actually a place of retraining.
no, but you heard what I said. Hell is cold and dark. It's not hot. The lake of fire is hot.
What are
That's
you
what
talking
I
about?
was taught.
Jesus Lord.
What are you talking about?
Well,
Y'all ain't
hey,
never heard of the lake of fire?
The lake
the
of
lake of fire is found in the book of Revelations.
Thank you. So, what do you mean? What am I talking about then?
Listen, she's talking about one thing and you take it to a whole nother level with the lake of fire. Now, what is hell in your mind? What is hell?
I told you it's cold and dark.
Cold and dark, but everybody else say hell is hot. So
Hell
what
is a place.
Everybody else is wrong.
Hell is a place of consecration. When you need to get the when you're building something and you need to get the impurities out of it, you have to put it through the fire. So hell is a place for the retraining of the mind and souls of the people that
I
missed it inside of this lifetime. If you look at the Jewish perspective of hell, they say Hell is being out of the presence of God. Well, if you been retrained, you are not in the presence of God. Hell is not this place where demons torment you or any of that. It's a place for you to learn who God is and get your mind right.
That's what y'all think. You know what? Y'all
You
won't
was
be able to
given
come.
this
Let
imagery
me.
of hell to put fear in you so they can program you to do all this weird shit. When Jesus came here, Jesus did not come here to adhere to the law. He came here to break it because it was training people in a certain manner. I'm telling you, if you get you a concordance and go read that Bible, it's going to change your life.
Nah, because I know who God is. I experienced God. So, there's nothing that nobody on this panel could tell me anything about God unless you've been
I'm
through
not
what I've
telling you
been through.
that God don't exist. I never said that. I believe God exists. I believe that a lot of nonsense that they have taught us is not true.
I see what you're saying. You what taught and feelings is two different things. So I'm not going on what I taught. I'm taught on I'm going through what I went through. That's what I'm speaking on.
You went through
So
a
when
talking
anybody
snake,
wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. So when anybody come with some nonsense, that's what it is to me. Nonsense.
but you went through a talking snake and you went through a woman being pulled out of a man's ribs and you saw a
No,
woman be
no,
born without
no,
having sex.
no, 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 no. See, if you was baptized in the swamp that my mother and her 8 sisters was baptized, and you would have got bitten because of the way you speaking and your
How do you
face
know how you know she wasn't baptized in a swamp or a river or a pool?
with water moccasins swimming around her. She hasn't.
Look, you just trying to intensify your point. What I'm saying is this right here.
No, I'm just speaking the truth.
You're
I'm
trying to
speaking the
you're trying
truth.
to intensify your point, bro.
I'm
Let me say
speaking
this
the
to you.
truth.
Let me say this to you. How you know she wasn't? She's from the south. How you know she wasn't baptized in a swamp or a river?
Okay, let
Or,
me ask you. Were you baptized in the swamp with?
or-
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me ask her. Were you baptized in the swamp with water moccasins swimming around you like my mother?
No, and I wouldn't get in no swamp with no water moccasins.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Does
Good
that
question.
answer your question, champ?
What's the
Listen,
word, Sender? Peace and blessings to the panel.
Uh oh.
yeah. So,
Does that answer your question, champ? She wasn't baptized like my mama with water
uh,
moccasins swimming around her.
Yeah,
okay. So
and you don't know what would happen to me, so I don't even know
That's
why
true.
you.
No, that's true. That's true. That's true. Hey, I wish the best for you, sister. May these words don't come back to haunt you. You know,
Oh my lord.
no, for real, for real. We all have fell short, and it's His choice. What happens with any of us? It's God's choice. Bottom line. Would you
I'm
agree to
sure
that?
that God is not going to shun me because I went to go study His word. Like,
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. We don't know what God is going to do. I can't speak for God. Neither can you.
what do you mean? Then you just sit up here and say that's where faith come in? I have faith that the Lord is not going to punish me for studying His Word, and not just the Bible, because God didn't just create Christians; He created Hindus, He created Buddhists, He created
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Islamists. He created all of these people,
Okay.
and because
Absolutely.
I can
So
go
what it
into
let
any
me
masjid, any temple and sit up there and pray and worship with these people, and I have them guys people too.
absolutely. Let me ask you this. What are you considered?
I'm just a child of God. I don't even consider myself Christian.
Okay. Just a believer.
No, I'm a child of God.
But you're a believer.
I mean, if that's your interpretation, yes.
No, it's not my interpretation. Are you a believer?
I believe in God, yes.
Okay. Then we on the same page.
Yeah, I'm not here to fight you. I'm just here to impart some things that I have learned along my journey. That's it.
Yeah, but you going on what you learned and I'm going on what I learned. One of us is right. We'll find out in the end.
What if both of y'all wrong?
Uh oh. Uh oh.
Hey, hey, hey. Oh,
Bring it
so now
on.
you, so
Here we go. Here we go.
so so now you're not God no more. So now who are you?
Who not God?
The brother.
That's
He
not
said,
what I
"What if we
said.
both wrong?"
That's not what I said. I didn't say that I'm not God. I said, what if both of y'all are wrong? See, what you're doing is what a lot of preachers you're deflecting. Instead of you answering the question, you reshape and reform the question in your own head and then answer that. I just asked, what if both of y'all are wrong?
Well,
What happens then?
I'm gonna just say this.
I guess
I
we
don't
both go to hell.
I don't think I'm wrong.
See, he's not going to answer the question. He's not going to answer that question.
You know,
He
there's
can't.
another school of thought. There's
He
another
don't.
school of thought
Yeah,
that's
I honestly don't think he can answer the question. I just think he gets stuck trying to remember what he was told. And so when you try to get deeper into the bag, what he's trying to say, he don't know how to respond because
I
he
responded.
never gets.
well, there's another school of thought that the ideas that you conceive in this lifetime you take with you when you cross over. And as long as you believe that the hell exists, you will live a hell existence until you decide in your consciousness to let it go.
Oh, okay. So wait a minute. So you telling me hell don't exist?
I just told you that I believe that hell is not this place of torment. I believe that it is a place of retraining.
Okay, with all that being said,
So you
and
telling me?
the
Wait a minute.
lady,
Oh no! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you tell me jail is hell? That's it, huh?
Jail?
Yeah,
What
'cause
you
you
say,
talking
bro?
about retraining.
I mean,
Jail doesn't rehabilitate people. Jail keep you locked up in a cage like an animal.
So
the lady,
how could you call? But wait a minute. How could you call hell boot camp?
So I'm gonna explain to you how I came to this conclusion yet again. I told you I got a concordance and I looked up the words that say hell and fire in the Bible and looked at the original translation. None of that spoke of fire like they translated in the Bible. A lot of this stuff in
And
this
I just told you. And I just told you hell is not fire.
a lot of this stuff that they translated in
Did I
this
not?
book.
Did I not tell you that hell is not fire?
It doesn't matter what you said, okay? It matters what is being taught. And what is being taught is fire
But
and
wait a minute.
brimstone.
But wait a
Hold
minute. But wait a minute.
on. What is being taught is fire and brimstone
Wait a
because
minute. Wait.
that's what is said in the book. And so that is what people are telling.
But wait a minute. But wait a minute. You said taught. You said taught. Is it not the teaching of the Christian? So
Hold
you
on.
gonna believe? So you gonna believe what that book say, and you're not gonna believe what the Bible say? Are
Okay,
you
please
serious?
give me the scripture in the Bible where it say hell is cold.
A pastor would tell you that hell is cold and dark. Are we?
Okay, so when we started talking about destruction of things, hold on, let's see. Let's go. Because the Bible don't say that hell is cold. The Bible describes hellfire as a place of eternal fire, unquenchable fire, everlasting destruction. That's what the Bible describes it as. But when you go and get a concordance and you look up these words, those are not the words that the concordance say that those words mean. These people took these words and translated them so they can control people through fear mongering.
Yeah, but you gonna tell me that the Bible is wrong and your book is right. That's what you're trying to convince me.
I did not say that the Bible is wrong. I said I have a concordance that
Good God.
translates the words. And when you translate the words and you put the words back into the passage, it changes the meaning of the passage, which would be the original meaning because those are the original texts that the passage was written in.
Yeah. All right. I Quick, what you were trying to get out?
Um, the lady, excuse me, I'm eating as well. The lady has referenced retraining and also has referenced moving on, passing on, or and I would ask onto what? Retrain for what?
What do you mean?
You're if I got this right, you said hell serves a purpose to retrain.
Yeah.
That don't make
And
sense.
hell, well, it does in a particular sense. I'm just trying to get to where she's going to with this. Um, Hell serves a purpose to retrain, and you say before you pass on, before you move on. And my question is, move on to what?
Okay, so those that do not get sent to hell, it is believed that they go to a place called heaven where there is no sin and no pain and all of that type of stuff.
Wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. Let me ask you this. Do you believe in heaven?
I don't know what happens when you die. I don't
Do
know. I ain't never died.
do I believe in heaven?
You probably do.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
sure you do.
okay. That was
That
real.
you couldn't possibly believe in hell and not have heaven.
Thank you. Thank
I
you.
But
don't know what
but I,
happens.
I
I
believe
think
go ahead.
reincarnation happens. I don't think life necessarily ends. So
That is
there's
all
that.
that is also a theory. I wouldn't say I have adopted it as a belief system, but the story of Adam and Eve has not changed.
What?
The story of Adam and Eve has not changed.
What that mean?
When one is born male or female.
I don't know
And
what you're trying to say.
the original sin must be corrected.
But what is the original sin?
Weren't you just talking about it?
What is the original sin?
The tree of the knowledge of good and evil,
So what is the original sin? Eating the tree?
forbidden knowledge,
Forbidden knowledge.
to make one on par with God.
Hmm.
But you haven't conquered life.
But it didn't do that. It only gave access to information.
Exactly. Which you have. You even have computers.
Yeah, and that goes with the original sin when you dig into computers and you get different types of thinking than what you've been already programmed by whatever that'll be an original sin if you put it in a concept. You know what I'm saying? Like you breaking the original sin, or you a part of the original sin. Original sin could come from
So
you being born.
how does it get corrected?
You only way you can correct the sin is by not doing it.
So do not utilize computers.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just speaking that some people will believe in the computer now instead of believing in what they were programmed is to believing in the Lord or
And
Muhammad
why
or
do you need to be believe? Why you got to be believing what you programmed to believe?
So allow me to ask this question.
Okay.
with all the knowledge, because that is the tree that you have eaten from,
I ate from the tree of knowledge.
and that is why you die.
Okay. I don't know what's going on, but all right.
There were two trees to pick from.
Uh-huh.
You chose the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
I chose the tree. I ain't choose no tree. I ain't never seen neither one of these trees.
No, you benefit from it. That's how you were born.
Okay.
But the story remains the same. There's only male and female. Each created them.
Uh-huh.
Adam and Eve.
Okay.
Okay. Are you any different? Eve?
What? I'm not Eve.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not Eve.
Okay, who are you? Who are you?
I ain't had no. I ain't ate no fruit. I ain't seen no talking snake. Yeah, I ain't had none of that go on. So I'm
Is
not
that
Eve.
is that short-sightedness, or do you know your place in time?
No, I'm pretty sure that I'm not Eve. I'm fairly certain.
No, you just benefit from the fruits of it. That's what you're saying.
Benefit from the fruits of what?
The tree of knowledge
I live
of
in a
good and
world
evil.
that I was born into. I don't got nothing to do with what happened before I got here.
Okay, I'm starting to recognize what's happening. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, what's happening?
She don't believe half the shit she talking about.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
Well,
so this was a joke the whole time?
I mean,
Only
he's entitled. He's entitled to whatever he whatever opinion he has.
So this was a joke the whole time.
Not according to me, but if that's his opinion, that's his opinion. I'm not finna argue with nobody about what I believe. That's insane. Why would you do such a thing?
Well, I'm gonna just say like this. It's insane not to believe the word of God.
Who said that I don't believe the word of God?
Well, I hope you do.
Where did you get that from? Who told you that?
Did I judge you? Judge ye not, said the Lord. I'm not judging you.
No, somebody just said it's insane to not believe the word of God. Who
See,
said I didn't believe the word of God?
it wasn't somebody that said that. C-Mac said that.
Well, I don't know who said what. I don't know who's talking to me. I don't know. Listen.
It's me, da 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 da, Superman. You see my symbol?
Okay, so right now I'm talking to C-Mac.
Absolutely, in the flesh.
Okay, and who was
You
I
want my
talking to?
you want my autograph?
No, no, thank you. And who was I talking to prior to you?
A simple crook.
Okay, see, I don't know. I just know I'm just having a conversation. So,
Okay. So you down south, young lady?
not currently, but I was
Where you at now? Where you at now?
I'm in Washington State.
Okay. Okay. I get it now.
What you get?
You don't lost your down south values and the way you was taught. So now
Sir,
you're
are you
upstate New York.
insane? I'm gonna be a Southern woman to the day I leave this earth. I have not lost my Southern values at all. My Southern,
Can you make a sweet potato pie?
yes, I can make a sweet potato pie.
Can you make a banana cake?
What?
Banana nut bread.
Yes, I can make banana nut bread. I can make a peach cobbler. I can make bread pudding. I
Okay.
can make a damn
How
pot of
many bananas
gumbo.
it take how many bananas it take to make a banana nut bread?
What? Depends on how much bread you making. What are you talking about?
Okay. Can you make a banana pudding from scratch?
Yes, I can make a banana pudding from scratch.
Do you put it in the refrigerator or the oven?
You start cooking it on the stove, and when you get done making the pudding, then you put the damn thing in the refrigerator so it can get cold.
Okay, you Southern. I thought Champ was lying. I thought he bought in the decoy.
No, no. I was born in Texas. My family is from Arkansas.
Oh, shit, you're not South. I'm Shreveport, Louisiana, water moccasins by you.
No, I'm
Swamps,
not
swamps,
that.
swamps and crocodiles.
Yeah, that's Louisiana. There
Okay,
are
you in
several.
the city. You're a city girl.
There are plenty southern states outside of Louisiana.
Did you burn the trash?
I didn't have to burn the trash because I grew up in the city. But when I went to Arkansas to visit my folk, they burned trash.
Okay, well, you visiting. I was burning the trash. I should have been an arsonist.
I mean, congratulations, but my roots are in the South, and I grew up Southern, and I grew up also in a Southern Baptist church. I have not lost my Southern roots. Now we can play the who the most Southern person, and if you swimming in swamps with water moccasins, sir, are you more Southern than me in any goddamn day? Because I'm not doing it.
do, do you have them Louis? Do you have them Southern legs?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be discussing my body.
I ain't discussing your body. I said Southern legs.
Ain't my legs part of my body?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you married with children?
Yes, I am.
God bless you. How long you been married?
21 years.
Do your husband have the same beliefs that you have?
You'll have to ask him.
I'm asking you. You should know your man.
His relationship with God don't got nothing to do with me. That's a personal relationship.
Okay, did he teach you what you know now, or are you trying to steer him another direction?
I don't steer anybody anywhere.
Answer
Like
the
I
question.
said,
Answer the question,
I
please,
just
ma'am.
answered your question. I don't steer anybody anywhere. Your relationship with God is a personal one.
It is personal, but does he believe? Do y'all go to the same church?
Of course, we go to the same church. Why we go
That
to
his,
different churches?
that his belief is the same as yours.
I don't know that.
It is if you teaching them,
Why would I be teaching him anything?
because y'all go to the same church. Do you
No,
introduce him? Wait a minute. Did you introduce him to the church, or did he introduce you?
no. Actually, when we moved here, because this is not my home, so he
Hey,
found a church, and I went to it.
AC
So
Mac, AC Mac. I think if you would allow me to ask a particular question,
okay.
ma'am,
Yes,
respectfully,
yes. Oh, what's that? Okay.
who who is the authority in your home?
Oh, she getting all choked up.
What do you mean by who is the authority in my home?
Exactly what I asked.
I don't know what that means.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
You have a beautiful soul, but you're confused, and I'm gonna pray for you.
I'm not confused about anything.
I would never disrespect the queen, but yes, you are, and I'm not being disrespectful.
No, you are entitled to whatever opinion you have. I'm not going to dispute you. But this is my body, my consciousness, and my journey. And nobody knows me more than the Most High and myself. So if you feel like I'm confused, you are entitled to your opinion because that's
Let me
all it is.
let me let me let me ask you this: Who is the Most High?
What do you mean, who is the Most High?
Who is the most? Who are you calling the Most High?
What do you mean, who is the Most who is the Most High to you?
God.
Okay, who is
No,
God?
the reason why I asked you that,
No,
Queen,
no, who is God?
the Creator of the universe,
And who is that?
God.
You asked me a question that really cannot be answered because nobody has ever really met God face to face. At least not in our time period. Now, in biblical time periods, there's been people that have seen God, but ain't none of us actually seen God like that. We have
Je- Je-
experienced.
Je-
We've
Jesus,
experienced. We've experienced God. We may have had encounters that we attribute to be God, but none of us have a definitive 100% proof or record of God. So, like, to ask me something like that is disingenuous. But go ahead.
oh, okay. Someone has met God, Moses and Jesus,
I
and
just
Mary.
said in biblical times. I already addressed that. If you was listening,
Oh, I'm definitely listening. What horoscope are you, Queen?
I am a Cancer.
That
I'd like to say,
explains it.
I like to say, we follow and serve by faith, not by sight.
There it is there. Amen, brother. That's 500% right.
And
If not 1,000. Actually 1,000. Cause that's what's on my walls. Faith. Walk
still,
by
and
faith.
yet, and believe. I don't have a problem with whoever said that they was God having that position.
I hear you. I would never say that I'm God. God within me. That's it. God is within all of us.
Mm-hmm.
I've had this conversation for years with people saying that they are God. And I just
Just
find
because
that
somebody
hard to
say that
believe.
they are God does not mean that they are the creator of the universe. I think people are aware that they not that.
Well, they're wording it the way they're not
Well,
wording it correctly.
you gave birth. You help create a child. That child is a human being because you are a human being. God created us in His image. That will make us gods, just like God is.
Okay. Y'all could believe that. I'm not taking that credibility.
Now, there is something inside of your mind that tells you that to say such a thing is not showing reverence to God. And I can understand it. But for people that don't have that hang up, I can understand what they saying too. I know when a person says that I am God, they not telling me that they can create another universe.
Well, I have talked to guys on this panel that said they can.
Oh, okay. Well, the next time somebody say that they can create a universe, then tell them to answer the question that God asked Job when Job was going through his trial and
Hmm.
losing his faith.
Hmm. Hey, I thought we was gonna get off of religion.
I asked y'all what y'all was talking about. Y'all brought up the religious conversation. I came up here to talk shit about Charlie Kirk, bitch ass.
What about him? What about him?
He's a low down, dirty, racist motherfucker, and he got what he deserved.
Well, let me say this. Who are you to say that he got what he deserved?
Well, let's talk about things like energy. Let's talk about things like what goes around comes around. You walked on this earth for however long you did, and you spewed hate. And all of the things that came out of your mouth ended up turning back on you, and that's how you died.
But 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 but
It
the
looks like the
but
words
the
say you
man.
live by the sword and you die by the sword. It looked like he died how he
Ooh,
did.
it's a good thing you said that. Live by the sword, die by the sword. You don't necessarily have to die. You can suffer by the sword too, by the point, by having the wrong point of view.
It looked like he died based on the way he lived, and I have no sympathy for that. He
But
got
do
what he
you know that the
deserved.
man? But did you know that the man also believed in Jesus?
So please enlighten me how somebody that believes in Jesus and really has this strong faith can sit up here and remove the humanity of other human beings because that don't fit into leading with love.
Because no one is perfect.
No, 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 no. We're not talking about people being flawed. We're talking about spewing hate, which is the opposite of love. And the number one commandment, and in fact, when let's just get rid of all of it. The one commandment that we all have is to give love. So
Love our neighbor. That's why I love you, Queen. So I'm gonna put up with this nonsense.
anyway, The one thing we supposed to do is love each other. That man spewed hate, which is the opposite of that. You can't tell me that that is of God.
No,
What
God
I
is
do know that there is a movement of Christian nationalism that wants to eradicate black people in this country, and they're hiding their hatred and their bigotry and their evilness behind religion.
Earlier, if you don't mind me getting in here, earlier you mentioned blaspheming and how it was hard to do.
Yes.
The individual in which you speak of
Hmm.
was spewing hate in God's name.
Oh, I didn't know that. I did not know that.
The man was hateful. The man made comments like there are some deaths that just should happen in order to defend gun rights. Well, one of those deaths was his. So be it.
Okay. Okay.
The man said that black people were not intelligent and not smart and could never qualify for anything simply because we were black.
I did not know that.
But he's
Hey, he said
Christian.
that piece of shit said if he get on an airplane and see a black pilot, said that he has to question if that pilot is capable of driving a plane.
Mr. SendaRoni. I
Oh,
couldn't wait.
this is a piece of shit. Ain't no, fuck you mean? Ain't no debate about this fuck
Well,
boy.
you know what? I was witness when you came to that conclusion.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
ain't no debate.
Here we go.
Online because I think that freedom. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Then
know.
we're like Chicago and Illinois, where it's very basic Second Amendment rights. Those of us that believe in the Second Amendment, we fully acknowledge that when you have liberty, that you're going to have sometimes undesirable outcomes. We, as enthusiasts for the Second Amendment, acknowledge that in a free society, people are going to do bad things and dumb things, but there is a price to liberty. Isn't it racist then to then penalize white people to come into college or to get jobs based on the color of their skin? Well, no, would that be racist? So you're arguing for a very racist policy, which is that we should actively discriminate against people based on the color of their skin, which is affirmative action and DEI in practice. You asked very specifically about democracy, which is not an American value. It never has been and never should be. What's happening at the Democratic Party is this very sinister combination. It's a party of censorship. It's a party of war, a party of open borders that is against actual traditional liberal values. Men are much better at macro topics, right? Trying to build a building, put a skyscraper up, trying to talk geopolitics. When you go and you see 5 women eating lunch, they're probably talking about conversations they had, relationships, friendships. Men, they're talking about politics, sports, or the stock market. This is feminism. You as women should want to be provided for. In fact, you should have an expectation that you as a woman are so important and so critical and so necessary and beautiful that it shouldn't even be a question. Male mind is wired different than the female mind. Men will never be as good at counseling or psychology sessions as women. Men will never be good at nursing or elementary school education as women. We have certain giftings as our brain is wired a certain way. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. We actually need looser gun laws because
And that's how his ass died. So I don't have no sympathy for him. I feel bad for his wife and kids, but I don't give a damn that that man died.
I
I
feel
I
bad for nothing.
I feel
Yeah,
You
bad
know
for
what?
his. I feel
I
bad
gave
for
I
his
gave
wife
that
and
some
kids
thought
too.
because
those gonna be some future racist motherfuckers too. Fuck them
I
too.
was on a different panel,
Man, you don't know
and
what they gonna be, punk.
I was on a different panel before I came here, and I thought to myself, everyone is saying
What is cookie
so,
with?
everyone is saying sorrow for the family.
What cookie?
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. I apologize. Let me mute.
Everyone was saying sorrow for the family, but yet that young lady knew she was marrying a hateful bastard.
Freaking racist.
Not necessarily so.
Hey, come on, brother.
What's
Come
got
on,
to
man.
Okay, I'm gonna give you prime example. They just arrested Julio Cesar Chavez's son. That's his son, right? Julio Cesar Chavez didn't have a clue what his son was doing.
Whether she knew he was racist or
Did
not.
did 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 Julio Cesar Chavez have an intimate relationship and have children with his father?
Huh?
I asked a
Hold
question.
on,
I
hold
asked a
on,
question. I
hold
asked a
No,
on.
he
question.
did not.
Okay.
Okay, but the wife of this
Oh
man did.
damn. This is what I got to say to that. Whether she knew he was a hateful bastard or not, she did not marry that man and have children intending on being a single mother because he was murdered. And so for that, I have sympathy for her, regardless of what the fuck she decided to marry. Those children are going to have to grow up, and they so young they probably won't even remember they dead. And for that, I have empathy for that.
Do you understand the sentiment, the sins of the father?
Will fall on the children. Yep, exactly.
That's not true.
And so, therefore, that leads back to the question I asked you initially that you could not or would not answer. Who is the authority in your home?
What do you mean by authority?
The word defines itself.
Well, let me go look up the definition since you can't explain it.
I never said I can't,
But you won't. So let me look up the definition so I can understand what you're trying to ask me.
and that would be best.
Authority definition. Now, what definition are we looking at? The regular definition or the biblical definition?
You may choose.
So I'm just do the regular definition. The power or right to give orders, make decisions, and enforce obedience.
That's right.
So most decisions in this household, or as far as how the household moves, are made by my husband.
So that's who has the authority.
Okay, so your question is answered
The question now becomes why couldn't you answer that?
because you didn't tell me what you meant by authority.
This girl is sharp, deceitful, but sharp.
Deceitful. I ain't telling no lies up here.
I didn't say
Yeah,
you was
she
a
has a
liar.
problem with she has a problem with submission.
Yes, I didn't call you a
I don't
liar.
have to
I
submit
said
to
you're
nobody
deceitful.
outside of my damn husband. For y'all to think I'm supposed to submit to y'all on the panel, y'all is lost y'all damn mind.
We we are very sane.
If you want to have a philosophical discussion, then we gonna have a philosophical discussion. So if you ain't sharp enough to keep up, that's not my fault.
Do you believe that anyone here has asked you to submit?
These are the words that came out your mouth, sir.
Okay.
I said you have a problem with
Submission
submission.
should not even be a discussion unless that's what we talking about. We're not talking about submission.
My point
Nope.
is proven. My point is proven. Thank you.
You're welcome.
No, we weren't talking about submission. I mean, we all can have people submit. I mean, my name is C-Mac.
I just want to know what y'all was talking about because it's almost 2 o'clock in the morning for me. I'm trying to see who was having a good discussion. Because if ain't nobody having a good discussion, I'm gonna go over here and make my video about Charlie Kirk white supremacy and what's wrong with you niggas.
What are you doing up at 2 a.m.? Your husband sleep or he truck driver? What's going on?
My husband was watching the football game.
Right now?
No, he was watching the football game.
Who is his team?
We Cowboys fans, but he watched all the football during
Oh, you
football season.
oh, you gonna hate me. I'm a 49er.
What I'm gonna hate you for? I ain't
Cause
worried about no 49ers.
we kick
I
your ass every single time.
Y'all are not on our y'all not significant.
We
The
beat y'all.
Washington
We beat
the
y'all all
Washington
the time.
Commanders are significant. The Eagles are significant and the Giants are significant. Y'all not significant. We don't worry about y'all.
When have y'all ever beat us? I'll
We not
wait.
worried. We not concerned about y'all. Y'all not one of the teams we care about.
But we beat y'all every single time.
We don't care. Y'all not one of the teams we care about. I told you who we care about.
I got a friend around the corner. His wife is a Niner and he's a Cowboy. Every time we beat y'all, I say, put your wife on the phone.
Well, I'm happy you have that camaraderie.
Yeah. You're a very sharp individual, almost soft girl.
Well, I try not to be stupid.
Well,
Who wants a stupid woman around?
let me say this, Queen. Don't ever compare yourself to that word. Don't disrespect me or yourself.
There's some silly ass women around here.
Yeah, but you're not one of them. So keep that word out your mouth.
No, I am not.
So keep
And I
that
work
word
hard
out
at
your
not
mouth.
being
Keep
one of
that
them.
word. Keep that word out of your vocabulary when it's concerning you.
Because once her beauty fades and she can't birth children anymore and she ain't got a lick of damn sense in her head, what is she good for?
I hear you.
And
But no.
lo, they sit high on themselves.
I don't know what they mean. But let me tell you, you must be a terrible speaker because, baby, I don't know what the hell you talking about. I wish I did, though, because I would love to have a conversation.
Oh my goodness. She said she would love to have a conversation.
I'm
Where'd you
not
and your
really, as the authority in my home, I'm not really the conversation type. I'm more of the getting things done type.
Oh, so what was y'all getting done this evening? I'm talking about some policy.
I just finished my dinner. All the family is asleep.
So what are you trying to get done on a panel? Because usually panels are for discussions.
That's what I'm here for.
Now, you just said that you're not the conversation type, so clearly you're not here for a discussion.
I generally talk to men, other men. We, as men,
Oh, I'm not welcome. There we
no,
go.
no, ma'am, no,
Okay,
ma'am.
there
I
we
never
go.
said that, and
We
actually,
got it.
hey,
I
hey, hey,
appreciate.
hey, 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 I love talking to women. I'm not LGBTQ.
Yeah, no, no, that's what that. I mean,
Hey,
if
hey,
given
hey,
half
hey,
a
hey,
chance,
hey, hey,
hey,
hey.
slow
Well,
down,
wait a minute,
please.
wait a minute. Let me say
We ain't
this.
going
Let me
that
say
way
this.
with it. We ain't going that way with it. Don't.
No, let
We
me
ain't
say
going that
this.
way with
Let me just say this. I counsel other people's wives all the time.
it. I'm sure you do, nigga. I'm sure you do. But this is what I'm saying. As a man, I encourage a woman to give her point of view. But the thing is, it's always taken under advisement, as counsel generally is. That's why the woman is considered wisdom, not knowledge. You understand?
Yeah, okay. So what was y'all discussion before y'all got on religion?
As I said, I came over from another panel. We were discussing Charlie Kirk.
And what revelations did y'all come to over there on that panel? Because I didn't see some disturbing shit when it come to the death of this man when it come to black folks.
Obviously he's a Nazi. Obviously.
Clearly, what was said over there where you coming from?
Well, at least for my part, he's a Nazi.
No doubt.
And I don't think he was all the way right. If you've seen the boy's features, he's a mushy face, and he
Yeah,
had. And if you saw his teeth structure, they were deformed. He
yeah.
had he had one hell of an overbite. Now,
Listen,
I believe he was a savant in some ways, in his debate ability, and very knowledgeable at that. So he had a way of twisting words. And then behind that, he would throw, of course, leave it to America to be the heart of Christendom. Forget Rome or the Vatican. America is the heart of Christendom in the world. And those were the values, the Protestant values that he was pushing forward behind all of his rhetoric. But it was all one sided, it was all hate based, it was all supremacist based. And, as they all mourn being a veteran, with this individual having no connections to the United States government, yet all American flags in the country have been lowered to half staff, goes to show you what's really at play here.
yeah. JD Vance a racist piece of shit too.
Wait a
He
minute,
up
wait a
there.
minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. You're a Republican, champ. How can you say that?
JD Vance is a racist piece of shit too. He up there.
JD Vance is a little
Front and
boy
center with
out of his depth.
the casket of this race.
JD Vance is a little boy who had a crackhead mama who is out of his depth.
All
Yeah,
right, y'all. I'm finna go. My
clearly,
husband wanna
clearly.
go to bed.
I don't even.
Hey,
I don't know nothing.
good night,
Good
Yeah,
Dallas.
night.
I
Good
don't know
night.
nothing about him either. He just snuck in drunk.
Good night, man.
I Hey, good
Yep.
talking to you, Queen.
Hey,
All right.
hey, champ. But I thought you supported JD Vance.
Yeah,
I thought
he
you supported JD Vance.
he basically, he's out there front and center with this dude, his casket and all this old bullshit, man. I don't. I've never heard or seen.
Hey,
I
champ,
don't know
you're
how the fuck
avoiding
you
the
would think
question.
that. Like just
Because
because I like Donald Trump has nothing to do with JD Vance.
they
None
together,
whatsoever.
champ. They together.
No, not at all. I don't know who JD Vance is. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I have no nothing. I know nothing about JD Vance at all. I just know he snuck in through Trump. I don't know.
I find that hard to believe, champ, because
I ain't avoid a motherfucker. I told you.
After
you
Mike
too.
Pence, no,
You
after Mike Pence, Trump needed a do
Listen,
boy.
I I,
no. Let me say
I
this,
first
champ.
got
Let me say this,
Hello?
champ.
they
Let
ain't
me tell
together.
you,
Vice
champ.
president and president, them
Let me
two
say
different
this,
people.
champ. Let me say this, champ. You too far.
Two different
You
people.
too far
What I
advanced
did
in
was
history.
I got my first whiff of JD Vance when that shit happened in Ohio outside that where where those people got where those Russians were. Hey, is you gonna let me finish talking, nigga?
We listening, champ. The
Okay.
panel was yours. I'm here for you, champ. I'm ready to take you down. Go ahead with it.
Cinda, it sounded like your mic was kind of choppy. You might want to make some adjustments.
What up, C Mac?
What it do,
Can you get
man?
it out? Because I can't hear you,
No,
buddy.
Maintaining, rotating.
yeah, champ got the stage. We waiting on him.
Can anybody hear him?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Champ got the stage. Come on, Champ. Where the Champ at? I mean, Champ.
Hey, brother, who was that talking, making all that sense? Who was that?
Hey, that was the Champ.
No, that was somebody else. It was a new voice I never heard before.
Female or male?
Male.
Oh, that's the that's
I ain't nobody special, brother. Just one of you.
No, you was making sense.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are here.
man. That's God, man.
Where Roni at?
Uh,
He might be making some adjustments.
Hey, Roni, can you hear me? If you can hear me, check it out. It's kind of like this. You dating this woman, right? And all her friends is sex workers. But you just refuse to believe that she is a sex worker too. But all her friends are sex workers. All of them. You get that analogy?
Listen, I remember
You
Mo
just
3
called
got
one of
killed.
her friends a racist.
I remember Mo 3 had got murdered on the highway, and Barack Obama said, he named him as one of the top 3 artists or whatever that was out, or whatever the case may be, or he gave him a shout out, basically what I'm saying, after his departure. So when I see the people in political stance show love or credential to social influencers and things of that nature, I just look at it. As marketing or capitalizing on a situation, just like everybody else do. When I think about this dude Charlie Kirk, when I think about JD, I didn't get a chance to even know what JD Vance was about up until the Ohio situation where a couple got jumped, but the couple started the altercation with the crowd. Basically, some Russians got out of pocket with some black people on the streets, and they asked for the fight. They got the fight. It didn't go in their favor, so they made a big deal about it. JD Vance started talking about thugs and this and that, not knowing the full background of the situation. So he said some out of pocket things to me. Now, him saying what he said, that goes to show on me that he stands with that type of shit that Charlie Kirk represents. Maybe that's the influence Charlie Kirk had on JD to get Trump to do a shout out or whatever the case may be. Who knows? Who knows?
The Trump ain't got nothing to do with none of that, huh?
Who knows? Who
Trump ain't got
knows?
nothing to do with that. Everybody around him is racist, but he ain't got nothing to do with it.
I look at it like this. Charlie Kirk is the one who everybody assuming Trump is. And that's how I look at it.
Okay, so how many racist friends you got that you hang out with, that you employ?
Man,
how many racist friends you employ?
I know a lot of niggas who don't like niggas. I don't know what the fuck you
doing. Yeah, I know you one of them, but I'm saying, how many white racists do you have in your employ?
How many? I just talked to one today. Matter of fact, I just found out he was a racist.
And you got him? You employ him?
Oh no.
Okay, how many do you have in your employ?
It was somewhat, but
would you hire? Okay, say you had a business. Would you hire all white racists?
How would I know he's a racist?
They would tell you. They have tattoos and they go to white racist meetings and they pretty much white power.
I served in the military. They ain't hard to identify.
Yeah. So they you know who they are, but you hire them.
Babu, you there? Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Would you hire them?
I would. Well, that's a completely different Well, you got affirmative action.
You would
It says
hire
that
them
they
if you were with them.
have affirmative action, brother. There's
If you were
affirmative
one
action.
of them, you would hire all of them, and he hired all of them. All
Listen,
of them. And wait,
listen,
because he had two
listen.
black. No, it was two black dudes.
Political view,
Wait,
someone's
real quick,
political view
real quick.
is
Don't
being the
talk over me again.
job.
Don't do that. Don't come on, man. We talked about that the other night. Stop it, the devilment.
Man,
Okay,
we gonna
so
talk
he
over
hired.
you. Look,
It was
you
two black
get
dudes. It was two black dudes, Byron Donalds and Tim Scott, who campaigned for him hard as hell, called him daddy. Did they get a position in the cabinet?
I don't know nothing about it, bro.
See, you got to be informed of politics to understand who you're dealing with. If you're not informed, like you didn't even know who Charlie Kirk was. You as a Republican, a right wing, a Trump supporter, you should definitely have known who he was.
Why in the fuck should I know who that piece of shit is?
Because you would. That means you would be following the
Because
news.
you were pushing a conservative agenda.
I was
Yes,
pushing
that would
Trump.
mean you were being
That's
informed.
it. I've never
No,
been. I only
hold on, Cinda. Hold on, Cinda. There's nothing wrong with pushing a conservative agenda. For the most part, as a black man, I'm conservative. I have a lot of, listen, it's almost impossible to be Christian or have any religion for that matter, Islam or anything, and not be conservative. Because religion in most of these in most of the Abrahamic belief systems are conservative. There's no religion
That's true.
that divulges in excess or liberalism. It's all conservative. So having conservative values, is not wrong. It's when you take it to the extreme. Extremism is wrong.
True.
You understand? Fanaticism is wrong.
Teach, brother.
You understand? And that's what the vast majority, that's what they're pushing society into one extreme or the other.
Teach.
The maddening thing is those of us who wish who recognize what is happening, and we're choosing to be centralists, in which no, we're not going to sway that far, but we still hold true to our values. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Is it possible to create your own party?
I'm registered independent because of this foolishness. Because of all this foolishness.
That's what I think. I'm going to create me a party. It's going to be called the Original Natives.
Good luck.
Listen, I had to shake my head, and I'm very familiar with Dr. Cornel West, but you had no business on that ballot.
It's a system.
Yeah, definitely not. Definitely not on
that
that.
System is based on money. It's based on donors. No other independent party is going to get the donors that's going to be enough to fund their campaign. It's not going to happen. Unless you can convince enough grassroots donors to make it happen.
Well, Elon Musk say he gonna create his own party.
Elon Musk is full of shit. He's a white supremacist too.
And that's a fact.
Peter Thiel,
That's a fact.
J.D. Vance, Trump, they all on white supremacist tip. Eugenics. They all believe in eugenics.
And America seems to be in a perpetual state of denial.
Yes. Well, that's the cognitive dissonance. They have to. Because in order to admit it, that would admit their own inferiority. And they're never going to do that. They have to even
Well, it's going to definitely be, given that they are the ruling class in this nation. It will definitely be to their detriment and the detriment of us all.
Yeah. Well, if you hang around, if you stay here.
Well, I mean, listen. Even expatriate plans are dependent on the American dollar?
I know you familiar with Ibrahim Traore.
I've heard the name.
He's changing the face of Africa.
Yeah.
It's going back to the prophecy of Bob Marley saying, "Africa unite," because the children want to go home.
I hear that, but they're under the thumb of China.
You need to look into Ibrahim Traore. You need to look at.
I know of who you speak of,
and the Sahel connection.
Okay, I understand of what you speak of, and no matter close to space, Africa, until it unifies, and I
It
mean
is unifying. It is unifying.
I see the attempts.
It's not
but
an
they're
attempt. That's what I'm saying. You need to peep
all right,
Ibrahim
brother. All
Traore.
right.
Ibrahim is the truth.
I'm a realist. I don't hope.
Too. The colonists have made several attempts to assassinate this man.
Assassination has nothing to do with unification.
No. The last time they tried, all of Africa, all the nations came together and said, if you attack this man again, you're attacking all of us. That's the unification. They're tearing down the
then
border.
who have they nominated as their sole leader?
There is no sole leader.
Then there is no unification.
There's unification because they all following Abraham.
Following one's need for a purpose does not make one.
They're putting him on the pedestal for being the truth bearer.
Then they need to kick. They don't need to just kick white folks out. They need to stop taking Chinese money.
Yeah.
Hey,
Russia.
That's hey, Charlie was saying something about that too. He was hating on the Asians, saying that Asians went through so much back in the Jim Crow and all kind of things of that nature. But then he comes right back and says that now they are the most wealthiest people in America. They're the smallest but the wealthiest people in America. He said Asians have the most money. And he was making a lot. He was saying
second only to the Jews. Second only to the Jews in America.
Well, I will say this according to my African friends, China owns a lot, and they putting up a lot of stuff over in Africa. It's interesting that we should be on this conversation. I was just talking to my friend a few days ago who is from Africa, and he said China is underbidding them in their own country.
What country are you talking about?
Oh, in Nigeria.
Yeah, Nigeria is very corrupt.
But he say China is building so much over there, and far as everything, the stores and everything else, so they're underbidding them.
Yeah.
Here's a concept I don't think most people understand. Okay. You make these agreements with these superpowers, and they don't care anything about your people. They want the natural resources of your land. Okay. You make these agreements with these people, and then once you get tired of it and you want your own freedom and things of that nature, and hold on. You want your own freedom, and it is your right to have your own freedom. It is your right because it is your land. But you've made these agreements, and you do not have the weapons to repel your opposition. Name an African nation that controls a nuke.
Burkina Faso.
Are you serious?
They got Russian.
Is it strapped to the back of what? A Humvee?
No, they got them from Russia.
Strapped to the back of a Nissan.
Like I'm saying.
Word. I'm like, what are you saying?
Brother, you need to really look into Ibrahim Traore. He is different. And yeah, I know about African leaders. I follow Africa. Trust me. I know how corrupt they get and how they sell their people out. The president of Kenya, the president of Nigeria, but you also know about Muammar Gaddafi. I'm sure you know about him.
Until Africa drops the idealism of tribalism, there will never be one Africa.
That's why they're tearing down the borders. You know about Julius Malema in South Africa, the EFF?
Malema is familiar, yes.
Yeah. I'm telling you, you need to see what these leaders are saying. It's different.
What they're saying and what they're doing, and then what
in Africa since
brother, I've dealt with people of my color long enough to know. Learned from the colonizer.
Yes.
What they say and what they do rarely match.
Well, I'll tell you what Abraham has done. He's not only kicked out France, the UK, and America from the military presence as well as the minerals. He has eradicated them from the country. Period. Dot. Now they're producing their own raw minerals. They're building dams. They're building cities. He took 30% of the prime minister's income and gave it to the regular workers. He is the truth, brother.
Are they selling the minerals to other African nations for them to build the same, or
they have started a union with Mali and Chad, the Sahel nations, and they're all working together. He even showed Nigeria how to make more money off of their minerals.
Well, if that is true, if that is true, and it holds,
just look them up. Just look them up. Just look up Abraham.
I don't want to look them up. I don't want to look them up because what I care about is results and not information.
Well, you'll see the results when you look them up.
That you know how long that will take? Quite sure longer than your lifetime. Longer than your lifetime and mine.
To see what he's done in these 3 years, I guarantee you would be more than impressed. And to see the opposition that he's had. If you see what Israel called and said to him, and he shut that down. What Trump said to him, shut that down. He ain't playing.
It took years.
They're not going to tell you in America what's happening right there. You got to look at African news.
I hear you, man. And I hear the optimism.
Because they want us to be separated.
And I hear the optimism and all that other good stuff.
Bro,
but,
you remember
just for the Arab nations to come together, it took hundreds of years.
We're not Arabs. We're different people.
Ah, man. Okay.
We're different people. We have always been different people. That's why the whole world follows us and whatever we do. Even in our lowly states, the things that we come up with creatively, they follow us. Right or wrong. What's the #1 genre of music right now, worldwide?
Who created that?
Hip hop.
Yeah, who created it?
We did.
Who created that?
We did.
Okay. And what is your say-so in African politics?
I don't have any say-so in African politics.
Name a Black American with a say-so in African politics.
Stokely Carmichael?
All right, man.
No? Am I wrong?
You're wrong.
Okay.
You've been wrong, nigga. See, what's going
look. Bro, you don't read shit, so stop.
Man, you don't know shit. Man, listen, man, you know German. You supposed to be a Muslim. You supposed to know Arabic and all that.
Did you
only know German and French? You only know German and French. So what's the deal with you? You really study these Nazis because you really want to be one. You just use that black love shit because you can't be white. It's just simple as that.
So
come on, man. Listen, you are the black Charlie Kirk, man. You are the black Charlie Kirk.
You perpetrate
one thing, but you have no idea. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. You keep on bringing up all these Hitler associates and all this old shit, man. Deep inside, you want to be that nigga.
I talked about Africans, and you thought they was Hitler henchmen.
Please. You was asking me the other day. Every person you asked me about,
this brother knew who I was talking about. When I said Jomo Kenyatta.
Well,
If
some
I say
Hitler
Stephen
lieutenant.
Biko, he know what I'm
Listen,
talking about.
listen,
You thought they was
listen.
German. You're weird.
Nah, anybody weird, nigga. You was it, man. Get out of here. You
You're
was over
weird.
here just asking
You
me
think
this and
Africans
I
is
know these
Germans?
people.
You're weird.
Did I know this
You
person?
ain't,
Did I know
you
that
don't even
person?
understand
Every
African
time
language.
you ask me, I didn't know. It wind up being some Hitler associate. Listen,
It
man,
was
you
not. They
want
was
to
all.
be but you can't. So you
Ibrahim
choose to
Traoré is
use like
African. He's Burkina
cover
Faso.
your money. Man, you've been confused every time you get up here. You confused about a whole
Bro,
lot.
why
I
do you
mean, some
keep
people
lying out of my mouth?
confused about a whole lot all the time.
That's
I
that's
want to know
that's
why you're
not
so confused.
that's
Why
not
are you
conducive
so
for your
confused?
people. For you to
Nah,
be
it ain't
alive
conducive
is
for
not
you.
conducive for your
You
people.
smart. Why are you so confused? That's what I
Why are
want to
you
know.
so
Why? Are you,
white? Why are you so white?
come on, man. Come on, man. Why are you so confused?
Honesty is really is the best policy, my brother. Just
Why are
be
you so?
honest.
Why are you
You
so
know,
confused?
it comes from your heart, though. You got to have an honest heart, and you'll speak truth.
Listen, man.
But what you do,
Listen,
you lie
listen.
intentionally,
No,
and that's
no,
not
you're
cool.
lying. You're
That's really
lying.
not cool.
Listen, just because I
You,
don't know,
you use this distraction techniques.
you said
That's
earlier that I should be following, or I should be knowing this this Charlie Kirk motherfucker. No, I shouldn't be knowing this piece of shit. I should not have my ears shouldn't have to bleed because of this fucking filth and miscommunication skills of this
But you
fuckwad.
claim to be a right wing,
Man, the fuck that
a
has
Trump
nothing to do with
supporter.
it. I would listen. That guy is not.
He's your teammate,
That guy is not a partner of mine.
bro. Okay, all right. Who's your congressman?
He is not a partner of mine.
Hey, hold on a second. Sender, do you know what a right wing conservative is?
No, he's just a Trump
A
supporter.
right wing conservative. Those are the people usually going with the Republican Party.
No. No. Hell no. Hell no. Oh my God.
Tell him.
Dog,
Right wing.
right wing conservatives have there's no place for black people amongst right wing
Hitler
conservatives.
was a right wing conservative.
They are the racists, dog. They are like the epitome, the regrowth
The
of
Klan.
the Klan and Nazis, and
And
that's what right
Brotherhood.
wing. That's what they use that word right wing to avoid saying who they really are. They say words like right wing and far right,
Alt right.
alt right. And they all hella wrong. They just happen to be attached to the Republican Party.
So
At one point in time, years and years ago, they would have been Democrats.
They were Democrats.
Exactly.
Dixiecrats.
Man, history is a motherfucker when you know it.
Yeah, they switched up with Nixon and what was the other cat name? Goldwater. That's when all the Dixiecrats turned to Republicans, and they ain't left since.
They ain't like all that civil rights shit.
They ain't like that shit at all. What, Johnson? You want to pass a civil rights bill? Fuck you. We're Republicans now.
well,
George Bush Sr., when he saw all them people come over, he ain't like that shit. But he accepted it. It put him in the White House.
History is a motherfucker. Highly important.
When you know your history, brother, they can't lie to you.
yeah, you're right about that. So
If you're a car mechanic, but you ain't never learned,
You don't necessarily have to be a right wing to be a Republican now.
Okay. The
You see what
Republican
I'm
Party
saying?
is MAGA now. Trump owns the party.
No, no, that's a fact. You don't have to be right wing to be a
Yeah,
Republican,
you don't have to.
but trying to stay true to conservative values, you're gonna be overshadowed and outspoken at every opportunity because
Pre-Trump Republican.
that's not the ruling faction of the party.
Yeah, you could have been a pre-MAGA Republican.
Yeah, and dude, Republicans are leaving like pre-MAGA. Republicans are
They're all
leaving the
independent.
party in droves.
They're all
In
independent.
droves.
Now, what exactly is a pre-MAGA?
You talking about Bush era. You know what I'm saying? You talking all
Okay,
that.
Reagan.
okay. Yeah.
Reagan.
Bush.
You talking about
Nixon.
Bush Reagan era, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I get you.
Hey, I ain't saying that the Reagan Republicans wasn't racist. They just
Right,
kept
right.
it aside. They kept it
But they
aside.
didn't go as far as this shit.
No, they just did a war on drugs. Put us in secret prisons.
Yeah, you know, they launched their programs
Put
against
crack in
it.
the neighborhood, stuff like that. But they wasn't all out in your face like, nigga, I hate you.
But they war would have failed if our community would have said, "Man, get this shit out of here." Nah.
Yeah, but it was easy money. I seen when they hit.
Yeah, I know. I was there when it hit too. What you
Yeah.
mean?
I'm looking at the
Hey. So you
man.
seen
The shit went off. Hey, see, Mac, the shit went off like a bomb, dog.
bro. One day you see these brothers with holy jeans, their shoes is talking and shit. A week later, they're in a Nissan truck wearing a TI sweatsuit. That's how the game was.
New Lincolns and shit, nigga. What you talking about, bro? You
Driving
got
style.
they had rotary phones in the Lincoln.
Yeah.
The hell you mean?
And them big ass cell phones.
Come on, cat. Come on, cat.
Had to hang up when it beep after a minute.
See, after Nam, it was the horse. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Frank
then
Lucas.
and then when crack hit, man, it was like you woke up one day and it was man, get the fuck out.
Freeway Rick.
Get the fuck out.
I seen neighborhoods get destroyed, man, within a matter of months. Hardworking people, a lot of people in my neighborhood, they worked like at Lockheed, you know what I'm saying? They was doing well, you know what I mean? Gone. Somebody renting their car. They in the house, don't go to work no more. It was crazy.
Everybody family had a hit. Everybody family had a hit.
Yeah.
At least one.
It was crazy, man. Nobody saw that coming. They thought it was a fun thing. They didn't see it coming. They didn't know they was going to be that addicted to that. Some people didn't get addicted at all, but a lot of people who did, sure enough did. And that was by design by your government, Republicans.
Yeah, I know exactly what it was. I
wasn't talking to you. I know you know.
I know exactly what it was.
You know what was interesting as me growing up as a kid over there on in Pueblo Bishop 53rd and 53rd and what was that, Hooper or Central 53rd and what was not Central, that was, damn, what was that, Compton. Yeah, Compton. What was interesting over there on Pueblo Bishop, right across Alameda, they would lead the trains overnight. And overnight, those trains, I could never understand that. They would leave weapons on those trains because they wanted us to take each other out.
Why can't you understand that? That's white supremacy. The last thing Charlie Kirk said was gang violence, as in black on black crime.
Yeah, but I do remember that those trains were loaded with crates of guns.
They did the same thing in Chicago. They would just drop them off.
Brother, I still can't understand when people get to talking about, and I don't care who it is, white, black, in between. When the conversation of firearms in America come up, while no one seems to want to point the finger at the manufacturers.
Because they got the lobbyists.
You know, nobody here, nobody we know. I ain't known a person that ever worked in a firearm factory in my life.
No. But you know what's funny? I know a lot of white people who make their own bullets.
Yeah. Come on, man. It ain't nothing but a press. What you
I
talking
thought
about?
that was a trip. Like the first dude show, hey, come here. Show you
Man,
something.
you set up a little workbench in the garage. What you talking
Bruh,
about?
that's exactly where it was. And it's the garage. He was like, I got 9mm, I got 45s.
Yeah, man.
You just make your own bullets?
All
I
you do is
didn't know you
you
can do that.
weigh out your grains, man. Get your casings in your brass, man, and
Yes.
press and just press, you know, full metal,
He
whatever you want
showed
to
me.
do.
Pressed it right
Come on,
down in there.
man.
I was like,
Come on,
damn.
man. Come on, man. And we ain't even gonna talk about there ain't no regulation on that shit because them niggas be making their own special ammo.
Bruh, he had you know them tool boxes with the
Yeah,
pull outs, the roller tool. Man, he
right,
had a
right.
whole toolbox full with different sized bullets.
Yeah.
I
All
was
they
like,
do is go to the all they do.
what you
See,
getting ready for?
if you go to the range, all they do is stand around and collect the brass that come out your weapon.
Yeah. And this dude
That's
is
all they do. They sweep up the brass and you know whether it's the range itself will collect the brass and then people will come through and buy it.
ah.
Yeah, man.
I wonder where he got all the supplies.
Yeah, man. Come on, man. And all you gotta do really is reset the primer on the shell. I mean,
Yeah, I know these folks ain't playing, man.
and
You
they
know,
got access. Man, man. I think it was somewhere. I don't know where they found this at. I want to say somewhere out west. They found a cache. This nigga had a whole cache of over 9,000 Nazi weapons.
Nazi. Wonder what that was for. Wonder what group
Over 9,000
that's the
guns.
damn weapons. Yo, the militias, they've been training for us for years. They've been practicing on us for years.
And you think these limp wristed niggas that man get the fuck on?
Look, bro, I worked in a motorcycle shop, right? And I asked my coworker one day, I was like, "Hey, you got a gun?" He was like, "Yeah, I got a couple guns." And I was like, "Really?" He was like, "Yeah, we all got guns." So I asked him, all white dudes, me and one other black dude, everybody else white. So I asked him, everybody, "Yeah, man, you got, yeah." And they was like, and the one dude who I just really didn't think had a gun and shit, they was like, Henry. Oh, Henry got like, I don't know how he got an arsenal. I was like, Henry, you got guns? He just started naming all his guns. And this is like an old, skinny, little frail looking dude. I just really knew, really soft spoken, go to church every Sunday. This dude got more guns than everybody.
Yeah. And he's probably a Smith too.
I never went, he told me to come over. He was like, come over.
He probably a Smith. Yeah, he's probably a Smith, which means he knows how to alter them and all that shit.
I'm pretty sure with all them guns, he had to. He probably builds them. He probably builds his own AR.
Yeah. He probably knows where to get the parts from and everything he needs. And, you know,
I'm telling you, every white dude
you can't ain't too many black folks know how to do all that.
on purpose. Unless you've been to the military, where else you really gonna get that training? I mean, unless you got extra amount of income to seek out that on your own, because guns ain't cheap.
No, they not.
Trust
And
me.
and the insurance on them ain't cheap neither.
Exactly, and you got to register it, and it's just a lot involved.
Yeah, I know.
And if you got a record, it's too bad.
Well, somebody brought up an interesting idea because I've been seeing it floating around lately. They want to pass legislation to reinstate the gun rights of felons.
It's
And
not for.
yeah, I know it's not for everybody. There's a lot of
No.
criteria.
I'm not saying it's not for everybody. I'm saying if they're doing it, it's not because we're felons.
Well, I look at it as the idea that was presented was they want to make sure everybody's eligible for the purge.
Yes, there you go, bro. I'm going.
Purge, civil war, whatever you want to call it. You know,
It's coming. It's coming. They've been waiting for this forever, man.
oh man, this has been their day dream. This has been their wet dream. What you mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But we the savages. But we the savages.
Oh no. I was trying to ask my man. I was like, what people have done more bloodthirsty violence than any other people on the planet? And he didn't want to answer me. I mean,
Hey, man, listen, man. I got children. I got children in this world. You understand what I'm talking about?
It wasn't that I wasn't going. It wasn't that I didn't want to answer him. You didn't want to. You couldn't respect the fucking response. Bottom line, you asked me a question. I said, what you got? You got Genghis Khan. You got the Zulus. I mean, it's a lot of people who done conquered the village, don't other people, man. I mean,
tap dancing. Stop with the deviltry. All right, let me ask you this one: 99% of serial killers are of what race?
Man, I don't even. Man, that shit answers itself. What you talking about?
No, I'm asking Roni. Just to see if he will answer.
Serial killers. What the fuck are you saying?
See, you see, you can't do it. I don't know what's happened to you, but you can't.
Lying. I'm not just about to tell a lie because you want to throw it on the. Man, get out of here, man. Ridiculous.
Bro, that's an easy answer. Everyone knows.
99% of serial killers are why you want me to say some shit like that? You crazy.
You, see, you do know. You do know.
Lying. That's a lie.
I'm lying. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's say 90.
You know how high 99? Do you know how high
99%
rate is, man?
Let's just say 90%. How about that?
Hey, Sender, can I ask you a question respectfully?
Yes.
Respectfully, brother.
Yeah.
You got a white woman in your bed right now?
Oh, that's what you were trying to deflect that on me. Oh, I got you. I got you. Okay. All right.
Hi, Yella. You hear this nigga?
All I can say to that is watch your six.
Yes, sir. Hey, man. Hey, listen, man. I'm gonna try to get to the root. You dig? Amen for the fruit, but I'm gonna try to get to the root. You dig?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You get to highlight the comment.
I love the fruit, but dude, I got to get to the root. You dig?
Hey, brother, it never turns out well. I'm just saying. We usually end up on the short end of the stick, even if you're OJ.
Oh man, come on, God.
I'm just saying.
I'm on mute, man. I'm on mute.
Nigga bringing up OJ.
Hey, Tiger. Who you want me to bring up?
Tiger.
Flex. Flex.
Flex who? The actor?
The DJ.
What about Shannon Sharp?
Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp a damn fool. That shit. Shannon Sharp was set up by about seven things. So you his lawyer, the judge, everybody was in on that shit. Shannon Sharp got set up.
Okay.
Shannon Sharp got set up.
You got it, Ice-T.
Yeah, Shannon Sharp got set up.
They all did.
Hey, listen, Ice-T flourishing with his. That's a
Kobe.
She was Latino.
Not in the hotel.
Oh, that was a train.
Yeah, but you see what happened though.
That was a train. Everybody
turned out good, bro.
Half the team was on that train.
All right. I'm always trying to bring you home, brother. I'm always try that. I'm never gonna give up on you.
All I'm saying is just come correct when you're doing all that, man. You sitting up here talking about a 99% motherfucking social.
I said 90. I said 90. Let's drop it down.
Come on, man. Listen, man, you got realistic ratios. I can see if you might have said maybe 60, 70, you know, that type of deal.
Wow,
but damn,
really? You think 60 or 70? Serial killers. I said
60,
serial
70.
killers.
I would say out of the 100, I would say probably about anywhere between 55 to 75
Name me two
percent.
Mexicans. Name me two Mexicans.
It's a gang of Mexicans. Can they kill it online, man? They
Name
kill it.
two. Name two.
I don't
Name
know they
two.
fucking name, nigga. What the fuck wrong with you? Like names?
Name
I
two
don't
black.
know. I'm not
Name two
studying
black.
these fuck boys.
Name two black ones. But I bet you can name 10 white ones right now off the head. I bet you can.
That don't mean 90% of them are fucking white, man.
But they are.
I can definitely agree more than half. But to be so outrageous with 90% is ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I'm not that type of guy, man. Like I'm pro-life. I'm for everybody's life, bro. I'm not just gonna be one side.
Your man already called it, so there you go. There you go.
I'm not about to be just one-sided just because it suits your, racial ego.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm not gonna do that. Sorry,
Bunny
Charlie.
hop, brother. Bunny hop, my brother.
Bunny hop.
Bunny hop.
Bunny hop till your heart stop.
Hell no.
I told your ass before. I don't tap dance. I don't tap dance. I bang head bounce, moonwalk, typewriter, Harlem
don't nothing
Shake.
taste like chocolate. Don't nothing smell like.
Do my step. You dig?
You know what I'm saying? You know how chocolate smell like cocoa butter. You know what I'm saying? Fresh out the shower and got nothing on but soap. Smell like cocoa butter. But then you're gonna oppose that with sweaty salami? Come on, man.
What are you talking about, man? I never
You
said
know
that about
exactly
a
what the
white
fuck I'm talking about. You're just pretending that you're not.
Hey, man, you crazy.
Everybody know what I'm talking about.
Jay Green, salute, brother. I guess he's not okay, but yeah, man. Just meets. Let me tell you something. You don't have all the cards, and you continuously come up here without all the cards, and pretend.
Wait. What's your definition?
Listen, man. Hey, listen, man. The deck is fixed. When you kiss my ass with them cards, yeah.
He doesn't have all the cards. I'm sorry. Sorry, Crooklyn. Sorry, Crooklyn. He doesn't have all the cards. I'm sorry. He just doesn't have. He doesn't have all the cards. He
I
comes
ain't
up
gotta
here
have
like
all the cards. I just need to know how to count. That's it.
Hey, Ronnie, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that George Washington never told a lie and he chopped down the cherry tree?
Man, listen, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
I'm
And he
just
blamed
asking.
that cherry.
Believe that.
He blamed that.
But
Did he blame the Cherokee on a
believe in some
slave or
crazy
something?
shit. So I gotta ask you.
I don't believe in shit, man. Listen, man. I like my president choice. That's that. Other than that, man, that
You
shit that's
believe
going on
Trump
right now.
doesn't lie. You believe that Trump tells the
I
truth.
said that. I asked you a question last night, motherfucker. What president ain't told a lie?
All of them. All of them.
So what are you
Especially
talking
the
about?
white.
Why you trying to make like his shit so much worse
Because
than
none of
anybody
them
else?
lie like Trump. Don't none of them lie like Trump except George Washington.
Fuck
He was the
out of
only
here.
one
Y'all
who lied.
gotta stop this shit, man. You gotta cut it out.
I don't know how you can't see that. I don't know what's wrong with you. He lies right in front of your face and then tell you another lie. Okay, for instance, he said, I don't draw pictures. Then they show pictures of him drawing buildings. Well, I don't draw women. Now they just put out the picture of him drawing the women. That's what I'm talking about. And you believe him over the fucking picture. That's crazy.
Man, these are all your fucking hypothetical made up thoughts, nigga. None of that shit.
You know what I'm saying?
You ain't told me. You can't even
bro.
tell me. All you do is say he lies
You
so
in love.
good. He does this, all this bullshit. You have
You in
proven
love.
nothing. You all theory. You're all
I didn't
theory.
have
You
to.
proven.
The New York Times did. The New York Times put the shit out. They proved it. I ain't had to. He said he didn't do it and sued him for $10 billion. They put the fucking picture out. He shut the fuck up. That's all I'm saying. He's a liar. And if you like a liar, you must be a liar. And you are a liar, by the way.
Oh shit.
Man, listen. The only lie up here is your ass. You the only motherfucker that come up here pushing this motherfucking Trump hate, but you ain't said nothing he's done. You
Okay,
can't
this
prove
is the
nothing.
thing. This is the
It's
thing.
all
This is
theory.
the
You're
thing
just
about
full
the
of
thing
shit.
about
You are the
the thing
black
about
Charlie Kirk.
European.
You know German, so you learned German just to study
There you
Hitler's
go.
word.
You're
What the fuck is
obfuscating.
up with
That
you,
has nothing to do with what we're talking about right now in this
man?
moment.
Come on, man. You gonna fucking you gonna black Nazi,
Stop
nigga? Just admit
bloviating.
it.
Stop it. Stop bloviating. Okay.
You a
So
black Nazi hiding
this
behind black
this the
love.
thing. This is the thing. I'm gonna be honest with you. Clear pens are incapable of telling the truth. It's been their nature for so many years that their whole system is built on not telling the truth. Now, when you follow them, you become like them, and you become a not truth teller. Stop being that. You don't have to. You black. Your soul is good. Inside, internally, you're a good person. You can tell the truth and feel okay about it. They cannot, but you can. Call up on your melanin and tell the truth. Be honest. Stop with that bullshit. It's not cool. It's not cool for your listeners. It's not cool for you. It's not cool for me. Stop doing that
Man,
shit.
you have said not 1 ounce of truth since you've been up here. Everything you say is
Oh,
all hypothetical bullshit.
what you're doing
You
right
want
now
somebody
is a lie.
to buy you want somebody to buy your crap and it's not even dressed up properly.
Man,
You don't even know how to you don't even know how to dress up the crap you're trying to spew out to people, man. You just make up these hypothetical instances, then you throw them on the president, and all of a sudden I'm supposed to believe that what you're saying is true, and that's just not true. Like
see,
the real Charlie Kirk was the real
you
Charlie
bloviate to
Kirk
try to
up.
get people to forget what we're actually talking about. That's one thing you do to try to get them off the subject mentally. You know what I'm saying? And that's a lie. Doing that is deceitful. So it's a lie. And then two, you support a complete liar, a habitual liar. So if you support a habitual liar, something about you must be a liar.
Man, what's the habitual line about?
You, if you actually believe it, then I feel more sorry for you.
Man, what the fuck? Believe what, nigga? You ain't saying shit.
That he
Silly
tells the
ass
truth.
nigga.
If you believe that Trump tells the truth, then I
Man,
feel
shut your
more sorry.
Santa Claus ass up, man. You ain't said shit. You just keep on throwing up hypothetical thoughts that you got in your fucking mind that you can't prove.
Now you're getting angry. Now you're getting angry.
Charlie Kirk said some
You're getting
bullshit.
emotional.
I ain't heard no
You're getting
bullshit
emotional.
out of Trump out there. Charlie Kirk said some bullshit and look at his ass.
Okay. Let
What
me
you
remind you.
saying?
Let me remind you. If you want to get rid of COVID, you can inject bleach. That'll get rid of COVID.
That was a
Hey,
fucking joke.
Cinder. I was in the audience last night, man. When you had your revelation.
Hey, look, that's how you hey, look, man. You in the audience, you know you need to be. That's the
Brother,
problem with real
brother,
folks.
brother.
You don't support the ones who
hey,
got love for you. You don't
hey, one
support
of
the
these,
ones who got love for you.
hey, hey, one of
Hey
these
man, I
skelly,
wouldn't be here if I had love for you, boy.
I do too. I have love for you, brother. I do.
hey, hey, one day,
Okay.
let
I
me just
want you to
say
come
this.
home.
Let me just say this. One day, Champ gonna come around.
I think so. That's why I don't give
Yeah,
up. That's why I stay on him. I send him videos. I'm trying to wake his ass up. And one day he gonna wake up and it's gonna be he
Man,
gonna
listen
cry.
here. This
He gonna
nigga ain't
cry.
sitting on this
Hey,
platform. This nigga ain't no fool.
I'm
bro.
riding.
Hey, bro.
I'm riding Scolio's out.
Hey, bro.
Maybe after this term,
Wait a minute.
I'm
Hey,
riding
bro.
Scolio's out. Yo,
Hey, is the brother Muslim?
woo.
Sometimes I feel like he pulling a Jesse Peterson, but then sometimes I'm not sure.
Jesse Pinkman, man, get the fuck out of here, man.
Oh,
Jesse
you know who that
Peterson, man.
is? You know who that is? Because you don't seem to follow politics, but you talk about it.
This is great. Man, let me tell you something. If you ever try to call me that coon and faggot motherfucker, man, I don't do no shit like that. You can never compare me to no Jesse Peterson or anything in between, man. That's a whole different type. That's a whole different level
See,
of
you misunderstood what I
anything
was saying.
ever.
You misunderstood what
Man,
I was saying.
man,
Let me tell you
that
what I was
Cooney
actually
motherfucker,
saying.
that Cooney
Before you,
motherfucker, you saying that sound like
that's not
nothing.
what I'm saying, bro.
Crazy.
That's not. saying. What I'm saying is Jesse Peterson is a coon intentionally, but other coons are
Nah,
just
that
blind,
motherfucker ain't no
don't
coon
know.
intentionally. He's like that. That dude's a racist.
He's doing that shit to make money. He's getting his bag. Just like Byron Donalds. He's an intentional coon. They're not real coon.
Well,
Tim Scott's a real coon.
I don't condone cooning on no level for no
No
purpose.
level, man.
I don't need. I don't need.
No level. Like I said, we all.
I'm so sorry. I'm
Yeah,
so sorry. I don't know what your ancestors
one is
told
worse
you,
than
but
the
I know
other.
what mine told me.
no respectful fashion,
But
man.
one is
Like I said,
worse than the other.
man, listen, man.
Some of them
Listen,
start off fake cooning
you
and
more
just
Jesse
continue
Peterson
real
level than
coon.
me. Listen, you're on more Jesse Peterson level than me. You know what I mean? That's really more your type of level because you
That's crazy that
consistently
you would even think that.
you consistently bring up these hypothetical thoughts without proper
Hypothetical.
confirmation. Yeah,
Hypothetical.
like everything you're saying is all futuristic based. It's nothing that's
What I
happening.
said, Trump said was not hypothetical. He said it on the
That was
news
bullshit.
in front
That
of
was a
the whole
joke,
world.
man. That was a fucking joke. He was telling everybody
And then
this
they
whole
said, "Were
video
you joking?"
was
Wait a minute. And then they asked him, "Were you joking?" He said, "I don't joke." So come on. Stop making
okay.
excuses for him.
How
He
many
was
people
just
actually?
joking. He didn't mean it. He fucking meant
Okay,
that. He's an imbecile.
how many
He fucking
how
meant
many
it.
people believe that? How many people believe that?
Everybody.
Okay, everybody except me.
Yeah, because you in a cult. You don't even understand that you got Stockholm syndrome going on without even being kidnapped. It's crazy.
Let me tell you something. Ain't no damn
There's no,
cult.
bro. You can say no wrong about this man at all. Like nothing. You've never said anything bad about this. Not one single thing. And he's a horrible human being. He's like the closest
Hey,
thing to
Sender,
the
let me
devil.
ask you a question.
Yo,
Does Trump have small hands?
I hadn't really watched. I hadn't watched anything, but
You see? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? Everybody,
his
Melania
hands look
knows
normal to
this.
me. His hands look normal. He has normal hands. His hands look normal to me.
See? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying?
Kirk, do you have all the cards? Do you have all the cards?
Like I said, I might not have them all, but I know how to count, motherfucker.
Hey,
Do you have
hey, Brony. How many times Trump been to Epstein Island?
Do you don't even know that?
I'm asking you.
You don't know. I don't know. You don't know.
I'm asking you. Has he
I,
ever been to Epstein Island?
I'm sure he has.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay.
That don't mean he's a bad person because he went to Epstein Island.
So okay. So wait.
So
All
so
those
so hold on, hold
women.
on. Let me get this. Let me squeeze this one. You just asked one.
Okay.
Let me get this one. So was Trump a federal FBI informant?
Oh,
I wouldn't go that far to say he was an informant. I would go to say that he might have been questioned and gave information.
that's what Mike
Oh,
Johnson.
so he did a little telling. He just did a little telling.
Well, what I'm saying is this right here: an informant
Are you
informant is
saying
on the
he got a
payroll.
snitch job?
What I'm saying,
Trump
what I'm
snitch
saying
job.
is an informant is on the payroll. You see what I'm
So
saying?
is it safe to say he a rat bastard?
And that's why he didn't want to go to jail because he got a jacket.
Listen.
You know a nigga finna tell you some bullshit when they tell you listen.
I've heard
Exactly.
I've heard instances of him cooperating with the FBI. I've heard that. I've never heard him say he did.
Snitch.
I've heard it. Okay, well, listen.
You got
Are
a
you
snitch president.
was Trump selling keys? Was Trump doing anything illegal?
Probably.
What was he doing? I
He
mean,
didn't tell nobody.
him
He
being
is a
like
gangster.
that snitch label only goes when you out here in the streets and doing street activity.
Only black people, huh? That's snitches only attached to black people.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just speaking on the aspect of a snitch. When a motherfucker's cooperating,
You can't snitch on nothing but drugs. You can't snitch on nothing but drugs.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this right here. I'm saying this right here. A snitch is more of someone who's doing business with you, whatever, regardless if it's good business, bad business. They doing business, and they tell and goes to jail.
I got it. So what you're saying is he was actually doing pedophilia with Epstein.
No. Fuck no. I'm not saying that.
How was he able to snitch on him?
I'm not gonna let you
business. They was doing business, selling girls to each other.
You're wrong for that. You're wrong.
That what you saying?
You're wrong.
No?
You're wrong.
My bad.
You're
I'm
wrong.
I'm just asking questions. Like Candace always say, I'm just asking questions.
You're wrong, brother.
I'm just asking questions.
No, you're wrong.
So what business was he doing with Epstein that he could snitch on him about?
Well, who knows what business he's doing with Epstein? Because the Epstein.
Well, what business was Epstein doing?
The question.
I might spike your drink since you.
Nah, hell nah.
Hello.
Oh Lord, you're killing me. What the fuck?
Yeah, Mike Muter.
Everybody, listen. Let's get some order back in here. We're not gonna ever sit up here and say this dude's a pedophile or anything like that. That's just too far. See, now you being extreme. Do they have a left extremist? Or they call what do you call an extreme left? What do you call an extreme left?
Protective of daddy.
What do you call an extreme left?
What do you call somebody protective of daddy?
What do you call an extreme left?
Get
Man, that's the word we can't use on the internet.
He ain't touched nobody.
This guy's a left extremist.
Y'all call him like that. Stop. Leave daddy alone.
You a left extremist. Listen,
Leave
man.
Daddy alone.
Listen, I'm not gonna let you put that much type. I'm not. No. It's one thing to have a different opinion, but let's not put the kids in nothing like that. That's wrong. You're wrong for that.
Right. They already said he did. All kind of women said he did. At least 25 women said he did it. They all lying.
What? 25 women said he touched a little girl. What are you talking about? You're wrong.
Yes.
You're wrong.
Some of them witnesses, you didn't hear what they said about him? Oh, you don't watch news. That's right. Or if you do, you probably watch Fox with it. They ain't gonna show it. They ain't never gonna show it. Never, ever. Ever, never. Ever. They make Trump look like a god on that channel. It's crazy. I watch all the channels. So when I watch on Fox, man, it's crazy how they promote Trump. It's straight propaganda channel. Trump is the greatest. And they lie for him all the time. It's amazing. And I watch it thinking, wow, people are hearing this shit and believing it to be true. That's
Joy
crazy.
Reid needed to be out of there. Bottom line. Joy
Reid tells the truth. Joy Reid tells, and you know what? Joy Reid is a historian. Don't fuck with Joy Reid. She know what the fuck she's talking about.
Joy Reid don't know a damn thing. Up there putting that goddamn nigga.
You know more than Joy Reid, huh? Just like see, that's some of the delusional shit. You think you know more than Joy Reid? Like you think you could beat up Mike Tyson? That's delusional.
Beat up Joy Reid? What the hell? I don't want to fight no damn Joy Reid.
Mike Tyson, nigga. Listen to what I said. You said you could beat up Mike Tyson.
I told you in the proper training. I told you proper training and an excessive amount of muscle mass.
You train for the rest of your life.
I will whoop his ass.
I would knock the fuck out. I'm sorry.
I beat the shit out of Mike Tyson.
See, that's delusional. Just like the earth is flat. That's delusional.
See, you have fans talking to that
Trump
conversation.
is a truth teller. That's delusional.
I said I believe that's not delusional. You delusional. You whoop your ass.
All that is.
You get your ass whooped by a fat boy.
Less than 90% of white people are serial. Less than 90% of serial killers are white. That's delusional.
That's not delusional.
It's very delusional.
You fucking crazy. You fucking crazy. You crazy. At
You're pro-life, meaning you love everybody. Again, that's delusional. You just come up with shit, bro. Stop being dishonest. Stop being with them. They don't love you. They never gonna love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. We love you.
You are an extreme leftist.
But we love you though.
You are an extreme leftist, and your point of views are no longer conducive to the growth of the African American society.
Bro, we love you. We love you. I love you.
You are
I love
behind time.
You're my brother. I love
You
you.
are behind time. You are behind time.
Stop being
You're behind
there's
time.
no behind times. There's no behind times. If you don't know where you're from, you don't know where the fuck you're going. Trust me. You're just walking around aimlessly. You need to know where you're from. That's very important, extremely important. It'll wake you the fuck up. You'll reconnect with who you are, your people, yourself. You'll be like, I love black. Fuck these clear pins, these palm-colored wolves. I'm telling you, bro. When you wake up and you see what they really are and shit, it's like they like snarling wolves walking next to you. Like, they might appear to be tame, but at any moment they can just rip your arm off. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. I'm not fucking with you, bro. This is all from a place of love. It's from my heart. Wake up and see them. They don't love you. Matter of fact, Trump hates your guts. For real.
Really?
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 Yeah. Why you think every time you have a rally, right behind them is Black for Trump shirts? You know why? Because it's the only niggas in the whole rally. It'd be like 6 of them. That's it.
Have you ever been to a Trump rally?
Hell no. What for?
So how the fuck would you know what it looks like inside a Trump rally?
You have, and you told me.
I didn't say it was like no 6 niggas. I did not say it was like 6 black people.
I'm gonna tell you your exact words. It was about a handful.
Man, listen.
That's what you said to me. Yes or no? I got a good memory.
That's not what I said.
You said.
I said that. No.
How many niggas was there?
No damn handful. I didn't get a chance to count how many black people was actually at the thing, but it was way more than a handful.
How many was there? How many?
I wasn't counting. Who all black up in here?
Give me an estimation number.
Man, when I walked in there, man.
Don't lie.
Hey, look, this on.
Don't fucking lie. Be honest.
When I walked in there, a big old white dude, put his arm around my shoulder, and he showed me his wife, his daughter, and his family. He showed me his family.
Yeah, because we talked. This is a good one right here, baby. This is a good one.
Fuck out of here. Listen, you the only Sambo up here, you fucking coon motherfucker.
Nigga, I wasn't there. You was. Hey, I wasn't there.
Spreading that far left.
You was there.
Hate. Get up there spreading that far left, that extreme far leftist hate. You get up there spreading that extreme far leftist hate. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Everything you say about Trump is some fucking delusional.
You know what? I don't even hate them. But if it makes you feel better, you can call me the hate that hate created. You can do that.
Hate that hate created. You would want that to cover up your bullshit.
Hey, I'm saying I don't hate them, but if that's what you want to do, you're welcome to it.
Well, I don't want to hate nobody.
My concern is not with them; it's with you. I love you. I want you to come home. I don't care about them. I just want you to get away from them. I want you to come home to blackness, to black love. That's all I want.
Right.
I want you to stop tapping because I know your feet is tired. You probably got holes in the bottom of your shoes.
Man, I'm finna get up out of here, but I'm gonna still be listening from the chat. But I do got one question. Senda, did you get a pair of them gold Air Force Ones?
I asked him the same question. I asked the same. The nigga told me not yet. Oh shit. Oh, hey, did you get him by the way? Because you said not yet when I asked you.
You got a copy of that upside down Bible?
Yeah, I don't wear no damn Air Forces, man.
Tell me you bought a Trump steak. Trump wine. The Trump watch.
Did what?
You got the trading cards, the baseball cards where you
NFT.
dress like a superhero.
You bought something, nigga. I know you bought something. What'd you buy?
That nigga, he had to buy something. I know he bought
I know
something.
he bought something. What'd you buy?
What you mean? What you? Well, you know, I got some Trump hats and Trump shirts and Trump shampoo and stuff.
How many
What you
color?
did?
How
That's
many
it?
color hats you got? How many color hats you got?
I got 2 and I got 3 shirts. I had 3 shirts. Well, I'm just
Is
saying,
that?
each hotel
Hey,
I go.
hey, is that? Did you buy two
Hold
of the
on, hold
same
on.
color hats,
Wait,
bro?
wait. You got the flag?
No,
Did you
no, no.
buy the flag?
Hold
Did you
on,
buy
hold
the
on,
flag?
hold on. Each hotel I go to, I get some. You know, I get a keychain, get a shirt, get a hat. You know,
So
things
how
like that.
many
Get a
Trump
jacket
hotels you
or
been to? How many hotels you been to?
You bought 2 red hats, bro.
I don't wear red. I got pink and blue.
Damn,
Okay, okay.
damn.
I got a
Okay.
pink. I got a
So
pink.
how many times you been to a Trump
I had
hotel?
on
Five
pink
times.
outfit when I went in. Huh?
5 times you been to a Trump hotel?
I've been to 5 different Trump hotels. I've been
Well,
to
if
Vegas.
you ain't got a red MAGA hat, what kind of MAGA are you?
Yes, nigga. You can't pink MAGA. You ain't a girl.
See, there you go again. You up here like trying to stereotype something that ain't got anything to
That's the only ones I
pink
see
is a
wearing
beautiful
pink MAGA.
He
Hey,
said,
I was
pink.
he
saying that's
said,
the only
here
one.
you go again.
That's the only one
I don't
I
have
see.
no
Man, I'm
MAGA
getting
hats
the
on.
fuck up out of here, man. Y'all
I don't.
borderline being fools now. I'm up
That's
out of
the
here,
Hold on.
man.
occupation.
I don't
Every time I
own
see
a
a pink
MAGA hat.
MAGA, it's on a girl. On
Hey,
respect.
I
salute,
don't.
salute,
I
salute to the
don't
family. Salute,
own
Sender. Great
a MAGA hat.
Hey,
conversation,
what's your
bro.
name, brother? What's your name, brother?
Hold on.
I'm just a crook, man. I'm just a simple crook, man.
All
That's
right,
it.
Crook. I like you, man. I like
All
you.
right, man. Y'all brothers be peace, man.
You be
Keep it
reading
going.
this
Keep it
shit.
going. Yeah.
I'm finna
All
get
right,
off
salute,
too
Crook.
because he's just gonna keep lying to me and shit.
Lying to you about what? I don't own a MAGA hat.
I don't know why you be doing that, man. Shit.
Doing what? Man, listen, man. You so
Lying.
far back in time. Lying about what? What are you talking about,
All
man? You
kind of
want to make
shit,
up
man.
shit and go with it?
You use these white deceitful tactics I'm not even trying to debate with you, but like you engage in debate with me and use these white tactics, man. They're deceitful. You know what I mean? You bring up shit that ain't have nothing to do with what we talking about, and then you try to confuse people by bloviating. That's just not cool, brother. You know what I'm saying? Just be straight up with me. You know? Black love. Damn.
Listen, you are so far from the truth and out of your fucking mind. You don't know which way's up. You
One
get
day
up
I'm
here,
gonna
you
get
push,
to you. One day I'm gonna
you push
reach you.
these false illusional agendas
I
as
have
if
not
it's
figured
the
out
truth
how.
standpoint. It's not the case. Nothing you've been saying has been facts, man. It's all
I
hypothetical
know.
bullshit.
As of yet, I've
Bottom
not
line.
reached you, but one day I will. I'm not giving up on you. I'm not.
Yeah, okay.
I'm
Right,
not. You
right,
come
right,
home to blackness. You coming
right,
home like
right,
a swing
right.
low, swing
Yeah, that's
chariot,
what I'm saying. Everything that's what I'm
coming
talking about.
for the carry Ronnie home.
Everything about you is fucking 150 years ago, man. It's nothing up to date, man.
Bro,
It's
I go way
2025.
past
It's
150
2025
years.
and you still playing.
Bro, I go past 150 years. See, 150 years is slavery. You know what I'm saying? But you got to know who we was before slavery. You know what I'm saying? You got to go back to Egypt. You got to go from Egypt back to Nubia. You know what I'm saying? You got to see who we was in Nubia, son. You know what I mean? Timbuktu, the great African civilizations. We wasn't just some fucking tree dwellers. You know what I'm saying? We didn't run around going ooga booga and wearing loincloths. We had civilizations. They covered all that shit up so you would think less of yourself and think greater of them. When all this shit is really an illusion. All this shit is stolen from other people. They have no culture. You know what I'm saying? Everything they have, they stole from somebody else. They're really not that smart. Really.
But you can't put all white people in the same box though.
Thank you.
But you're right.
Wait,
But
hold
you're
on.
right. They do. But listen, you're right. They did. They burned the book burnings, and there's a lot of stuff that they try to eliminate the history because they're trying to rewrite everything, to get you to conform. I get what you're saying, but you can't put all white people in the same box though.
I got some white friends, and I don't mean it the way white people say it. I really got white friends, but my white friends are allies. They understand what I understand. Not saying that that's why they're my friend. Well, actually, that is why they're my friends. But I didn't put that into their heads. They came on that up on their own with critical thinking.
Yeah, well, yeah. The truth is, there was a lot of book burnings that they burned. You know what I mean?
It's a
To
lot more than
where we could be from, where we could see our ancestry and things like that, because they don't want us to know. You know what I mean? Where we come from, and where the original, because they want to be able to mold in, what they want to mold, and have us conform to what they want us to conform to. I understand what you're saying,
yeah,
but
like I
yeah,
told
there's
Ronnie,
a lot in history that
societally,
they did try to, they've eliminated where we're truly come from, because then they do the organized religion and the Christianity and all that stuff. I get it.
and like I told Ronnie, societally, they're incapable of being honest. This system was not built on honesty. It was built on deception. The
Right.
whole religion that they gave to us was a religion of deception.
Yeah, and and that's like the politics and all the, the government and all that stuff, but you can't.
Deception.
Yeah, you can't, but you can't put us all in the same. The
Like I
thing is,
said,
I
I
don't.
got white
What
friends who are
bothers me
not
is that
like
they
that.
look at all of us the same way. You know what I mean?
I
We're
have
not
white
all
friends
in
who
that.
are not like that.
Yeah.
I have white friends who are not like that. But it's very few. Very, very few.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I hear what you're saying.
It's very hard to break out of that mold being born in America.
Right.
Or any
Well, you don't know what you don't know unless you see, or you start to
exactly
get
my
taught
point.
different.
Exactly my point. America teaches you, starting with white Jesus, that white is better. So even brown people fall under that spell.
But there's hundreds of years of generational. You know what I mean? Like this is started way back. You know what I mean? There's a
Oh
lot of things that even like the harmonic vibration of things, has been screwed with, because they've translated a lot of things that were in original scripts. Like Sanskrit and things like that. When they translate it into English, it takes the true meaning of what originally was supposed
It
to.
started
The
4,000
message
years
was
ago.
supposed to
You're
deliver. Yeah.
exactly right. And since those 4,000 years, they've done nothing but colonize.
Right. And I hear what you're saying. I think maybe it's
What's
just
happening
your
right now
delivery.
in
I think your
Gaza?
delivery of what you're trying to say. I think it's hard to understand. You know what I mean? Because the way you were kind of delivering the message. Because I was trying to figure out, what is he talking about. You know?
You mean to deliver it to Roni?
No, you well, like just like kind of the way you were speaking about it. Like it was kind of hard to try to catch what you were trying to put down.
Okay. Well, if I was talking to somebody white, I would speak differently than I am to somebody black, because
Right. I hear you.
that's my
I hear you.
So we're gonna talk with a different vernacular.
Yeah, I hear
That's
you.
we've been doing that since slavery.
Yeah.
You know, we had to fool the master and thinking we were talking about something else.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
were talking
Yeah.
about knocking him in the head and getting away. Feel me?
Yeah. Yeah. I hear you.
So
I'm just
if
trying to be honest
you have
No.
questions, I'll be
Yeah.
glad to answer any question you have with
Yeah.
honesty.
Oh, I always come with everything with an open mind, and I ask questions. I don't have a problem with that. SendaRoni knows that. He
All
knows
right.
I've been around for a minute.
What would you like to
Oh,
know?
no doubt.
I know a lot. I've been around. I've been around, and I've been around. I've learned a lot. I've learned
Oh,
a
so you
whole lot.
just basically standing up for yourself.
So I'm just having a conversation. I'm not standing up for myself. I just
No,
wanted
when
to,
you said not all white people was bad.
like you said, you talk a different way. You know what I mean? And so I
Right.
just was trying to understand. So I was just kind of relaying what I was hearing, and just make
Okay.
sure that I was hearing what I was hearing. That's it.
Okay. All right. All right. Well, basically, what I was saying was, because of how this system is, and this is systematic, that it's very difficult to be honest in America as a white person, mainly because the structure of everything. I mean, even you start off lying to children by telling them that there's a Santa Claus, that there's a tooth fairy, that there's an Easter bunny. You know what I mean? And then when kids find out, like, oh fuck, my parents lied to me. Then lying is not. And then you say a little white lie is not bad. It is. It's still a lie. A little white lie is just as bad as any other lie. But it okays it. And then you start with the religion, which is, oh, I don't even. I'm not even gonna go there with the religion, but it's not truthful either. And then you have like the other religions where there's supposed to be the right hand man who speaks to God, but he's diddling little boys.
Right. Right. I
Feel me?
hear you. Yeah, no, I hear you. I was on the phone, so that's why I couldn't
And then you have
respond.
this
But
other
yeah, it's
religion.
true. They give
There's
you
this
false.
other
They
religion
give you a false sense of what we are, or what our history's like, or where we come from, because they don't want us to know. Because
that's
then
all hidden. Yes,
we would
that's all
be
hidden. In
because then we would be independently thinking. You know what I mean? God forbid we think on our own.
well, they have to give you a history that glorifies their accomplishments.
Right?
You
It's
know, like
rewriting history. Yeah.
and television is it's
Hmm.
called programs for a
Yeah.
reason because it's
Hmm.
programming. So in television, just let's take cowboys and Indians. When we were kids, nobody wanted to be an Indian. Everyone wanted to be a cowboy. Why? Because the Indians always lost in the movies. And the Indians were shown as savages and they were scalpers, and it was exactly the opposite. It was actually the white guys who were the scalpers,
Right.
like George Washington and all them. Those was
Hmm.
all Indian scalps that they wore.
Yeah. Hmm.
And you got $2 for a regular scalp, $5 for an Apache scalp.
Yep. They annihilated
There's a
the
vicious
numbers of
history.
annihilation of the Native American tribes are it's astonishing. It is unbelievable how many they annihilated, and how many there were, and how many there is, and now they're just the last so many years, like decades or whatever, they're starting to repopulate, but they annihilated a lot of Native Americans, like millions of Native Americans.
Yes, and like Roni was saying earlier that about the black natives, they annihilated those first. They killed most of the black tribes first.
Yeah.
There were black tribes that were very black. The Taino, I forget the ones in Florida that was like 7 foot tall. They were black. They annihilated all of them. They didn't want us to
They were
know.
a threat. They felt they were a threat, I bet.
Yeah, and they didn't want us to know that some of us was already here.
Yeah, exactly. Hmm.
Some of them they took into slavery, but a lot of them they annihilated. But you have to know the history to understand what happened and why it happened.
Right.
Everything was commerce. It was all commerce. Even
Hmm.
bringing us here as slaves was commerce.
Yeah.
Like people think that we came here uneducated, that we was just dumb slaves, that they just made us. No, we came here as skilled craftsmen. We
Hmm.
came here and we they didn't know how to grow rice. We did. We grew rice for them. And the very first American crop that made America rich was
Hmm.
rice, and it was actually
They
golden.
still till this day have like, I don't know what they're called. I can't think of the actual right word, but where like sometimes when they were free, they stayed on the land because that's all they knew. But they were able to make like a deal to where they owned.
Sharecroppers.
Yeah, sharecroppers. There you go.
Yeah, it was usually a bad deal. It was a
Mhm.
bad deal. I'll tell you why
Yeah.
it was a bad deal. Because
But
when you
they
see
still have. I mean, I'm just saying they still have things like that. You know what I mean? Showing like
yeah,
some of them, yeah, were attempted to,
so
still
sharecropping
make our
was
life.
basically slavery with a little bit more rights, but not many.
Yeah.
So
Right.
what
Right.
happened was when you sharecrop, the deal was you worked the land, you made the harvest, the whatever it was, vegetable, fruit, whatever, and you split it with master, right?
Right.
But
Right.
so you do that and you harvest, and because now you're working for yourself, you work extra hard, right? And you
Yeah.
may have got twice as much yield as you did the year before. But when you went to master, you said, okay, let's split that down the middle. I want my chunk. What he would say was, well, you needed a place to live. I had to charge you rent.
Right, right,
You
right, right.
needed
Yeah,
clothes. I got to
tax,
take
put
that.
that tax on there. Yeah.
I gave you food.
Mhm.
I got to take out for that. Matter of
Yeah,
fact, you owe me money. You got to stay another year.
yeah,
That's how they did us.
yeah, yeah. They put more. They want to add. They want to add to it. Yeah, I
Yeah.
get it. Hmm.
They've never been honest with us. They made 363 treaties with Native Americans and broke every single one.
Hmm.
Every single treaty.
Yep.
That's sheer dishonesty. That's what I'm saying. Individually, word. You know what I'm saying? But as a whole, when you take it as a whole, hey, everybody was involved with that shit.
Yeah.
Even if they didn't have their hand right on it, they still benefited from the practice.
Yeah.
So hey, I gotta look at motherfuckers like wolves. You know what I'm saying? You might be a tame wolf, but I need to see you and know you for a while to see that you're tame. Right out
Yeah.
front, I think you're wild and vicious, and you're gonna bite my hand off. And that's how I look at it, as just from years of
Yeah.
experience.
Yeah. And I mean, but it's good that you're like that you can have a conversation. You know what I mean? Because sometimes it's frustrating when you can't, when some people are so focused on, kind of, what, of course, the history and stuff like that, but not being open minded to be able to have that open panel, that conversation with somebody.
Right.
And I
Right.
respect it,
Yeah, I ain't gonna be like, I hate you, honky. No, that ain't my stilo. Because I don't hate you because I don't know you, but I don't trust you either. You feel me?
I feel you. I hear you.
Okay.
But
I'm
I
honest.
don't, I don't trust nobody either.
I'm
I
always
don't
be
trust
honest.
anybody either. But I think that comes in time. I think that comes in just who you are as a character, as a person. You know what I mean? What you
Yeah.
show. You know.
I'm always be honest. Honesty is the best policy
That's
to me.
it. I
You know.
have that tattoo on the back of my calf. It says honesty, respect, no shame, and no regrets.
There you
And that's
go.
what I live.
There you go. Because when you're dishonest, then you're not respected and you're not trusted. People don't respect you and they don't trust you.
Yeah, I'm not good at being somebody I'm not. I'm bad at it, so I would get caught right away. So
Well, that was a
I
lesson
don't even
I
try. I
learned.
don't even fucking try.
I learned that lesson in high school. Like I used to lie all the time for
Yeah,
no reason.
takes
Just
up too
lie.
much
I didn't even know
energy.
why I lied. I just liked it. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
one day I told my friends a story that was actually a true story, and they was like, "Man, stop lying." I'm like, "I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth." And
yeah.
another other homie was like, "Man, you always lying, huh?" And he said to the other homie, and he was like, "Yeah, man, you always be lying." I was like, "Damn, they be knowing I'm lying, even though that's
Yeah, they
not
don't
my
even say nothing. They
truth."
just let you just tell you the lies.
Yeah, they all and they was like, "Man, you always lying," and
Just
I
watching you
felt
just
so
make a fool of
embarrassed.
yourself.
I felt so embarrassed that from that time on, I was like, "I'm not lying anymore. I'm not. I'm not. I'm gonna live a life that I don't have to lie about, rather
That's
than
it.
lie."
That's it. Yeah. And I know they always say, the same story, you tell one lie, you gotta tell another to cover it up. But see, the thing is when you tell the first lie, the person you told it to assumed it was the truth. So they're the ones that are going to remember that
Yeah,
what you said in the beginning. So
yeah.
eventually it'll come back around to that person you were speaking with in the beginning. And they're like, wait a minute, that's not what you said the first time, because you forget, down
That's
the line.
exactly how you find out somebody's lying.
Hmm.
When they tell stories, let them tell it. Even if you heard it before, let them tell it again. If they
Yep.
tell it different, then you know they're a liar.
If you stay quiet long enough, people tell on themselves. Yeah.
Now, what you just said is a line from William Shakespeare. Over the tangled web we weave when we conspire to deceive.
Yeah. Yep.
And
Yeah.
that's it. Tell a lie, you got to tell another lie to cover that lie, and so
Yeah.
on and so on. And I guess if you have the mind for that, then hey, you can do it. I don't.
Some people do, and I can't. I still can't wrap my head around. But the thing is because it's irrational thinking. When you think with a rational mind, you can't wrap your head around the irrational thinking or actions of other people.
Yeah, I had a friend who lied about every. I couldn't figure out why he did that. Even though I did that when I was younger. I mean, he's a grown ass man. I'm like, why do you do that? Like, I don't get it. Like, he just lied all the time for no reason. Stuff
Yeah,
he didn't have to lie about, he lied about.
yeah,
And it just would amaze me. And I just told him, hey, bro, I don't care if you lie, that's on you, but don't put me in your lies.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Do it
Don't
again,
involve
I'll
me.
bust you
Yeah.
out. I'll bust you
Hmm.
out in front of whoever the fuck you lying about me. He did it again. I busted him fuck out. I didn't think he was going to, I guess he didn't expect that I would do that.
Yeah,
But I did. And then after that, he didn't do that no more.
yeah. My daughter, my oldest daughter, she's 30 now, but when she was little, I don't know why, but she's a Scorpio though, but Scorpios are storytellers, and she started telling stories when she was really young. But I told her straight up, I said, as she got a little older, I said, I'm gonna call you out. Don't let me catch you lying to people. You know what I mean? And telling them something that ain't true, because I'm gonna call you out right in front of them, and don't act like I didn't tell you. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, I will call you out, because it's not right to
But we
lie.
give permission, though. We give children permission.
Yeah. But when people don't say anything and they become complacent too, and they just like, oh, instead of calling somebody out for, you know,
Did you
what
tell your
they're
children?
doing.
Wait, did you tell your children Santa Claus was real?
No. Uh-uh.
Easter Bunny,
Nope.
Tooth Fairy. You didn't.
Nope.
You didn't do any.
Well, the tooth fairy, I did do the tooth fairy. I did. But I said the tooth fairy because I forgot to put money under his pillow. So I told him the tooth fairy got busy because there's a lot of kids losing their teeth.
That gives them permission.
Well, I know, but I'm just saying I did do the tooth fairy. I'm not gonna lie, I did. You know what I mean? But it doesn't. It's like when they're small, but like as they get older and they know the
It
difference.
doesn't matter. That's what I learned about children. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I know.
You have to be honest with them from the time they're small.
Yeah, I
And
get it.
they'll be honest people.
Yeah. Oh, my kids are very honest. My kids telling themselves all the time because I tell them, I said, because I respect people telling the truth and that people that are honest and bullshit. You know what I mean? I'd rather you be honest with me. I might not like what you had to say, but I'd rather you
Right.
be honest. You know?
Sometimes the truth hurts like a motherfucker, but
Yeah.
you got to man up and take it.
But my oldest son, my 11-year-old, told my little one because they're 4 years apart, right? And I remember, and I didn't. Sometimes you don't know if like your parenting, like you don't think about it every day, but you know, you're like, I wonder if what I'm teaching them is really sticking, you know? And
Mm-hmm.
so I would tell my son, because I asked my little one, he was getting old enough to where he knew the difference between right and wrong. And I was like, what happened? Or I had to ask him something like, what'd you do with this and that? And he didn't really say anything. And I walked away and I just gave him time to kind of figure it out. And my older son was telling him, he goes, just be honest. She won't get mad. Just be honest. Because I show them through my actions that I don't get upset. You know, if they're honest with me, we can
All right.
work through it.
There you
You know?
go. Yeah, when
So
you
I show them
reward a
through my
kid for being
actions.
honest, they're more likely to be honest.
Right.
But if they be
Exactly.
honest with you and then you whoop that ass,
Yeah. Yeah,
they're never
exactly.
gonna
They're
be
going to be
honest
afraid to tell
again.
you the truth, though. You know, if you if you tell them I'm not going to get mad, and then you get upset,
Yeah,
why are they going to want to tell you the truth? It doesn't make no sense.
exactly. That's being dishonest right there by saying I'm not gonna get mad and then you fucking get mad.
Exactly. That's it.
You just made yourself into a liar.
Yeah. So then my kids would always tell on themselves and things I didn't even need to know. They started telling on themselves, you know, but they were just being honest.
Yeah.
Because I show them through my actions, so they were safe and they felt secure enough that I'm not gonna just pop off and just go off on them, you know, because I show them through my actions that I'm not gonna get angry if you're honest with me. I might not like it, but we can work through it.
I mean, don't get me wrong, there's certain entities that I would not be honest with. Fuck them. But my people, just dealing with people one on one, I'm gonna be honest. Whether you
Yeah,
like
and well,
it,
you
whether
can pick and
they're-
choose the conversations we engage in, you know.
yeah, but if you got a badge, I'm probably not gonna tell you what you want to hear.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
yeah,
I ain't saying I'm gonna be dishonest, but I'm just saying it's
for
not
sure.
gonna
Yeah,
be what you want
yeah,
to hear.
yeah. I'm not gonna. Yeah, I get you. Well, thank you for at least having. You know what I mean? I appreciate it. Thank you. I respect it. That you know, that you're able to have that conversation. Like I just respect that as an individual. You know,
What's
just
your name? What's your name?
infamous.
Infamous. I'm Babu Bambeezy.
Nice to meet you.
Just meets. Just meets.
So I just wanted to let you know. Thank you for just at least having that conversation. You know.
For sure, for sure. Because I was gonna pop out, and then you popped in on me like, not all of us are bad. I was like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let me talk to her for a minute. She got
Okay.
nutsack. I
She
mean,
got.
no disrespect.
It's all good. It's all good.
But
All
yeah,
right. Well, thank you. I just appreciate it. And I mean, I just appreciate it. I really do.
all
So,
right. So I'll catch you in the future.
all right.
All right, Roni, I'm out. Player, hockey player.
Just meat. Uncle Bert, top of the
He
morning.
left. He said bye. So I'm gonna jump down. I just wanted to come up because I just heard him talking. So I just wanted to have a conversation.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. I appreciate you coming on all the time.
Yeah, most definitely. I was sleeping and I had the TV on and I heard you on my TV. So I was like, let me see what's going on over
Mm-hmm.
here. All right. All right. Well, you have a good rest of your night or morning.
All right, now you have a great morning. Let's
Okay.
go to law. Let's go to law and crime. Go to Law and Crime Network. Video shows Charlie Kirk's killer running from assassination.
Breaking news, new video showing the moment that law enforcement say the shooter who killed Charlie Kirk got away.
We also have new images from the FBI of the shooter showing distinctive features on the clothing he was wearing, like this shirt with an American flag and eagle on it. Also, where law enforcement said the shooter left critical pieces of evidence as the manhunt for this killer continues into a second night. This is a breaking news edition of On the Case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Let's get to the latest information that we just learned in this news conference with Utah authorities as they continue to search for the shooter who killed Charlie Kirk earlier this week at a political event at a college near Salt Lake City. Kirk, at this event, the 31-year-old conservative influencer, was shot in the neck. It appears he bled out very quickly on stage. That video that was circulating on social media, it is just too graphic to show you here. Kirk was then rushed to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Now, this is one of the new pieces of information that we just saw for the first time in this news conference. It is video showing the moment that the gunman escaped, jumping off of a campus building. And this is the building that law enforcement say the shooter fired with a rifle from about 200 yards away and hit Charlie Kirk. I'm going to break down this video for you in just a moment. I will show you what Bo Mason, the head of Utah's Department of Public Safety, had to say about it in just a moment. But I do want you to get a good look at these pictures as well, because these are new tonight. These are enhanced. These show the shooter on campus at Utah Valley University, and law enforcement is very clear. They want the public to see these and recognize the distinctive features on them, like that shirt with the American flag on it with an eagle. Also, the shooter was wearing a hat. They say it is a triangle logo on that hat, and he was wearing Converse shoes with white soles. Now, Charlie Kirk, just 31 years old, really rose to fame as a voice for young conservatives in the country, was very active on social media. He was at Utah Valley University, south of Salt Lake City, for his nonprofit, Turning Point USA. He was on a tour of college campuses, going from school to school and holding these political events. And Charlie Kirk was known for debating really anyone who wanted to have a conversation with him. And he was in the Q&A portion of this event when he was hit in the neck. Law enforcement say they tracked this shooter from not only just the escape, but also the moment that the shooter arrived on campus before Charlie Kirk was shot and killed. They believe that the shooter arrived just before noon, and then that one shot that killed Charlie Kirk was fired about a half hour later. And again, it came from a campus building roughly 200 yards away. Kirk was speaking outdoors in what was like an outdoor amphitheater on campus. Very vulnerable situation for him. Then after that gunshot was fired, thousands of people who were listening to Charlie Kirk, they were running for shelter, and Kirk's security team tried to save his life, but the shooter was able to escape. Here is the head of Utah's Department of Public Safety, Bo Mason, walking us through this new video. Take a listen.
If you look up in the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was chromed out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video, and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see that the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, move to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that into another view of that. It's important to note his black t-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes.
Today, Mason also described the shooter as someone who would blend in on a college campus, and you can see that in these pictures. The shooter was wearing a backpack with sunglasses and a hat. Also, it appears this shooter is of the age of college students. It's, again, unclear who this person is, and that is what law enforcement is trying to figure out. Authorities emphasize that, again, the features are very important to look at. The logo on the shirt, the Converse shoes. They do believe that the shooter left an imprint of his forearm on that building that he dropped off of. Here's what Mason said about these new pictures. Listen to this.
It's important to note his black t-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive T-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all the things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items. We're looking for all that information.
As you can
Law
see,
enforcement say they believe.
as you can see that they've identified photos and visuals of a rooftop individual. My thing is, where was this surveillance while this was going on? This is not making sense here.
That they have the gun that was used in this attack.
Subscribe, Law and Crime Network. The video shows Charlie Kirk's killer running from assassination.
It was a bolt-action rifle, a high-powered rifle that was left in the wooded area that the shooter escaped to after jumping off of the building. That gun is currently with the FBI's crime lab. They're trying to pull information off of it. It's unclear who, if anybody, that gun was registered to. Utah Valley University is a school of about 45,000 students. It's 45 minutes south of Salt Lake City in Orem, Utah. And again, just the place that Charlie Kirk was speaking, this outdoor auditorium, a very, very vulnerable place. Earlier today, law enforcement was asked about the security measures for this event, and they wouldn't really say much about it, saying that that would be a conversation for a later time, as there is, of course, a major manhunt going on right now. But tonight, Utah Valley University did say that all school protocols when it comes to security were followed during Kirk's event. This is going to be a key part of this story after the manhunt is complete. Now, Utah is a state that has the death penalty. And tonight, its governor, Spencer Cox, made it clear that if and when this shooter is taken into custody, that is the punishment that this shooter will face.
More than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case. And that will happen here in the state of Utah.
The governor also said that the thousands of tips that the FBI has received in a little more than 24 hours since Kirk was killed is the largest volume it has received for a single event since the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $100,000 for information that will help in bringing the shooter to justice, and anyone with information that can help in this case should call the FBI, the number 1-800-CALL-FBI. They also now have a website online as a place that you can send digital tips and information. Here's the full news conference that happened a little earlier tonight so you can hear it for yourself.
We are going to share a portion of a video and that we have of the suspect, as well as some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to cue up the video right now, show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason if he would narrate to you what is happening in this video.
Thank you, Governor. Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety. If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video, and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see that the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that. It's important to note his black t-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive t-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items. We're looking for all that information. Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grassy area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right. After he crosses the street, this is where he moves over into the wooded area. This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence. Good. You want to go to the stills? So here's the still photographs I mentioned. These have been enhanced. So these are slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the t-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. You go to the next picture, please.
Pardon me.
It sounds like fanboy and greed.
Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. You got a lot of you got a lot of scared Negroes.
She said that she would help black men with $25,000 start their own business, and that was not good enough for black men. They sat here and sat on a comment that she made without playing.
Hey man, hey, we talking about Charlie Kirk or what we doing?
Replaying the same video over and over of Pamela saying she's not going to do anything for black people, but they did not finish the entire video. They only waited for that one particular part. And of course, no vice president or
Man,
president.
come on, man. Hey, listen, man. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh, what are we talking about? We gonna stick to the script? Are we gonna stick to the script, or we gonna get off topic? Like, what are we doing?
Wholeheartedly say she's going to do something specifically for black people. That's why she's not here now, because she started telling what she was going to do for black people, and it wasn't good enough for y'all fucking niggas. It's still not good enough for y'all, because y'all continue to blame the Democrats for shit that the Republicans are sitting there doing in their faces.
Are you done?
Wake the fuck up.
Are you done?
I'm not done. I still have more to say, but I'll let you breathe.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so this I just heard of this Charlie Kirk dude. Maybe like soon as he got assassinated, it was all over the social media platforms and everything like that. I didn't know who he was or had any idea. First time ever hearing of him. So I did a show on my YouTube channel, and I played all his clips. It was my first time hearing him. Played all the clips that they had to show of him speaking out against what he believes in, and so on and so forth. Charlie Kirk was a racist piece of shit. He wasn't a politician. He was up here at these college at these college campuses, speaking to little kids, speaking to younger minds that he could control and manipulate. If anybody who thinks that Charlie Kirk was a patriot or anything that represents what we need right now in this country and not see the racism in this piece of shit motherfucker, then you got a problem. JD Vance is a racist piece of shit too. Anybody who is making a really, really big deal. Now I understand politicians got to do their thing for the people and get their clout and everything like that on the news and all that, get all that good entertainment out of it. I understand all that, but if you're just out here speaking as if you got some type of compassion for Charlie Kirk and you a person of color or any good person of white descent or whatnot the case may be, then you got a fucking problem. Anybody who don't think black folks deserve reparations is a piece of shit. Anybody who feels like if they walk on an airplane and see a black pilot that they got to question whether he's qualified to get the motherfucking job, you a piece of shit. Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit. They should have aimed a little higher. You understand? But at the end of the day, freedom of speech is freedom of speech. Why in the fuck is you talking so freedomly and you ain't got no security? That shit he's supposed to be behind a glass fucking bulletproof motherfucking window. He's supposed to have 20, 50 people in front of him. He's not supposed to be by himself, set up like that, doing the shit he's doing. He was a fucking brutally honest, maggot, faggot motherfucker, down low, bitch made motherfucker, racist motherfucker. And that's just simple as that. And all these motherfuckers, all this fake love, tears, all this some fake shit. If you a black person doing all that, something's really fucking wrong with you. It's somewhere in the midst of this, you've been lied to, you've been brainwashed, you've been suckered. There's no way someone could have this much compassion for a motherfucker we don't even fucking know. I'm telling you, I've never heard of this motherfucker ever. And I voted, you understand what I'm saying, for the president. So I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Don't know who the fuck he is. I don't really know who JD Vance is. I know JD Vance snuck in through Trump. That's all I know. Other than that, man, I don't know these crazy fucking cracker motherfuckers. And we can't sit up there and blame Trump for everything that his fucking fanatics do. We can't do that. Just can't do that. Everybody got their freedom of speech. But when you get to speaking down on trans and all these people laying this and that, man, people who ain't got nothing to do with you, a man laying with another man is not your motherfucking business. Unless you involved. If you ain't involved in that transaction or that motherfucking situation, that relationship, it's none of your fucking business who's putting on a fucking skirt and who ain't. That's an opinion that you go get your fucking head blowed off for. I wish I would make my life and get online and talk about, oh, I'm sick of seeing all these trans. I'm sick. Man, what the fuck that got to do with me? You got to be a freak motherfucker to stare at a trans like that. Unless you down with it. So all this old bullshit, man, people are people, man. You cannot deny who is who and what's what. If we sit up here and get to point the finger about this and point the finger about that, we'll never be able to grow as a country. How in the fuck is we ready for ET when you can't even stand a man with a skirt on? A man with a skirt on got these white folks in a frenzy to where they getting their whole fucking head blowed off on camera. And also, if you look at this shit, man, there was signals being made. I wouldn't be surprised if this motherfucker committed career suicide just to go out as a martyr. He wants to be remembered as a martyr because he know he could never get into the politics game, never be president. He know he could never, ever achieve greatness in America because he's so far on the right-wing side. He's a right-wing extremist. He's a right-wing extremist. I believe the stupid motherfucker got his own motherfucking head blown out. That's how the motherfucker got away so quick, so fast. There's no way people still getting sniped without it being an inside job at this day and time. Just too many drones, too many cameras, too many fucking helicopters, too much surveillance. A lot of this shit is motherfucking good TV. Kirk was in the way. Yeah, you can help people win. SendaRoni Television. I'm on YouTube, SendaRoni Television, then also SendaRoni Slow Screw. You know what I'm saying? That's my name right there, you know. And it's the same as on X2 and Facebook and Twitch and all them guys. Also IG, SendaRoni Television.
We're at Trump rallies, and at the Trump rally, you got different people, different Republican senators getting up, prominent Republican leaders saying that we're not owed anything, and that Democrats are pro-crime and all of those kinds of things, and that reparations want to steal money from white people. So when those kind of things are said at Trump rallies, so then I don't know how you can be mad at Charlie Kirk for saying that and then still vote for Trump, knowing that Trump endorsed that same mentality. Charlie Kirk was, but if you actually followed his platform, the majority of his platform was extremely anti-black. That dude could not stand us. a lot of times they didn't even have anything.
Fanatic, I told you Charlie Kirk was a piece of shit racist, bro.
Trying to finish. When you look at, for example, right before his last words before he swallowed that bullet was gang violence. So the question that they were asking him about, because the topic was about trans shooters, about trans people shooting up schools and trans people shooting things up lately, and his response to that was, well, it depends. What did he say? They were asking what about the numbers about school shootings and whatever. He said it depends on if you include gang violence, because he always wants to shoehorn black people into these issues. So to me, I think it's absolutely ridiculous how anti-black he was. Again, that doesn't mean that I'm rooting for his death. Someone else said some things about Kamala Harris, that she wanted to give everybody specifically $5,000. $5,000. What she was doing was the same type of rising tide lifts all boats that have been common within the Democrat Party, so that they don't actually take care of us, because guaranteed the majority of people that were going to get that money were not going to be black people. Just like we can look at the PPP loans. Those things weren't like color coded. They didn't say specifically for black people. They were there were means testing and things like that for them. And still, like most other government aid, the majority of it did not go to black businesses. When you look at the aid that's for the farmers that's happening, a disproportionate that amount of aid is not going to black businesses. I think they said it was less than 10%, even though black farmers have made up more than 10% of the farmers. So the fact of the matter is that was just going to be another thing that she was going to do that was specifically not going to help us, while trying to claim it to be a help for us after she ignored a large portion of our needs during the majority of her campaign. They were instead being incredibly disrespectful, no effing, no voting, and all that nonsense, putting out stupid music and all these types of things, as opposed to actually listening to the things that would benefit us in the long haul. Now, as far as the JD Vance situation, there was some stuff that did make it seem like, oh, that could have been some type of inside job. I wouldn't be completely surprised. I don't think he tried to kill himself. I think that's crazy. But I do think that ultimately, the fact is, his voice was absolutely destructive. Youth are impressionable and uninformed, and that is a typical person he would speak to. He wouldn't talk to a person like me. He wouldn't talk to a person like David Packard.
Ultimately, the fact is, his voice was absolutely destructive. Youth are impressionable and uninformed, and that is a typical person he would speak to. He wouldn't talk to a person like me. He wouldn't talk to a person like David Packman. He wouldn't talk to like other prominent voices, educated and informed people. He kept his drivel specifically for young, impressionable freshmen and sophomores at college campuses, knowing that they're not informed enough to be able to contend with them, so that he could actually get away with furthering his nonsense. I think there will be less misinformation as a result of his passing. Again, I just don't think we should be celebrating. Celebrating is a little bit too much for me. That's just not for my values. But if you want to celebrate, do what you do. I'm saying I personally can't celebrate with
fanatic. Not long ago, these same folks, they barbecuing black folks. They hanging, castrating, cutting off ears, toes, fingers. You understand what I'm saying? They celebrating a nigga death, man. They celebrating a black man death. Martin Luther King got murdered. They celebrating death. Malcolm X got murdered. They celebrating his death. You understand what I'm saying? They celebrate the death of black men who do great things for their people, whether we agree with how they do it or we agree with how they do it. They celebrate black men's destruction. Ain't nothing more important to a cracker than to see a black man down. Do you understand that, fanatic? Now, I don't know what kind of Christian you want to be. Maybe you a slave Christian. Maybe you are a extreme Christian. Maybe you are so far of a Christian you can't even see the agony and pain that's been going on for the past 400 years in this land. Now we got it better than ever, and we still don't take advantage of the situation because motherfuckers are still ununified. People can't seem to understand we can do more if we combine for paper instead of hating and stabbing each other in the back. Do you understand that? This motherfucking Charlie Kirk dude should have been gotten a long time ago. He never even made it to the point where he's doing what he's doing now. To be spewing that kind of hate on children and then acting like just because you can out talk them in a Q&A that you are so much better, you're so much intellectual, you're so powerful because you can out talk some college kids. Hey man, you're really getting creepy to me. You really getting creepy to me.
Let me say this here. I find it very interesting. Now I'm a person that believe in reparation, that foundational Black Americans should receive reparations, and I fully support that, right? And there are a lot of people on this app who fully support that as well. I find it very interesting that a person like Charlie Kirk, who has 7 million followers on Twitter, obviously a big guy in the Republican Party, runs around the country speaking on behalf of the Republican Party and ratcheting up his fans to vote Republican and Trump and all that other stuff like that. And he goes out at his rallies and talk about reparations and talk about DEI, talk about affirmative action, talk about Black pilots, Black everything. Why wasn't my question? Why wasn't he public enemy number one to the people who believe in reparation? And I just heard the young man say, "Hey man, I just found out about this motherfucker. I listened to his speeches and shit, and this man was heavy against reparation. Why wasn't he public enemy number one? Why was so many other Black people on this app public enemy? He should have been a topic of this conversation for any and everybody, because any and everybody that's for reparations, he should have been public enemy number one.
I
And my
disagree.
question is, why the fuck wasn't he? Why wasn't he being going after?
I mean, I want to point out that we did go after him, and there were plenty of people that would want to have conversations with him. But just like the rest of those people, they're insulated. What they do, like Ben Shapiro, he's insulated. Candace Owens is insulated. So what those people intentionally do is they go specifically to places where they know they don't have to actually engage with eloquent speakers, with prominent voices. The same way when there was during the campaign, when there was these presidential elections coming up, I remember every single voice that I've ever had a conversation with, those people never allow me to talk to them again because they get embarrassed. So a perfect example of this would be Tommy Sotomayor. That dude was spewing his anti-reparations rhetoric nonsense, and I had a conversation with him. Dude blocked me, refused to promote the video, accused me of doing something wrong by literally simply tagging him in the video that I posted of the conversation that him and I had together, and he blocked me. And at that point, we'll never have another conversation. Why? Because he was embarrassed. Because the fact of the matter is, I'm more informed than he was. Tariq Nasheed, him and I had a conversation during the presidential election. We're talking about, Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris. By the way, I did not support Donald Trump or Kamala Harris, but we're in this situation. We're having these conversations. What did that dude afterwards do? Tried to label me a Democrat shill, even though I've never, ever voted for a single Democrat in my life. I can point to all of my anti-Biden rhetoric. I have all the history and the facts for that. What did that dude do? The next space, oh yeah, you're a Democrat shield. He'll never speak to me again. I understand you're embarrassed because somebody actually came up with the receipts, with the facts, with the information, and you can't outspeak them. So once Republicans, or once people who are spreading misinformation, once they realize that they're grifting, and they recognize that the truth will always outshine their talking points, what they do is they insulate themselves to prevent you from having these conversations. I would have died to have a conversation. Not died, no, I would have lived. But I'm saying I would have thoroughly enjoyed having a conversation with Charlie Kirk. I remember having how hard it was to have the conversation with Gothics. I remember how hard it was to have that conversation with Jesse Lee Peterson. Jesse Lee Peterson, another person, got extremely embarrassed. At least he had the courage to post the video. He didn't have enough self-awareness to hide that. He even did me the favor of coming on to my show and got embarrassed yet a second time. Fact of the matter is, once you talk to these people and they realize that you're the truth, then they run from you. They run from you. I can Destiny was a person that blocked me. That dude had some anti-black rhetoric. I mean, you just go down the freaking list. There's what's that dude? LFR family. The fact of the matter is, the reason why Charlie Kirk wasn't enemy number one is because enemy number one probably should have been Donald Trump. Enemy number one should have been people in actual political circles. Gavin Newsom, for what he did to the reparations movement in California, that should be enemy number one. Those are the people that we should be focused on. These young people going around on college campuses, indoctrinating the youth. Yeah, they're enemies, but they're not the direct people that are like the most influential on the
Fanatic.
elimination
Enemy
of
number one
reparations.
was Donald Trump. It was a false alarm. It was his fanatics. That's what it was. It was the
Enemy
people
one,
that supported him,
uh,
and everybody can find out and see who's the racist and who's not by the ones who support him in this extreme fashion, or where they just spew out racist points of views and racist dialogue. Like at the end of the day,
trying to
Charlie
give
Kirk
y'all
should not
reparations.
have
Y'all
been
wrong. Y'all
with
to the
college kids. Period.
politics. This is stupid. Y'all want reparations. All this, everything that's going on right now is a distraction. Y'all want y'all money. ISO 2000 is happening right in front of y'all. And y'all sit up there talking about this other shit. They switching the money up on y'all. Y'all talking about this other shit. You want to get out of here, get your money, go to government. Get your money. Get on that ISO 20022. Find out all the tokens there are, invest, and then get the fuck out of here. Teach your kids how to act like they got some sense too. Shit.
Well, Trump already said he's not giving reparations to no black people. He's giving it to white
You ain't
people.
even listening. You can get it yourself. It's there for you to invest in. You don't know nothing. That's the whole thing. You sit up and distracted by this bullshit that's going on. It ain't got shit to do with us. We
Nigga,
acting
it's a question in the motherfucking title of the space. How the fuck am I distracted? Aren't you here for the same thing?
Well, I'm here basically to tell you how to get your reparations. You want them? Shut the fuck up.
I'm not the
That's the
one that's
problem.
begging
You
for
teach your kids
reparations.
how to act
I'm
just
not the
like
one
you.
that's
You
begging for
teach
no
your kids
motherfucking
how to act
reparations,
like
nigga.
you.
What's wrong with you?
You teach your kids how to act like you. That's the problem.
I'm not the one begging for no motherfucking reparations.
Can we not
On
characterize
here
this
with
as
your hot
begging?
ass fucking breath and crazy.
Hold on. Can we not characterize this as begging? I don't believe that that's appropriate. What's actually happening is we're demanding retribution for justified injustice. I mean, for proven and verified injustices against our lineage. That's not begging for anything. I think there is dignity in requesting what is owed. I think that we can stand proudly in recognizing that we have been resilient, we have overcome all of these injustices, and this is something that is owed to us. This has nothing to do with begging. I'm not groveling.
At this
I'm
point,
dignified. The fact of
it's
the matter is
begging.
that it is
They're
something that is
not
owed,
giving it.
and I'm
It's not going
always
to be
going to
given out
specify
to
that.
black people. They're not giving it up.
I'm gonna tell you what. So there are different municipalities. There's certain cities that have
That
already
already
done it.
have
There
gave
are
it up.
certain states that have already done it. So the fact of the matter is, it is something that can be achieved. What we should be having, and listen, here's the deal. Even if it doesn't happen, what I'm always going to advocate for is, I do think what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to work hard. You're going to have to study hard. You're going to have to make sure that you surround yourself with like-minded, educated and financially savvy people. You're going to have to fight for yourself. That doesn't mean that I still can't advocate for what is rightfully owed. And I think it should be an ultimate litmus test. If somebody's not willing to do what's right and fix some of the injustices that have happened to our lineage, then that's somebody that I won't be supporting. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm begging. It means that I'm using this as a litmus test. I'm going to say, okay, if you're not that person, then you clearly don't have our best interest. I can guarantee you, Gavin Newsom is going to run for president in 2028. I will never forget. I have several photos. I've had conversations with Senator Stephen Bradford. I do music. And so as a musician, a lot of times he's there because I'm doing specifically Black music. Frankie Beverly tributes. Rest in peace, by the way. He died on the same day as Charlie Kirk. Fact of the matter is, when I'm in those situations, and he wrote the bill, and Gavin Newsom went and undermined that bill, and then the Black Caucus wouldn't bring that bill to the actual vote. So when we have those types of things happening, I will forever remember that. That's why I won't be able to support him. When Biden wrote that crime bill, the most destructive piece of legislation that has happened to our people in the last 50 years came from Joe Biden himself. He wrote that bill. Now, Bill Clinton passed it. So for me, I couldn't support Joe Biden. That's why I did not vote for Biden. That's why I advocated against him, because I'm always going to keep the receipts and remember what you have done to be destructive to my people. That's what I'm doing. So yeah, I use it as a litmus test. I'm not begging for anything. Please don't insult my dignity.
I don't understand why Biden crime bill comes up in almost every other conversation, right? And that during that time, I was old enough to vote and I voted for Clinton. My thing is, we had hell on our streets. In Philadelphia, we had hell. Children were getting killed because they got caught up in the middle of the drug wars that was going on. Yeah, we needed something done. We needed something done because
Yeah,
they were killing a
yeah.
lot of people. We
Philadelphia was
were
so
getting.
bad they
I
bombed it.
was quiet while you spoke. I was quiet while you spoke. Right? We was getting like 500 homicides a year during the time that crack era had hit our streets. So yes, we needed something done. And yes, they were acting like animals. They was busting people, mothers upside the fucking heads that was out waiting for a bus or a trolley to go to work. They was actually harming people. Our people was harming each other, selling drugs and shit to each other. Something needed to be done. Yes. Yes, it
Hey,
did.
I
But
appreciate
what's
you
the
saying.
difference? What's the difference between the crime bill that Biden wrote and the shit that Trump is doing now, where he's giving the green light to the military and anybody else that's willing to come and fuck us up? What is the difference?
Did
So
Philadelphia need to be bombed?
can I respond?
Did they
Hold
need
on,
to
just to
drop a
be clear.
No,
bomb on Philadelphia?
Philadelphia needs to be bombed, but nobody should celebrate
Did they need
whatever,
to drop
Charlie
a
Kirk's
bomb
death.
on Philadelphia in 1985?
I think we can all say that they didn't need to do that. And let me
Yes, and
address
I
what
was
you were
there.
saying.
I
I was
was
also
there.
alive.
I walked over there. Me and my friends walked over there to Osage Avenue as we watched black smoke plumes in the sky. And when that shit happened, it was police officers on both sides of the alleyway. They started shooting at each other and they made it as if it was the MOVE members that were shooting. That's how that shit happened. And then the mayor at that time was blamed for it. He didn't know they was going to drop a bomb, but he helped give partial of that green light. Wilson Good. I
You're
was
telling me
there
the
and I
mayor
remember that.
didn't know that they was
Hold
gonna
on.
drop a bomb on his
But
city?
wait. We're
No,
moving
that
somewhere
black
else. Can we
mayor,
address what else
we
you
had a
said?
black mayor named Wilson Good.
Because he black don't mean he ain't
Wilson
a
Good
cool.
was, excuse me?
Okay, can we address what she said first though? Look, when you talked about that crime bill and you asked why was that always brought up, and you brought up the fact that something needed to be done,
That crime
I
bill
don't.
wasn't a
Ma'am,
that crime bill
you
was not in
said
effect during the time that
you
they dropped that
said
bomb on MOVE.
I
It
understand.
was not in effect during that time.
You said when first off, that wasn't me that interrupted when you were speaking. It was
No, I just
SendaRoni.
wanted to
I
correct you
got you.
so that you
Okay, I
could
got
fix
you.
that.
But
Yeah,
in the
Mr.
same
Lou.
way that I didn't speak when
I
you were
wanted to
talking,
correct you so you
the
could
same way.
fix
All
that.
right.
I
So I'm
was
not going to show you
merely
that same
saying that
respect. I
Biden
got
did
you.
not write that
So
crime bill during the time
the
the bomb
crime
was
bill,
dropped on the MOVE
I
house.
I understand that, and I wasn't talking about the bomb being dropped. What I spoke about, what I was speaking about, I was actually giving you the dignity of responding to the thing that you said
I'm listening.
after you decided to get indignant, saying, "Oh, I didn't interrupt while you were talking. That wasn't me talking.
Oh,
I
I
didn't
was getting
interrupt."
indignant because I
Yeah,
said
you
that, which I
were.
was speaking, and I did
Okay,
give you your time.
and now you're doing the same thing. It
No,
wasn't me
now
though.
you're
It was
just
someone
being
else.
petty. Now
Okay,
you're
I
just
got
being
you.
petty
So this is why we can't have these conversations,
because
because
you
some
want to
people
be
can't
petty.
actually be
You
mature enough
want to
to
be
do
the
so.
say
So I'll
all
go ahead
be
and
all.
address one of
You
those
want
things.
to be
So
petty
the
and to say
things
all
that were
be all.
wow. So the reason why that crime bill is mentioned specifically, and to address some of the misinformation that was just said on this panel, yes, something needed to be done. And we've looked and we've recognized that the Black Caucus at the time had an entirely separate and distinct bill that they suggested for that time. What was asked for was better drug treatment programs for after school programs and children's first programs, so that children wouldn't be indoctrinated and inculcated into the culture that where people were struggling with drugs. They were asking for reform. They were asking for better policing. They were asking for what was it, not body cameras at the time, but they were asking for accountability for police officers. That's what was being asked for. They were asking for better rehab and drug treatment programs. Those were the things that were being requested. Instead, when people said we want police reform, what white people do very frequently is they do selective hearing. They said reform on policing. Sure, but then they ignore what type of reform that we were asking for. They say, "Oh, you want us to address the problem?" Sure, but they ignore the way that we suggested that they handled that drug problem. When we look at what the opioid epidemic did, and we looked at the way that they responded to that, what did they do? They said, "Hey, we're going to go ahead and earmark specific finances specifically for drug treatment programs. We're going to make sure that we stop treating this thing as a crime, as addiction as a crime, and we're going to treat it as a health problem." They started doing all of the things that we asked them to do during the crack epidemic, but they didn't do it. They did it during the opioid crisis because the majority of the recipients of that crisis were white. So when white rural America is affected, they have a different response. So that crime bill was injurious. The three strikes law was injurious. So when you start creating deleterious legislation specifically for Black people, despite what we're asking you for, and then you try to flip it back on us and say, "Well, you guys asked for something, didn't you?" Yeah, we asked for something. We asked for reform. We asked for help. We didn't ask for demonization. And that's what the freak they gave us. So that was not something that was largely supported. It was something that was largely rallied against. Now, what ended up happening was, since the Black Caucus completely disagreed with Biden's crime bill, they drafted their own bill. Then the Republicans at the time said specifically, if you don't pass this Biden crime bill, then we're going to go ahead and do something more draconian, something even more severe if you don't pass this bill. So then eventually, after rallying against it, after fighting against it, while vocally fighting against it, they relented. They caved in and went ahead and signed that bill while vocally stating this is one of the most destructive bills ever. It's just that they felt like they didn't have any other options because Bill Clinton was actually was actually trying his best to appeal towards the Republicans because he was one of those Southern Democrats. So when you start looking and you recognize that this thing was not something that was championed by Black people, this is not what was asked for, to simply say, well, we asked for something while recognizing this was not the thing that we asked for, I think that's I wouldn't call it dishonest, but it's definitely uninformed.
To be uninformed and miscommunication and all these levels of not knowing how to deal with other people and respect other people's feelings can cause someone to put a hold on you. Now, when you get to spewing out hate and when you get to spewing these despicable acts of hatred on people who have evolved from that type of element of life, people will applaud a bullet in your head. People will applaud you no longer here to put down and discriminate and spew out uh racial hatred towards others. That's a problem. That is a major problem. You said a guy had 7 million followers. That's what I'm saying. Like all this stuff with this guy. Like I said, I've never heard of him until he got killed on TV. That's the first time I ever heard of this guy. You have a knack for finding all these, race hating influencers, and that's your thing. I personally I try to stay away from races. You understand what I'm saying? As much as I can. Um, when you brung up the Jesse Peterson guy, not Patterson, whatever Peters, whatever his name is, that's a real life coon. A lot of these guys are coons, meaning they tap dance. I don't tap dance. I bankhead bounce. I moonwalk, typewrite. You know what I'm saying? Harlem shake, snap fingers and shit. It's a different level of behind time thinking than what's going on right now. A lot of people that has that mentality of wanting to be all up in the past, they forgetting that it's the future right here. Education is in the palm of your hand. You can go find out pretty much whatever you want to find out and put your own insight on what you read or what you discover. That's not a bad thing to get rid of a racist. Just it's just not a public racist to that level that he was. Yeah, that's unnecessary. And if you're gonna talk that tough, you're gonna need security. And he couldn't even he didn't have no security. The guy was an influencer. He wasn't even a politician. He could never be a politician spewing out that much hate. So, I just feel like a lot of these people are caught in Illuminati sacrifices. They'll kill themselves. just to be remembered, then to fight it out alive and possibly not gain the achievements that they were trying to accomplish. So, Fanatic, I hear you, man, but people are saying these things because you have a knack for dealing with racists and coons. And you want to debunk them. You can't, even if you debunk them, they still feel that way. Still feel that way. You can't debunk that type of person without them suffering. The only time you hear about like extreme racists converting over or something is once they go to the chain gang. Then they realize it's all bullshit. Just like a lot of gangbangers, once they get in prison and shit, and now they gotta find they girlfriend, boyfriend. You know what I'm saying? They realize it's all bullshit. I got tricked. I got tricked out the street.
But here's the deal. I do think you can. Like, for instance, if you pay attention in almost all these circumstances, look, there's two different goals, two different ways that of what you're trying to debate, right? My goal when I'm debating, any of these people is not to sit there and make them have to admit that what I'm saying is right. I already know what I'm saying is right. I don't need them to validate it. What I want is every person listening to you is going to hear the truth, and the truth is going to always show out nothing shows up a counterfeit like the real thing. So when you sit there and you're sitting there and spewing this hate and you're spewing this disinformation like Candace Owens does, and so when someone finally comes along and says, oh, wait a minute, I never heard the counter argument, because most of what they're saying is nonsense. It only sounds good at face value. It's surface level dribble. So my goal is to get to your following, not because I want your following to follow me, because I'm not trying to do that. What I want is I want them to hear the truth, because I remember, and this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing to me. I was about 26, I want to say. I don't know. I was young. I was significantly younger, maybe around 2012, 2013. And I was sitting there and I was listening to the time. It was Steven Crowder and it was Ben Shapiro. I was a young man, very politically uninformed. And I remember thinking that these dudes were intelligent and informed, listening to their stupid content and believing like, dang, these dudes are smart. These people can't even debate them. It sounds like they're saying what they're saying is accurate. I remember asking on this app, I'd never deleted the tweet because I always want to remember how the freak that I was at that time, where I was asking, can someone show me somebody on the left who argues the way these dudes do on the right? I thought that they were the emblem of logic, right? And so now I get older, I start seeing through their nonsense. I start becoming politically informed, and it's disgusting to me. Now, the only way that they got me was because they're intentionally talking to people that they know can't argue against their point, which bolsters their arguments that much more. So now my goal is to get to those young people who are like myself, who don't know exactly the truth, who aren't politically informed, who can actually see through all that smoke and mirrors. So that it's not about like fully debunking. Jesse Lee Peterson was saying the nonsense that he was saying about George Floyd. I had to be the person to sit there and say, hey, let's talk about norfentanyl. Let's talk about the fact that, hey, that's indicative of the fact. It's medical proof right there that he didn't die from an overdose. Norfentanyl means that this is metabolized, processed fentanyl. To have a significant amount of norfentanyl means that that the fentanyl wasn't what killed you, because if you die from a fentanyl overdose, your body stops processing and metabolizing the fentanyl. You're not going to produce norfentanyl. The significant prevalence of norfentanyl means that fentanyl was being metabolized. In order for fentanyl to be metabolized, then that means you have to be alive, and then that means that you couldn't have died from an overdose from just the sheer amount of fentanyl, right? So when you can introduce those things to them, now you can go ahead and continue to say, well, it wasn't a knee on the neck. You can say that all you want to. You can try to say it was a drug overdose, but then you're going to have to try to find a way of contending with that norfentanyl that was in his toxicology report. So the fact of the matter is, information, truth will always outshine it. So now at this point, you start trying to pivot. Well, let's talk about something else. To be 100% fair with you, Luther, Luke, if you remember, there was quite a while ago, you were not on the reparations page. You and I had a very lengthy conversation. I wish I had recorded it. At the time, you were very much anti-reparation, or maybe anti-reparations is a strong, but it sounded like.
Hold on. Time out. I wish you would have recorded. I never not supported reparations. Never, ever, ever. I've always supported reparations. For the life of me, I don't understand why or how people came up with Luke don't support reparations. I've always supported it. Always supported reparations. Day one. I believe, I'm a history junkie. I believe foundational Black Americans deserve reparations. Matter of fact, me and the lady who the reparationists did not vote for, Ms. Kamala Harris. I mean, I had a lengthy conversation about reparations. And they threw her under the bus also and said she didn't believe in it. But, I guess people say what they want to say. But at the end of the day, hey, I'm not getting no reparations. I'm not a foundational Black American. My people right now, and I'm not getting none over there from my people because they over there fighting for reparation right now. In the Bahamas and in Jamaica. They're fighting for it right now. So why wouldn't I want to support something that is old to foundational Black Americans? I've never. So I don't want to cut you off, but I keep saying that, and people keep saying something different. For the life of me, I don't understand, and I support. I just say, where y'all want me to fight at? Where you want me to where you want me to go and help fight? I ain't got no skin in the game. I would never sit there and tell people that people shouldn't support people who fight for reparation. I know it's cute for a lot of, to read the sheets and all of them to throw my name out there as if I'm somebody who don't want people to get reparation, or as if any my people want reparations and we want to feel like no, hell no. Matter of fact, ain't nobody finna give me nothing. I work for everything I have. I'm not interested in nothing from nobody, but I do think people deserve to get repaired. When you know the history of this country, people brought over here on slave ships by who that owned them, came over here, enslaved, beaten, whipped, land taken away from them, free men. Come on, man. You got and it's gonna be hard because a lot of the land that they took away from Black folks, they took the land and they own the land, and that's why they're sitting up there saying, hey, look, shit, if you give them reparations, then what's going to end up happening? They're going to take your land. That's what Tommy Tuberville was screaming. Meanwhile, he was a college football coach. Made all his money off the backs of Black young men. Just like you got some of these college coaches running around talking about praying for Charlie Kirk. But ain't nobody be saying nothing about that. They want to attack little old Luther who supports you. Charlie Kirk, everybody should know about him. If I'm fighting for a cause, right, I'm gonna know every enemy it is. And everybody that's fighting for that cause, I will go to each one of them platforms and say, hey, public enemy number one against reparations, Donald Trump. Public enemy number two against reparations, Charlie Kirk. Public enemy number three is Tommy Tuberville. All these influential people, and then go down the list of whoever else that we should be talking about. Not little Luther, not Kamala Harris, not the Black people, but that's how we're trained. That is how we're trained. To go after each other. We need to do the infighting. But meanwhile, one dude got 7 million followers, another one got 25 million followers, another one got this many followers, and they just spilling out all this anti-Black. Another one got a vote. Another one's the president. Another one controls the Congress, the Senate, and the goddamn all three branches of government, plus the Supreme Court. Them the people they should be screaming every night, 3 o'clock in the morning. They should be screaming. So it just, I be mad and baffled. I be mad and baffled. Charlie Kirk, back to the topic of this conversation. Charlie Kirk, we can't get caught up in this Charlie Kirk civil war that is their war, that is white people war. Let them have their war. Let's not put ourselves in the war because he said so much shit about black people. Let them have it. Hey, look here, man. You reap what you sow. Last time I checked, and Malcolm said the chickens come home to roost. I mean, hey, that's where we at, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to put y'all on mute, but I had to say that for the 165th time that I fully support reparations. Let's go.
I'm sorry if that came off. I wasn't trying to.
No,
Let's just move forward. Let's move
yeah,
forward.
let's
It's
move
okay.
forward. This is a great conversation. Hey, man, you have a YouTube page also? You have a show?
I did. I ain't gonna lie. For the last a year, I have not really focused on any content. This is like maybe the first debate I've had in about a year. I recently had a son, and I've been just so focused on being a parent. Nothing is more important for a black child than to be raised by both his father and his mother.
That's
I want to be
right.
extremely prominent in my child's life, and so that has
That's
really
right.
taken a lot of my time. This
Congratulations.
genuinely, thank you very much. This is genuinely the very first conversation I've had in a year. I am going to make some content out of these things, and yeah, that is something I'm going to probably start picking back up again. I just, he was young, and I needed to, I had
Oh, and salute.
It's a bunch of nonsense. So
Salute
anyway,
to the chat. Shout out to everybody tuning in.
regarding this Civil War thing, Charlie Kirk, I don't believe is going to cause a civil war. What I believe is that the tension has been there for God knows how long. It has been incredibly.
No, civil war within themselves. I'm saying that they have the civil war. They, I don't know if you were on earlier when I spoke about it. I believe that they were sold something by Charlie Kirk, along with Donald Trump and every other speaker for him to get him elected. And those people are highly upset because they feel like they were screwed. We're on the other side over here saying, "Oh, y'all fucked around and found out." So they're finding themselves very upset about voting for a guy that made all these promises to them, and they're getting fucked. They're bringing in immigrants, and they said they wasn't bringing in immigrants. They're doing everything. They're not making the money. The terrorists. It is just so bad. And so they're having in my opinion, they're having a civil war within themselves and trying to blame it on the Democratic Party, but sliding us into it because this man said so much negative stuff about us. They have a way of, in my opinion, they have a way of tying us into the conversation through CNN as if it's our fight. It's not our fight. Yeah, he said some fucked up shit about us. Some people, celebrating him being dead. He's not a friend of black people under no circumstances. All the bullshit that he said, yeah, okay, but he gone. But we, in my opinion, let them have that civil war because Fox News is saying, oh, we got a war. They're trying to kill us. They're trying to kill us. They tried to kill Trump. Now they done killed this dude and white man on the roof. Let them have that. That's my thing is let them have that. Don't let them trick us into their war, making it as if it's us fighting them. We ain't even part. I'm Democrat. We ain't even a part of that. Look, they want to make it a Democrat thing, like Democratic people are going out killing this dude. No, we ain't even in that. White people killing each other, fine, y'all got it. If that's what y'all want to do, y'all got it. My point is, I don't want us to get slid into that shit because they'll make it us against them. Like right now, we got people on here, people rightfully so can be laughing at, but don't let them trick you into the conversation as if we did this to this dude. They did this. That was a white guy on the roof. And when they find out more about him, I guarantee you he won't be sitting up there telling, "Oh, I shot this motherfucker because I feel like he said so much negative shit toward black people." That's not gonna happen. They going after these guys, these people, because of the shit they've been doing and the way they tricked them into voting for the bullshit, and they're feeling the pinch. Oh, the grocery price is gonna go down. Oh, the taxes is gonna be here. No, they got fucked, and they mad. That's just my opinion.
I mean, look, yeah, at the end of the day, that what we'll find is that, like in all of these situations, they're going to find a way of trying to put this on black people. This is yet another case of white on white violence, and yet again, they're blaming black people for it. When we look at Ben Shapiro, when he was sitting there on that debate panel, and that trans white woman decided to go ahead and threaten to assault him because he refused to call her the proper gender, call her her preferred gender, excuse me. So because of that, she threatened him, right? So then you have that case. Then you have Donald Trump, who was shot by a white man. All of these people, they keep getting into these incidents, but then they find a way of trying to misalign or misdirect their anger towards black people. But it makes sense in this specific situation because Charlie Kirk's number one enemy was black folks. When it came to the way that he spoke and what his content was about, the majority of his content was anti-black. The majority of his content is anti-black. So when you are an anti-black speaker and then somebody goes ahead and packs you up, I understand why people would immediately assume that it has something to do with us. I understand where SendaRoni is coming from, where he's saying he shouldn't have been able to spew that type of nonsense for this amount of time before he spewed that blood. So I get that sentiment, but the fact of the matter is we had nothing to do with this. We have constantly, to our own deficit, to our own detriment, excuse me, we have constantly been the most forgiving, the most peaceful, the most understanding people on this planet. Black Americans have always had that. We've always been that. So the fact that they automatically assume that we did something is just absolutely ridiculous. The fact that we're so resilient, the fact that we're so understanding and compassionate, the fact that we have so much soul is the reason why this dude was able to exist spewing his nonsense as long as he did. I wish people had done something about it sooner. I'm not saying I wanted this dude to die. I think that's gross. I'm not, I'm saying, I can't advocate for that. I'm just saying I wish something happened to shut this man up quite some time ago because yes, it was hateful. It was hateful rhetoric. It was evil. I'm sick of that. And I believe that the infighting, it's not so much infighting right now because what we're finding, even Martin Luther King, the third, that dude is out here talking about, they're sending out statements talking about, hey, we got to look past left and right and conservative and liberal. This is the point. This is a damaging thing to our nation. To the same man that was calling Martin Luther King a fraud, denigrating everything about Martin Luther King. So it's hard for me. I'm not going to get on this train, sitting here and start and palliating that racism. This was disgusting. Charlie Kirk, his rhetoric was disgusting, divisive, injurious. So why the freak would I sit here and now want to get on some page and like, oh no, I'm gonna go ahead and be and mourn. I'm not mourning for this nigga. I'm not. Now again, I won't celebrate, but to ask me to mourn my enemy who's vocally, intentionally spreading misinformation, fighting against my cause, you're asking me to do something dishonest to myself, and I'm always going to have more dignity for myself than that. Freak out of here.
This guy is the only guy that I know that's not a politician that got the fucking flags flying at half mast. This guy is the only guy I know that spills so much fucking hate toward people that they stopped Congress yesterday and said, let's do a moment of silence. Now, some congressional members did speak out, but I don't think enough of them spoke out. You only heard a few of them in there like, hold on, what the fuck are we doing? You know what I'm saying? The question becomes moving forward, we knew what kind of country we were living in, but you really know. And I always believe in God, and God moves a certain type of way, giving you certain type of signs. And if you don't pay attention to the signs, then you sit up there and trick yourself out of the game. This is a brother got on here and said, I don't even know who the fuck this dude is. I had to go look up who this guy is. And I'm fighting for a cause. More people right now more black people are learning who this guy is right now than they ever did before, which is a great thing. Because we need to know that these people exist, because we ain't even pushing these motherfuckers. We ain't even fighting these motherfuckers. We do not have any black leaders. The Al Sharptons and all these people that prop up on these TV networks, they ain't your leader. And unfortunately, they try to pick our leaders and they put them on a TV set that they control. And as soon as they get out of control, they get canceled. Like Joy Reids and all these people of the world, they get fucking canceled as soon as they say some slick shit. As soon as they stand up. But these people, again, and then if you're a leader, they kill you or they put you in jail. They incarcerate you 9 days. They deport your ass, and you know what I'm saying? We are living in some very, very difficult times. Very difficult times. Your free speech is being attacked. You got no leadership. Guys like this dude can run around the country, talk shit about black people. Then we got black white supremacists on here talking about black people. The shit is bad for more reasons than one. And so, like you say, when we have our little children, guys having babies, and we got kids coming up in this world right now, they are looking out for their offsprings. We are not looking out for our offsprings. We're bringing our kids into a fucking world that we're gonna leave them in, that they're gonna still try and control, because that's what it's all about. I gotta have little Johnny still be in control when I'm dead and gone. And if I don't protect little Johnny right now from the boogeyman, the boogie black man, and the Hispanics of the world, then little Johnny will be in the minority working for them. And listen, at the end of the day, I respect them people for playing chess while we playing checkers. While they create infighting within our people because, of something that they totally oppose. And then you got motherfuckers like this running around, spread more messaging, more the word. He wasn't the first one. It was another dude that they would bring on the college campus. And where they go at? They always go to the college campus. You think they inviting Minister Farrakhan to the motherfucking college campus? They will not have it. But they'll bring that guy out there. They'll bring that other dude out there who was running around talking that crazy shit, and they would have big wars on campus and everything like that. Stupid people, I don't want to say they're stupid, but the people at Tougaloo, why would you bring that asshole? He ain't no different than Charlie Kirk. He ain't no different than him. You go to college, black college campus, and you talk about black college like it's a piece of shit. I mean, we're giving these people, those type of people, a certain type of platform, and we're not going after them as a group. We're not going after them as a group. Black Twitter should be ashamed of itself right now this morning, because Black Twitter should have been all over this motherfucker long time before he died. You say stupid shit right now about black people, we just go sit down, around the corner and don't say nothing. And then when soon as somebody says something, oh, why he get to say something? Because it becomes viral. Oh, why he get to say something? We attack the motherfuckers who fighting for us. That's the crazy shit.
Luke, that was the main reason why I was being attacked. My main argument for the last like 2 years was specifically the biggest threat to Black Americans, the biggest threats to Black people in general is white supremacy. White supremacy can be furthered by, by Black immigrants and all these other people. It can be, but that's not where the largest source of it is. The largest sources of white supremacy are white Americans, white people, white prominent leaders. That's who we should have been focusing on. Do I understand the need for delineation? Absolutely. I think it makes sense. Every people should be able to identify and delineate myself from everybody else because I'm because of who I am, like with my family, with my friends. I'm always going to distinguish and delineate. That makes sense. However, that can't be my number one focus. There's too many white supremacists out here. Do I think that tethers sometimes can be problematic? Absolutely. And we should call it out when they are. That can't be the primary focus of our platforms. My primary focus has always been anti-Black racism and reparations. Those have been the the number one and two things that I focus on. And that means that, yes, I have debates with like immigrants. I have debates with other people. I have debates about other things, but my primary focus has always been that. If I could have got to Charlie Kirk, believe you me, I would have got to him a long time ago. You can look on my channel and see I've debated some prominent racists. But the fact of the matter is what Black Twitter has done, it has gotten taken over by, I would call what I would say some swindlers who are literally intentionally steering the conversation primarily towards tethers. Again, tethers can be a problem. That shouldn't be the number one problem. That's the issue.
Well, when you hop out there and give all that dialogue, it's just a matter of time before someone gives consequence and response, and you get retraction for your statements that should have been made. You don't clarify. You just spew out hate and hate and hate and hate. It's pretty sooner or later, it's just bound to happen. When we speak on reparations and motherfuckers tell you, I wasn't a slave master, I don't know any slaves, you weren't a slave, you shouldn't even, think like that. No. When you go to any major city or any city, period, majority of them buildings are bought from slave money and dope money, unless you got some type of foreigners up in there, putting in their money that they got from the same way. This is not a debate. This is a lot of sadness. Okay, he lost his life. I get it. You don't like nobody when they lose, when they die. But the fact that Black folks out here crying and faking for this funk online, crying for some clout. You understand what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. We can save them tears for save them for the next rapper or something. You know what I'm saying? This, save them for somebody.
Shout out to everybody tuning in, man. That was a serious debate on the Charlie Kirk situation. Um, Shout out to everybody tuning in, man. On all platforms. Make sure you guys share it out.
The backpack as well, all identifying features that we're hoping. Blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out. We'll continue to push these out, and we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us to continue to further this investigation. We've had great cooperation from the public, and we're continuing to ask for that as we move forward. Thank you, and I'll turn time back over to Governor Cox.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mason. I want to thank Director Patel and his team. It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now, just give you a little more. We will not be taking any questions at this time. We're giving you the latest information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We're going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects. But we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the and federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things get bad, we should put our phones down and spend a little time with our families. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation. We are tracking our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come. More than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah. Again, to the public, to those who are grieving, thank you for your prayers. I know we are feeling those prayers. I know the Kirk family is feeling those prayers as well. We pray that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help to do that. Thank you.
Once again, if you have information that can help bring the shooter to justice, the number is 1-800-CALL-FBI. That will do it for this breaking news edition of On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to
Look, we got more to go with this. Not over with. Shout out to everybody staying on, staying in. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that share button, hit that follow button. Got a lot more news here. Let's go to Law and Crime Network. FBI agent son murdered 13-year-old, then died in jail.
Connection to the death of a 13-year-old boy.
Open. Go ahead and take him first. Pat him down. And then
A murder suspect is arrested in broad daylight, accusing the connection to the death of a 13-year-old boy.
open.
But police say he's not the one accused of pulling the trigger.
Here's the car. Here's my car. Here's the stop sign, the red light. I stop barely. He jumps out as I'm stopping to turn or whatever, and he starts shooting.
We're breaking down the details as police suggest the murder was random. Plus, we have this shocking update of the accused killer. Thanks for joining us on Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Milner. Last August, a 13-year-old boy was riding in the car with another teen when bullets rang out from a random car. Two men were arrested, a 22-year-old and a 21-year-old, who just so happened to be the son of a special agent in the FBI.
You're under arrest and not free to leave. Exit the front doors, your hands up and empty, and follow the commands given to you by the officers you come into contact with. If you comply, we can guarantee your safety.
Residents in a seemingly quiet neighborhood in Albuquerque were probably in for a shock when tactical officers showed up to their neighborhood at 9:30 in the morning.
Attention, Michael Flores. Side of 303 Pearl Drive Northeast. This is the Albuquerque Police Department.
Man, this is the Albuquerque Police Department. Keep your hands up and walk towards me.
Here's a good time to give you some background on how this early morning arrest came to be. In August of 2024, 13-year-old Michael Tubb was riding as a passenger in a car driven by a 17-year-old girl. Then all of a sudden, bullets were flying into their car. Both the teen driver and 13-year-old Michael were shot. The girl was rushed to the hospital, but Michael didn't survive the shooting, and he died at the scene. Who would target two young teenagers in what appeared to be like a random attack or a drive-by? The detectives had to work backwards. First, by identifying the car where the bullets came from. That car was specific too. It was a specific Lexus model. Investigators learned the following month that somebody purchased that exact same car on Facebook, and that the buyer of the car was allegedly 22-year-old Michael Flores. So they went to arrest him on October 3rd, a few weeks after Michael Tubbs' murder.
Get ready, Alan. Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Oh, you go out first, Como? This one, right?
Yep.
Let me do some announcements.
You push that back up to me. Alex.
Hey, it's Michael Flores, right?
Yep.
Attention, Michael Flores. Side of 303 Pearl Avenue Drive or Pearl Drive Northeast. This is the Albuquerque Police Department SWAT team. You're under arrest and not free to leave. Exit the front doors, your hands up and empty, and follow the commands given to you by the officers you come into contact with. If you comply, we can guarantee your safety. If you do not comply, force will be used against you. Attention, Michael Flores. Side of 303 Pearl Drive Northeast. This is the Albuquerque Police Department.
Hands down, Albuquerque Police Department. Keep your hands up and walk towards me. Keep your hands up. Walk towards me.
The boss gets seen. See over here. Trying to be again.
I'm gonna bring it all the way back to you. Keep walking. Right now, turn around, walk back to the screen. Walk backwards, Keep over here.
What you're tuning in now is to the FBI agent's son murdered a 13-year-old. This is the takedown. Subscribe to Law and Crime Network. This is the takedown. FBI agent's son murdered 13-year-old. Subscribe Law and Crime Network. Subscribe SendaRoni Television.
Attention, Michael Flores inside of 303 Pearl Drive Northeast. This is the Albuquerque Police Department SWAT team. You're under arrest and not free to leave. Exit the front door with your hands up and empty. Follow the commands given to you by officers you come into contact with. If you comply, we can guarantee your safety. If you do not comply, force will be used against you.
Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Keep walking. Step to your left. Walk around to me.
Everything's gonna poke and stick us. Yeah, everything's gonna poke me, stick me. No weapons, nothing. Face the vehicle. You have everything in your waistband. What is this?
Sorry, I can't see him walking out the door.
Keep your hands up. Put back. Spread the feet. Spread the feet. Who else is inside the house? You're gonna be placed in handcuffs. Hands behind your back. You're gonna be placed in handcuffs and escorted back to the command. Okay. Once you get back there, you're gonna make contact with some detectives. All right.
Contact.
I got hands. I got hands. I'll tell you what's wrong. Keep your hands up.
The next little bit of the body cam is redacted, but you can see Michael Flores eventually coming out of the home with guns pointed at him and the officer's canine barking at him too.
Go ahead and take him first. After you pat him down.
And then, Rito, can you sit with her?
Rito.
And then, can you actually escort her back around here?
Anyone else?
Put your hand up real quick.
Not that I know. No. Nothing you know of? No.
I got him. Leave it on his pocket. Walk this way.
Yeah, it's over here.
What's up?
What's over here?
The Texas will be there to talk to you. Anyone else inside?
No.
What about your dog?
No.
No dogs? And hop up right here. Keep walking. Keep walking. Hey, all this stuff's in his pockets, including the.
Even though Michael was detained, the officer still needed to enter the home just in case someone else was in there.
Additional announcements. How do you want me to cars?
Any other occupants assigned 303 Pearl Drive Northeast. This is the Albuquerque Police Department SWAT team. We have a search warrant for the residents. You need to step out with your hands up.
It's too dark here.
Looks like front's clear. I
Can't tell the back. Too dark.
1 second. It's good.
Good.
It's good. 1 second.
You guys good on that one?
There you go.
Front looks clear. Just trying to see rear.
Take long. You take the house. Rumble. 1 second, I'm still working this.
For those tuning in, this is On Crime Network. FBI agent's son murdered 13-year-old. He is the takedown. Stay tuned for the details to come.
Almost had it. Good God, it's in there. There we go. Right technique for the job. Locked.
Cool. Open.
That point on, the rest of the body cam is redacted. It's unclear everything officers found inside the home, but we do know no one else was there. On December 4th of that same year, investigators spoke with Michael Flores once again. And by this point, he's been in jail for weeks, charged with murder. But investigators learned Michael was allegedly driving the car with the accused shooter inside. That accused shooter was 21-year-old Thomas Acey, the son of FBI agent Brian Acey. How did Michael Flores and Thomas Acey meet? Well, Michael told detectives they met while he was selling him drugs.
I sold cocaine to him and a lot of my friends and friends of their friends. And so he was a friend of a friend who I just happened to be with downtown.
And if you
Okay.
Conversation, that's fine.
Okay. So he runs into somebody when we're down there, like when we're walking back to the car to leave or whatever. This person, he told me about this person before, but I didn't know it was that person at the time or whatever. He tells me this person shot up his car and robbed him at a party earlier on that year. And so he tells me that or whatever. And I tell him I don't want nothing a part of none of that. We're going home, you know, whatever. And, he tells me just loop around. I want to see what car he gets in, or whatever. I loop around. He says he got in this car. He said loop around again and follow that car. And what's it called? I did. I followed it maybe 5 or 10 minutes up the road, like towards UNM. And then, because he wanted me to, he wanted to just know where he lived. Because he promised me, he told me, I'm not going to do nothing. I know that, like, I don't want to put you in any situation or anything. I just want to know where this guy lives or whatever. And so I follow that car. And then when he finds out that it's not the guy or whatever, for whatever reason, he's like, that isn't the car. I don't think that's the car or whatever. And I tell him, all right, let's go home. And he gets mad at me at this point. He points the gun at me at this point, and he tells me, go back downtown. Like, don't stop being a or whatever. Because, like, I already wanted to go home like 2 or 3 times at this point. I didn't want any part of this or whatever. And so I go downtown. He says, that's the car right there. And it was that car. And that car happened to be right there, like a block or two where we seen that guy or whatever. Okay. That guy is he's like probably 6'1" or 6'2". He's has an Edgar haircut. that guy that he had a few words with. And keep in mind, like they didn't yell at each other or nothing. I didn't know that this was that guy. They had a few words. I didn't hear what they said, and then we left. And so,
you know that guy's name?
I don't know that guy's name.
Okay.
That was the only time I ever seen him too.
Okay.
If you were to show me a picture of him, I'd be able to tell you that's him though.
Okay.
But where was I?
So you said that he pointed a gun at you and told you to go back downtown, and then identified a car that was just a couple blocks from where you guys saw him originally.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And he said, that's the car right there. That's the car right there. And I follow it for like 2 minutes around there. And I'm like, this, I'm taking us home or whatever. I go from following it and I get into the turning lane to what's it called? To turn to get out of there because I was going to pass him. I was like, that. I don't trust him. I was like, if he shoots me, he shoots me. I was like, we're going home. So the car's right here. I'm behind it. I go from there to passing it. I make a stop, but not a complete stop, just to look both ways so I don't turn and, a car sideswipes me or something. Sure. Within that time period, he jumps out of the car and starts shooting within like a second, like a 1 to 2 second, stop. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean by that, but I didn't stop the car completely. So he jumps out as it's moving a little bit and starts shooting or whatever. And at this point, I'm like, what the I froze. My ears are all ringing. There's glass all over me and shit. And he almost took my head off too. I found out later that night. There's a bullet graze above the car that went. So my headrest is right here. My head's right here. There's a bullet graze that right here in the car on top of it, and he shattered the sunroof.
Okay.
That's what it was.
As for the car allegedly used in the shooting, Michael Flores admitted he bought the car off of Facebook Marketplace for $10,000 using the money he made dealing coke. Michael thought he and Thomas were in the clear until, according to Michael, Thomas said the only thing tying them to the murder was the car.
I convinced everybody in my life that I was innocent, that I wasn't there, and this is just a coincidence.
So when you say this too, for why you removed that, what do you mean?
I mean, that night, because he told me the only way they could tie us to this whole thing or whatever is because the car. So it was his idea to modify it.
Okay.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Shortly after this happened, we had put out a Crime Stoppers tip with some pictures of that Lexus. Did you see that Crime Stoppers bulletin?
No.
Okay. A lot of your search history and stuff that we got out of your phone was in reference to some modifications that you looked like you were maybe planning on making to the car. As far as a front grille and some rims, stuff like that.
Yeah, I wanted to keep that car, yeah.
Yeah. In all those searches, you searched for a 2015 Lexus. When you listed it on Facebook, you listed it as a 2014. Was there a reason behind that?
A reason behind 14? Yeah, it would be to that night.
Okay. Just as
I didn't understand this.
No, I'm sorry. So I guess what I'm asking is you knew that the car was a 2015. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. And did you intentionally post it on Facebook Marketplace as a 2014?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that to try to avoid, I guess, me or us finding you in the car?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thomas's name has been redacted from the interrogation, but you can kind of fill in the blanks. A little bit later into the interrogation, detectives show Michael a photo, seemingly of Thomas, posed up with the same weapon allegedly used to kill 13-year-old Michael Tubb.
Who you know this person as?
That's him.
Okay. The firearm that he's holding in that picture, is that the same firearm, or does it look like the same firearm?
It looks like it, yeah. It does.
Okay. and I mean, you're more than welcome to keep looking at it if you want to, but just want to ask you kind of a little bit about him and that firearm. When you guys left that evening, how did he get to? You said you guys met up at the Shoshone address.
Yeah.
How did he get there?
He drove that car that had a bunch of bullet holes in it from whenever he got robbed and had his car shot up at that party.
Okay. Do you know what kind of car that is?
It's a white Genesis.
Okay.
It's I think a 2014 or 2013. I don't know.
Okay.
But it's around those years.
Okay.
FBI agent son gives full brief on what happened and what led up to this homicide. Once again, FBI agent son murdered a 13-year-old. Your discretion is advised. This is educational purposes.
And I just kind of want to, where was he when you guys were in the car downtown? Was he seated in the front seat or in the back seat? Where was he seated?
The passenger seat.
The front passenger?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was that that firearm, that gun that I just showed you, the one that looked like the one in that picture that I just showed you?
I don't remember that. I believe it was just where his feet were, like in the, what is it called? The passenger seat.
Okay, like the floorboard.
He would bring his guns everywhere.
Okay.
So it wasn't. I know, like, you might think might still be premeditated. He brought his guns everywhere.
Okay. Okay.
Especially after that incident, I heard.
Okay. And I'll be honest with you, man. Like, I want to make sure that you and I are on the same page here. I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm not here to judge you. Okay. I'm just trying to find out the facts, and more than anything, just get answers for this young man's family. And so I appreciate that. But just know that there's nothing here that anybody on this side of the table is judging you for. We just appreciate you doing the right thing and sharing this information with us. Okay.
I had to. I can't. It haunts me at night.
Yeah. I can only imagine. I'll be honest with you, it does me too a little bit. This is a really, really difficult case.
Should have never happened. I really feel like if I was sober, then I wouldn't have done what he said. I go back to Albuquerque. When I came back to Albuquerque, what did I do? I barely left my house. When I got back, I took him home right away or whatever. We had been talking for hours and hours. He was prepping me for in case I was ever in this type of situation over this. Basically, he was telling me that I would go to prison for life. He would go to prison for life. Like, where if anything happens, you're in the same boat as me pretty much, until I told my lawyer about this, and she said, no, that's not the case, you know. Like, it's gonna be all right, and that won't happen. So my amazing lawyer brought me here today to do this. I didn't do it before, and I'll get into that. I didn't do this. I wanted to testify, but I couldn't, because he showed up to my house whenever I was in jail. He never knew where I lived. I don't know how he found where I lived, but he showed up to my house when I was in jail. When I was in jail the first time or whatever. He showed up to my house when I was in jail the first time, and he talked to Sasha and her mom or whatever. And so, being in jail, I was like, how the does he know where I live? Like, and he was like, I guess when he talked to them, he told them that, like, he was gonna put money on my books, he was gonna pay for my lawyer, he was gonna do this, he was gonna do that, all this stuff. I knew that was his way of like don't tell on me, I know where you live, like, type of thing. So I didn't, and I wanted to, because it was very tempting, but I didn't want my family to get hurt and my girlfriend, so I didn't. And when I got out, he showed up to my house a week later, and it was kind of the same deal. And I I just kind of assured him that, like, you know, I'm gonna beat this case. Like, you have nothing to worry about, whatever. And also, when he was there, he told me, like, if a cop comes to my house or something, he said, I'm gonna go out in a shootout. I'm not going down for this. He told me that he's not gonna go down for this. Basically, like, telling me I have to go down for it because I'm the one who's posted the car on Facebook, even though he said it was a good idea to do it.
Okay. Has he made any direct threats towards you or Sasha or your family?
No, that was his. That's why they let him in. Like, they wouldn't let him in if he like came over there all like hot-headed or whatever. No, he came over there acting like he was my best friend and all this stuff. But no, he didn't make a direct threat.
You said he told you it was a good idea to post that car on Facebook?
Yeah, he did.
Tell me about that.
Well, because I was getting desperate to and I was very like I was getting very worried and like paranoid and stuff. And he told me that would be a good idea to just sell it on Facebook Marketplace. I didn't think so, but I was desperate and I didn't want the car anymore. I didn't enjoy the car more anymore. After that, I couldn't.
Michael told the detectives when he was driving, he didn't see who was in the car when Thomas allegedly started firing off into the other car.
And I just went along with it. I felt like I had no choice than to.
Okay. Walk me through following that car. You said you followed it for a little bit.
Yeah.
He says that he felt there was no other choice. It was kill or be killed. He was in fear for his life. I mean, he gives deep detail on his opinion of what happened or his thoughts, but got a dead 13-year-old, buddy.
Describe that for me.
I don't really remember. I followed it for a couple minutes, a few minutes.
Okay. What did you notice about that car as far as people inside it?
No, it was heavily tinted.
It was heavily tinted.
Yeah, and that's another thing. He whenever like we're on the road trip to Colorado or whatever, he told me that that the reason he started shooting was because he saw a gun. He's full of shit. I didn't see a gun at all. That car was really tinted. How the hell are you gonna see a gun?
Okay. Were the windows rolled up or rolled down?
Rolled up.
All of them? Okay. So you didn't see anyone inside that car?
No. It's very tinted. I didn't see.
Okay. And then I know you said you saw the car, you said we're done with this.
Yeah. That's when I got mad back and like I'm like, we're done with this. Like, we're going home. And then and I get in the turning lane, I'm about to turn, and he gets out as I'm like about to turn.
So which side of the car was the other car compared to yours?
Here's the car. Here's my car. Here's the stop sign, the red light. I stopped barely. He jumps out as I'm stopping to turn or whatever, and he just starts shooting.
So you're going to turn right?
Yeah, I'm going to turn right, and they're in like in a straight lane or left lane or something.
Okay, and so that means that the passenger side window of the other car is right next to your driver's side window, right?
Say that again.
So if we have two cars, so if this one's your car and this one's the other car, the passenger side window, and this is your driver's side window.
Yeah.
Okay, and so you're saying that when you passed by the car because of the tint, you couldn't see anything inside?
Yeah. So I didn't see anybody. I didn't see a gun pulled. None of that. I just seen a tinted car as soon as he started shooting, I panicked.
I have a question. So start shooting, but you said that he shot one went across your head and hit that. So
yeah, he got out of the car. It wasn't.
So
he was
shooting through the car?
No, he got out of the car, and one of the bullets hit my car.
Oh, I'm shooting outside.
Yeah, from the passenger side. I was in line of fire when he
shooting over here.
Yeah, over, and he even started like walking around towards the hood.
Okay, so was that car at a complete stop when it was at that light or that stop sign?
Yeah, I think
The
so.
one that you shot?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And you were behind it. You pull forward in the turning lane. You said you stopped. Were you in a complete stop?
No, I wasn't in a complete stop. I barely stopped just to look both ways to turn.
So would it be like a California roll? Where
Yeah,
you
like
just slow
exactly.
down a lot so you can look left, right, straight?
Yeah.
And then he gets out of the car at that point?
Yeah, he gets out as soon as I like slow down right there.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, he was in the front seat, right?
Yeah, the front passenger seat, yeah.
And he gets fully out of the car, like?
Yeah, he jumps out, yeah, as it's moving a little, with the gun in hand.
And then how many times did you shoot?
I'd have to say like 20 times.
Okay. Is it a fully automatic or?
No, I don't think so.
No.
The pair seemingly knew detectives could come after them, so one packed up a bag to go into hiding, the other ditched the gun. But while Thomas allegedly encouraged Michael to ditch his phone too, they spoke to one another one last time.
Other than those messages, was there any other digital communication after this incident about what had happened?
After what had happened, he called my girlfriend's mom, and that's how, and he basically wanted to come over or whatever.
Okay.
And I think I even talked to him for like 20 seconds. I was like, yeah, come over, whatever. And yeah, that was it.
Okay. But no like text messages about you shot somebody. You know, I can't believe you did that.
Nothing like that.
Okay.
No.
Did you guys discuss?
He was smarter than that. Yeah.
Okay.
He walked me through it, like not to ever talk about it ever again. So yeah.
Okay. Not to ever have any messages or emails or anything like that.
Yeah.
So like after like this came out like in the news, I'm sure you saw the news or someone told you
I
what
saw the
happened.
news. Yeah.
I don't know, what did he say? Oh yeah,
That's when he
that's
came
it right
over
there.
to my house. After that, he found out I was released and he came over.
So what was the discussion? Because obviously the news published some information about the victim in this case.
Mhm.
What was the conversation between you? Because obviously it was not
The
the
conversation.
6'1" kid with an Edgar haircut that he had talked to.
Yeah, he said, like I said, he seemed all up, and I assumed that's because of that. He even told me I didn't know I killed that kid that night. And I was like, I tried to make him feel better or whatever. He was very you could tell he was losing it. And he told me also, I think after that's when he told me that he's not going down for this and he'll go out in a shootout. Told me that word for word.
Did he ever ask you if you spoke to police when you?
Yeah, he did. And I told him no, I pleaded the fifth.
How did he respond to that?
I don't remember.
In contact with you anyway since?
No, not since he went over there that one time. He stopped trying to, because I told him, I was like, don't come over here anymore. I told him in a nice way. I didn't want him to, I told him, no, you shouldn't come over here anymore. Is there anything you guys could do to protect my family while he's out there? He probably assumes that I'm telling on him and we'll go over there.
Is testifying something that you would be willing to do?
I will do anything you guys ask me to do. I just want a second chance at life, and I want to protect my family, and I don't want them to get hurt over this.
And that's helpful for me to know. Obviously, once I start plea negotiations with Ms. Williams, that's something that we'll discuss. And so I just wanted to make sure that was something that you were comfortable with. And obviously, taken into custody, we're always very careful about what information that we're providing to him in that situation when we have that initial detention motion, because in the event that the judge does not detain him, we don't want him getting out and knowing. But just so you are aware, there will be information that will be put in the arrest warrant affidavit. And so
that he will see.
If he is arrested, he will get a copy of that, and he has to by law. And so if he is released, that is something And what I will do is I'll communicate with Miss Williams once he's taken into custody. When we have a detention hearing set, I'll make sure to let her know if he does not get detained. That way, she can let your loved ones know just in the event that anything sets him off.
Okay, so yeah, so you'll give us like a heads up if somehow he gets released through Amy.
Yeah, and I think for now, I mean, it's obviously we want to, work with you and do what you think is in the best interest of your safety, but maybe something along the lines of, hey, I know this guy's been there before. If he contacts you, if you see him, call 911 immediately.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
It's very important that if you ever receive any kind of threats, if any of your family members ever communicates to you that anyone has threatened about anything related to this case, let Miss Williams know so that she can let us know, because that's not something that can be happening.
I think the flip side of this is that he's expressed to me concerns about when taken into custody for himself in the jail.
Okay.
So what I will be doing, I'm going to reach out to MDC to let them know once we actually do apprehend him and get him into custody that they are kept in separate pods, so that they can't have any contact. But like I said, the information, so to speak, about this interview is not going to be shared with anyone outside the interview, and there will be what's called a seal on the arrest warrants. That means it's not going to be available to the public, so nobody else will be able to see what you told us today and taken into custody. And so nobody else will know that you've provided any information until that happens. And so
I would like to actually have protective custody.
Thomas Acey wasn't arrested by the time Michael Flores had spoken with detectives during that December interview, but Thomas was arrested shortly after. Thomas, the alleged shooter, faced multiple charges, like first-degree murder, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, conspiracy to commit tampering with evidence, plus more. He pleaded not guilty to his charges, and he was supposed to go on trial next year. But in a shocking twist earlier this summer, he was found unresponsive in his jail cell. Officials say they administered life-saving measures, but he was pronounced dead. As for Michael Flores, initially he pleaded not guilty to murder and he was supposed to go on trial in January of 2026. But online records reveal he pleaded guilty to conspiracy and evidence tampering back in February. He was supposed to testify against Thomas Acey. However, since he passed away, that won't be happening. So Michael will be sentenced in November and he's facing up to 20 years in prison. Thanks so much for joining us here on Law and Crime. I'm Elizabeth Nolan.
Yeah, as you heard, he couldn't wait to tell. It'd be things and situations, man, like, when you really get those breakdowns and those stories, man, you'll really be surprised at what goes on behind those rooms. And in those interrogation rooms with the FBI. Yo,
what's up? Hello, William. What's up, my nigga? What's up?
What's good?
What you doing, nigga? Yeah, what's
Your
up?
mama?
I'm doing fine. Nigga.
You done?
Yeah.
All right.
This is an ABC News.
Go to ABC News. Trump says person in Charlie Kirk shooting is in custody.
Special report.
All right, we are coming to you now with breaking news. We will pause for a moment so the rest of the country can join us. I'm Rebecca Jarvis. We have that breaking news. Just moments ago, President Trump just said on a different network on Fox News that a suspect is in custody in the killing of prominent conservative activist Charlie Kirk. He told the anchors there, I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody. We have him in custody. Everyone did a great job. I want to bring in Aaron Katursky, our chief investigative correspondent, with more. And this has been a manhunt underway now for 24 hours. And here we are, Aaron.
And it comes after, Rebecca, the FBI released a number of surveillance images, hoping the public could come through with an identification of the suspect. And now President Trump says that it appears he is in custody. The president told Fox News that it was somebody close to the suspect who convinced the suspect to turn himself into the authorities. We're waiting for more details. We're also waiting for a specific identification. But the FBI had been imploring the public and offering $100,000 in reward money for information leading to this individual's arrest. They released video that showed the suspect jumping from a rooftop, scampering into the woods to make his escape. And now, Rebecca, President Trump tells Fox News that the suspected shooter of Charlie Kirk is in custody. Rebecca?
All right, some stunning new developments here, Aaron. Thank you. And we want to turn now to Pierre Thomas, who's joining us from Washington. Pierre, what can you tell us at this hour?
Well, Rebecca, I've just spoke to a source who is confirming that a person of interest is in custody. We're expecting a press conference within the next hour or so. ABC News is aware of a name that law enforcement was focusing on overnight. We're not releasing that name until we get additional confirmation, but I can report a source telling me that a person of interest is in custody.
All right, Chief Justice Correspondent Pierre Thomas, thank you for that. And we also heard overnight, we saw this video, this incredible video. You saw it here if you were watching Good Morning America from Matt Gutman, this incredible, remarkable video of the potential suspect jumping off that building, his footprints, even a weapon found. We are going to return now to our regular programming in some parts of the country. That is Good Morning America. But again, a suspect, according to the President of the United States, a suspect has been taken into custody in the killing of Charlie Kirk.
All right, there you have it. A suspect has been taken into custody. Some calling this guy a hero. NYPD identifies man wanted for double murder, arson, robbery of Queens. Host left shocked from mayor's response. Fatal stabbing. Yeah. I've been Professor slaughtered while walking the town. Let's go to KKR News. New details revealed on woman found inside trunk of Tesla at Hollywood tow yard.
No suspects, no leads, and no ID.
Tonight, there are many more questions than answers about the woman's body stuffed into a Tesla and left for days or even weeks on the streets of Hollywood. KCAL's Nicole Comstock is live at the tow yard where that gruesome discovery was made.
And a medical examiner's report that we found tonight confirms that they believe that this woman had been dead for quite some time. And so they still haven't been able to determine who she is or things like how old she was or what she looked like. But one thing that stood out from that report is it said she had a distinct tattoo on her index finger with the letters S HHH, like the sound of a whisper. And tonight, it's still a mystery how she ended up inside the trunk of a car tied to a well-known singer. Adoring fans are waiting to get into a concert tonight in Minneapolis. Singer-songwriter David is performing there on a world tour. The 20-year-old who rose to fame after a couple of his genre-defying songs went viral on TikTok is alive and well. But a car reportedly registered in his legal name to an address in Texas is at the center of a mysterious death investigation 1,400 miles away in Hollywood. His reps have reportedly said he's fully cooperating with the LAPD. Investigators say when they opened the trunk of that Tesla Monday, they discovered decomposing human remains in a bag. Workers here noticed an alarming odor after towing it.
We all thought it was sewage.
Neighbors in this Hollywood Hills neighborhood told us the same Tesla with Texas plates had been abandoned on their street since the beginning of the summer.
I think the community knew something was wrong and reported the car being abandoned.
We asked the LAPD whether the car believed to belong to the singer was ever reported stolen before it was impounded, since it was potentially abandoned with a body inside of it for weeks or months. They did not answer that question. They did say their robbery homicide division is investigating how that person died and then ended up in the car. The medical examiner's office is still working to identify the body.
It's like heartbreaking for whoever the victim is.
An attorney's office representing the singer took our request for comment over the phone, but did not respond in time for broadcast. However, a spokesperson for David is reportedly saying he has been informed about what's happened. And although he is still out on tour, he is fully cooperating with authorities. And just to be clear, the singer has not been named as a person of interest in this case. In fact, no one has been named as a person of interest in this case. However, TMZ is reporting that the clothing brand Hollister may have already dropped the singer from a prominent ad on its website. Reporting in Hollywood, Nicole Comstock, KCAL News.
All right, Nicole, thank you. And
So as you can see, you know, the Tesla situation, that body probably was in there, you know, all summer. Then on top of that, you got to look at it like this too. It was in a designated area. Somebody could have easily put that body in there just to have it in there, you know, moving locations. You never really know. There's no way they didn't smell that. It don't take that long for a body to start stinking, like, you know, for it to go on for months and months and months and months and months. You know, that's ridiculous. That's outrageous. You know, so we got to pay attention. We got to pay attention. Let's go to NBC News. California man charged in dating got murdered. But before that, let's go to the analysis. Victim beheaded in Dallas motel, suspect in custody. Police source say.
Good afternoon, I'm Dia Wall. We're monitoring breaking news right now, a beheading at an East Dallas motel. We brought it to you as breaking news on midday, and just moments ago, we heard from the Dallas Police Department with an update on this situation and the investigation. We're going to bring it to you in full.
This morning at about 9:30 a.m., Dallas police responded to a stabbing call on the 3400 block of Samuel Boulevard. The preliminary investigation determined that the suspect cut the victim with an edged weapon several times. Dallas Rescue responded to the scene where the victim died. The suspect is in custody and charges are pending. This is an ongoing investigation, and updates will be provided at a later time. Our officers were proactively patrolling the area and responded quickly to take the violent criminal into custody. Even though he was armed with a bladed weapon, the officers showed tremendous restraint and used minimal force to apprehend him. This violent crime will not go unpunished, and our department will thoroughly investigate and bring charges against the suspect. Violent crime is not welcome in our city.
Can you tell us the two?
I'm not in response to the questions, ma'am.
Can identify First Assistant Chief Terrence Rhodes there. I want to bring in Senior Crime and Justice Reporter Rebecca Lopez. And Rebecca, you really got the tip that helped alert us to what was going on here. But the thing that I noticed in that brief press conference, he had to pause and gather himself.
Yeah, apparently this is just a very horrific scene that these officers have witnessed out there. Initially, my source told me that there was a beheading at this motel, and now we're hearing from eyewitnesses. We'll bring those to you later, but what I can confirm right now is that a man walked up to this other person. They were having an argument and then used a machete to sever the person's head off, and then disposed of the person's head. This is just such a disturbing story, and so I can only imagine. The officers did arrive very quickly. I've just looked at some police records, and I can read in those records that they had several 911 calls of people that witnessed this. They saw this happening. They're telling DPD this person has just been beheaded. DPD gets there very quickly. They do see the suspect, and my sources are telling me that they were able to tase that suspect and take that person into custody.
Right now on your screen, you're seeing some of the images that we've captured from our chopper up above of the scene there at that motel. And Rebecca, when you're looking at some of this, First Assistant Chief Rhodes said a bladed weapon. Your sources tell you it was a machete. And there were several calls that came in. What were some of the things that folks were saying beyond? I mean, because I can imagine that had to be a traumatic scene.
They're saying you need to get here quickly. There is a person with a machete that has basically beheaded this person. Apparently there was some sort of argument between these two people, and then this happened. I cannot recall, Dia, the last time that I even heard of anything like this happening in Dallas. I covered a case in Louisville several years ago where a woman was beheaded using a chainsaw by her husband, who, by the way, is still on the run. That was a very disturbing case, but I've not heard of anything like this in Dallas County or in the city of Dallas in recent memory.
What else are you hearing from your sources? I know it's still early, DPD not even confirming that it was a machete or that this was a beheading that took place here, but what else have you been able to learn from your sources?
So we do have the suspect's name. We're not releasing that suspect's name right now. We have been able to confirm that this suspect was on probation for some other crime. Again, we're not releasing that. We're digging into his history. We now have a little bit more. We've also just heard that there have been some Broadcastify type tapes where you can hear the 911 calls. You can hear what's happening with, DPD trying to get out there to the scene, so quickly. As you can imagine, Dia, my sources say that.
All right, for those tuning in, there was a beheading in Dallas, Texas. There was a beheading in Dallas, Texas. The man was assaulted with a machete and his head was removed. Here's the review. Subscribe to WFAA 8 ABC, Breaking News Dallas. Machete used in motel beheading.
When officers got out there, they witnessed all. I mean, they see everything. They see the gore that has transpired out there, and it is just, it's horrific for these officers as well. They do have a mental health unit for DPD for officers that witness this, but I can also imagine the witnesses that saw this. They're literally calling DPD on 911 saying, "We are watching this person get decapitated." That's horrific.
And beyond that, you have to think about the crime scene technicians who are coming out to process that scene and clean up whatever is there. What are the next steps? You've covered crime and justice here for decades. What are kind of the next steps in an investigation like this?
So right now they'll take the suspect into, they obviously took him into custody. They'll probably take him down to DPD headquarters if he's not already there. He'll be questioned and then he'll be processed. He'll have his bond set. There'll be an arrest affidavit eventually that will detail more of what happened. And then as far as obviously they've got to notify the victim's family. Then officers that were at the scene will be offered any kind of help that they need to deal with this horrific incident. So those are pretty much the next steps. So now it'll be very interesting to find out what the suspect tells them, if he was high on something. I mean, it feels to me that anyone that would do this, there's either some component of mental health or they are on some sort of drug. And, PCP tends to be a drug that, and I'm just speculating here, but PCP tends to be a drug where people do really horrific things when they're on PCP. I don't know that for sure yet, but definitely they will drug test this person for any kind of like psychotic type drugs that cause this sort of violent behavior.
Just one more for you, Rebecca. I know you're kind of digging into the background, going through police records that you've received already, but what are next steps? What are we doing here as a team at Channel 8 to kind of get to the bottom of, this horrific scene, how this happened? Someone could be decapitated at a motel.
We have at least 2 crews already on scene, and we have interviewed some of the eyewitnesses that are giving us more information about what they saw. I'm assuming it's probably a couple of the same people that called 911. So we'll hear from those eyewitnesses. We'll hear from the our reporters at the scene, what they're hearing from police. But again, I'm unclear as to why DPD hasn't actually come out and said that the person was decapitated. It's very clear that the person was. Don't know why they're not telling the public that. Definitely a question that I have for the Dallas Police Department.
And of course, to see someone with as much experience as Assistant Chief Rhodes, really a little bit emotional here.
Yeah.
That's pretty uncommon.
It is. I know Chief Rhodes very well. He is one of the more calm and very, he's always very put together. He's very calm. His demeanor is that way. So I can just imagine, I know he is a person of great faith as well. So I can imagine, and when you get out to the scene and you see something, and you've got these officers also, and these witnesses, and everyone out there is just extremely traumatized on how you're having to deal with that as well.
Our senior crime and justice reporter, Rebecca Lopez, thank you as always for your insight. We're going to continue to follow this developing story. A person, beheaded at a motel in East Dallas using a machete. Again, we have multiple crews here at Channel 8 WFAA working to get you information and details on the suspect, what happens next, so you can keep it right here on WFAA Plus, and we'll see you on air as well.
That was WFFA. It's a serious situation. No one knows exactly what really happened just yet, but it is known that psychotic drugs make you do psychotic things. We're going to keep it going. Oh, wow. A lot of disturbing news here. Here we go again. 2 bodies found inside 2 different cars at 2 different tow yards in LA. Some more of that tow. I told y'all about that tow yard, man. I was telling y'all about that.
And we begin here at 4 with 2 people found dead inside of 2 cars at 2 different tow yards. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Michael Brownlee.
And I'm Colleen Williams. NBC4 Investigates was first to report the discovery of a body inside a Tesla that we now know that car belonged to the singer David.
And today we are learning new details. Our investigative reporter Eric Leonard joins us live from our newsroom with this breaking update. Eric.
Hi, Michael and Colleen. Well, homicide detectives on this case now say they believe the person found inside the front trunk of that Tesla yesterday was a woman. But they say it's still too soon to say for certain if she was the victim of a murder. That said, our contacts tell us there are sinister signs this was a crime, but one that could be more than a month old. This was the scene yesterday as detectives and criminalists examined the human remains discovered inside that black Tesla. Several law enforcement contacts tell us they believe the dead person was a woman and her body was wrapped in a unique container, all of which weighs into the investigators' beliefs that she was likely the victim of a crime. The conditions of those remains were extremely decomposed, which is making identification and the investigation more difficult. Today, we learned the car had been parked here near the intersection of Doheny and Bluebird on the border between LA, West Hollywood, and Beverly Hills. Neighbors and people working in the area told me the car had been there for at least a month. City records showed the black Tesla with Texas license plates got a ticket only once on September 3rd for being parked in the same space for more than 72 hours. It wasn't towed until last Friday. The remains were found yesterday when workers at that tow yard said they noticed the odor of decomposition. Now, the Tesla is registered to that pop singer who goes by David, spelled D4VD. A rep for the performer said he's out on tour and is out of state, but is cooperating with police. I'm investigative reporter Eric Leonard, NBC4 News. Back to you.
All right, and Eric, police in South LA are trying to figure out how a body ended up inside a burned car at another tow yard. News Channel 4 flew over the scene at about 1 o'clock this afternoon. The remains were discovered inside of this burned Honda Civic at Al's Towing. It's unclear how the person died and why the car was towed. NBC4's Amber Frias is on her way to that tow yard, and we'll have a live update coming up.
Yeah, big progress.
Let's get right to Steve Cotton, who is live in Utah with brand new details on this investigation. Stevie, we learned a whole lot yesterday. What is the latest?
New video, FBI manhunt for Charlie
Todd
Kirk.
Carley, good morning. Yes, hunt for Charlie Kirk's killer now stretches into day 2, and investigators are turning to the public for help. The FBI says this newly released video shows the gunman racing across the rooftop and dropping to the ground on the day of the shooting. We're told a palm impression and other smudges were left behind that investigators now hope to use to collect DNA. After this quick escape, you can see the person walking through the parking lot. Agents say they found the gun used, a high-powered bolt-action rifle that was dumped in a nearby wooded area. The FBI is now making an urgent plea for the public to help identify this person of interest. The newly released images show the man described as college age, wearing a baseball cap, dark sunglasses, and a black shirt with an eagle and American flag.
The public has answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing.
And then there's this chilling video obtained by TMZ, which appears to show that person of interest walking by several neighborhood surveillance cameras. The FBI had previously said its teams had spoken to people who live nearby as the agency tries to zero in on the gunman. President Donald Trump saying yesterday he's confident the country will be given answers soon on who killed the 31-year-old.
Well, I hear they're making big progress, and we'll have to see what happens.
Do you have any indication of the shooter's motivation, sir?
I have an indication, yeah, but we'll let you know about that later.
At the latest press conference held yesterday evening, officials took no questions, but FBI Director Kash Patel was there, and we were told he has surveyed the crime scene. Todd Carley, back over to you.
CB Cotton, live for us in Utah. CB, thank you. Let's bring in retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent Scott Duffy. Scott, do you think the FBI knows the name, who this killer is?
Yeah, good morning, Todd and Carly. From what I saw yesterday at the conference, they may have an idea, but they are in definite need of the public's help. So I don't think they would have released additional photos and put out the information unless they absolutely needed the public's help. And so thereby, I think they still need a name.
Yeah, and one thing that they may have right now, Scott, is DNA evidence, because this person of interest, as they're calling him right now, left behind a palm print and also appears to have dropped the weapon. So that's got to be huge. And we learned through the Brian Kohlberger case that even if a criminal does not already have a criminal record, there's still a way to find out who they are through DNA.
Oh, yeah. So the DNA is going to be important. So you have a palm print, maybe fingerprints. That's going to help in order for the prosecution to be able to say the individual we have took palm prints, fingerprints, compared them. They're a match through a fingerprint expert. But the DNA is going to help them in lieu of having a name right now and being able to do an IgG or some genealogy investigation and be able to come up with a name. They need a name.
Your specialty is actually fugitive hunting, but how do you hunt a fugitive that you haven't identified yet? if this is in fact the case?
It's a great question, Todd. So yes, you're going to need a name in order to be able to pursue who you are looking for in order to identify, locate, and arrest the shooter. So the fugitive aspect is working jointly with the homicide investigation, with the investigators who are looking to put the evidence together to say, this is the person who was the shooter, this is the person who we have put out that is in video. And so thereby the fugitive aspect is, now that we have a name, let's go find him.
Yeah. And we now have images. I mean, we're looking at them right now. So we have some semblance of what this person looks like, hair color, an estimation of age, body type. What do you make of the person we're seeing in these images when you look at them?
Yeah, it's an.
Here's an update on the identity of who they feel is the assassinator of Charlie Kirk. So here's a photo of the alleged shooter in the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Individual, a young individual who is desperate. It is not a professional. I would agree that this is a person who has proficiency in firearms, at least in this particular firearm, to be able to take a shot, one shot, and to be able to hit their mark. They had a plan. We'll see how long that plan took place in order to get to this day. But this is also an individual who didn't have an exit plan. They were able to get off the roof and be able to get through a neighborhood and disappear. But there's plenty of evidence left behind to identify and put this person away.
Scott, in your experience, is this killer more likely to be arrested or to eventually take their own life as authorities move in?
Yeah, typically we see from a mass shooter, an active shooter, where the shooter's life is cut short, either by taking their own life or that of a law enforcement intervention. This is a person that I believe is still on the loose, is alive, will be caught. So I think this person has a message to deliver, not only from this horrific shooting and the silencing of a voice, but I believe this person has additional information that they want to get out there.
And in the meantime, from the governor yesterday say we may not have caught this person yet, but we're going to use our time wisely and prepare this case as a death penalty case. So we certainly know where things are going. Retired FBI Supervisory Special Agent Scott Duffy, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page to catch our hottest interviews and most compelling analysis.
We begin this morning with a Fox News alert. Right now, a manhunt underway for the assassin who shot and killed conservative political icon Charlie Kirk during a campus event in Utah.
The 31-year-old co-founder of Turning Point USA was struck by a single bullet roughly 20 minutes after taking the stage for his American comeback tour.
People around the world are mourning the loss of one of the driving forces behind the modern conservative movement, many praising him for creating Turning Point and the impact it has had on the American political landscape.
When did you form Turning Point?
In June of 2012.
And why did you call it Turning Point?
You know, at the time, I felt as if we were kind of in a generational turning point. I said, hey, I think we could do a better job of reaching young people.
Yeah.
And now we contrast what we've been able to do, largely thanks to the movement that President Donald Trump has built. We've kind of been riding that energy and that momentum with where the Democrats are now currently. I mean, tables have completely flipped over the last decade. And it goes to show that this patriotic revival is being led by the youngest Americans. That should give everyone a lot of hope.
We are going to be talking to young conservatives across the country this morning who are reflecting on Kirk's legacy. To countless young people, he was the voice of their generation, pointing to his iconic campus visits where he would open the floor to debate on top political issues. You are watching Fox and Friends First on this Thursday morning. I'm Carly Shimkus.
And I am Todd Pyro.
As you can see, this guy only wanted to debate college kids. he could not be around grown men without being childish. I don't know how, why, or what the world has came to where this type of trash is even acknowledged. They are treating this guy as if he was a government official, and that's just not the case. He's a fucking content creator, and I'm not a hater by any means necessary, but this is a fucking piece of shit racist. Why the fuck how is he's a non-political piece of shit racist. How is he getting so much government treatment in this situation? Something's not right here.
Let's get straight to Matt Finn, live from Orne, Utah, with the latest on the man. Matt.
Todd, it is calm and quiet here on campus of the Utah Valley University right now. Just a stark contrast to the horror that ripped across this campus not long ago. And if I step off camera right now and we push in, you could see a terribly grim scene. You might be able to make out the outline of that white tent that Charlie Kirk was inside of when he was fatally shot on this campus. I believe it might have been a part of his Prove Me Wrong table. This was all a part of Kirk's American comeback tour. He had planned to attend several other universities and college campuses around the country in the coming weeks and months. Right now, the shooter is still at large. 2 suspects were taken into custody, but both were released. The FBI set up a tip line. Authorities say the shooter appeared to be in all black and on a roof. Here is dispatch audio describing the suspect.
Going to be wearing all black, black long gun, black tactical helmet, a black mask, possibly wearing a tactical vest and jeans.
The Utah Valley University Chief of Police says 6 police officers were working this event in addition to Charlie's personal security team. 3,000 people packed onto this campus to listen to and engage with Charlie Kirk. Utah Governor Spencer Cox calls the shooting a political assassination.
But I want to make it crystal clear right now to whoever did this, we will find you. We will try you, and we will hold you accountable to the furthest extent of the law. And I just want to remind people that we still have the death penalty here in the state of Utah.
So the governor reminding people about capital punishment here in Utah. A manhunt is presumably underway right now, but here on campus, it is very calm. Not even a large police presence here right now, and pretty much anybody on the public could walk onto this property if they wanted to. We've been talking to sources, getting updates from law enforcement, and we will keep you updated hour by hour. Carly, Todd.
And Matt, you just mentioned what you're seeing right now in terms of a police presence, but as you were driving into town earlier this morning, late evening, did you notice police en masse in the area? In other words, were they going door to door on campus, potentially looking for this individual, or was it as quiet as it is right now?
You know, I did not see a huge police presence driving into the campus or even on the campus. They were really just kind of blocking some traffic earlier, but now it's remarkably calm. I mean, if you were to walk here right now, you may not even realize what happened here yesterday. Fox did learn that police were going door to door in nearby neighborhoods, asking people if they saw anyone that they did not recognize, but no major update there. A source that I talked to, federal source, said that of course there are things happening behind the scenes right now, but we just don't have any major updates, and we have to wait and see what law enforcement brings us.
Well, we lost a generational talent yesterday, and you were standing on a campus in mourning. Matt Finn, live for us. Matt, thank you.
Yeah.
Let's bring in former homicide detective Brian Pulley. Brian, thank you for joining us this morning. There is nobody in custody right now. You heard the description.
As you can see now here, the FBI is asking for anybody to share info on the shooter. Allegedly, they have a suspect detained, new suspect that happened recently. I don't understand how this thing got so out of hand. How was he able to get this far? And like, I've never heard of the guy. Never heard of him. I'm trying to figure out how he was able to penetrate the system to this level. People ask who called the hit. It's very possible he called his own hit. I'm telling you that. It's very possible he caused his own hit. We got to keep our eyes open here. Shout out to Trooper. Shout out to R. Henny 81. Kitty Divine. Sweet Sunshine.
Of the assassin wearing dark clothing fired from a campus, a roof on campus. Who could have done something like this, given the nature of this assassination?
Well, as a homicide detective, let me speak as a homicide detective, I don't like it. You look at that description, black mask, black helmet, all blacked out, possibly a tack vest. You have a long gun getting into campus, a long gun getting out of campus, no gun recovered at this point. What that tells me is this was well planned, well executed, and my answer to you is I don't know, and what they're dealing with right now is a whodunit. But because you don't see all those law enforcement resources, as the reporter just said, that doesn't mean everything is going on. This is all hands on deck. It reminds me of the Boston Marathon bombing and all the resources that are going to be coming in, state, local, federal. Look at the university. The university is going to be able to help the law enforcement only in regards to recovering a video, opening doors, and getting into places to look to recover the gun. You don't have a shell casing. You don't have anything. This was well planned. That single shot, one gunshot, you look at what happened to President Trump with multiple shots and such, that single shot here is alarming, that it was well planned at range, 200 yards. I'm sure with a high-powered rifle, clearly a high-powered rifle to a trained eye with unfortunately what we saw. For someone to get something like that in and out of a university campus where guns aren't forbidden. So this is a real whodunit for the detectives.
Walk us through exactly what the FBI is doing right now, 4:06 a.m. East Coast time, the day after the shooting.
Perfect. This is a perfect scenario for the FBI to handle because this will likely span a large area. This is 40 miles south of Salt Lake. What they're doing, the main thing I would say is culling resources, putting together teams to go over those resources, going over video evidence. Think about now in the aftermath of the Boston bomb, again, that's why it sounds so familiar. They're going over so much video evidence, and that was a decade or more ago that happened. So there's so much more video evidence today. They're going around door to door. You heard them say in the neighborhoods, they're looking for ring cameras. They're looking for security cameras. But also universities have license plate readers. There's traffic cameras in the area. The highways have traffic cameras. If you think of remember the Idaho murder where he moves across country, they're tracking those movements. What they're really doing now, though, Todd, is not looking what happened after the shooting and the getaway. They're looking prior to getting up to that building where the shots were coming from. I'm sure they've identified from trajectory. It's not going to be too difficult. The general area from where that came from, they're going to be able to look. Everyone always thinks what happened after the crime. They're looking what happened at the footprints prior to and getting up there. But again, it makes me nervous that this is going to be a well-planned and well-executed, unfortunately, homicide.
Reading through some of the eyewitness accounts, Brian, from people who were there, one attendee said that he had a gun. He left it in his car because he assumed that there would be metal detectors there. And then when he got to the event, he was surprised by the lack of security. And then we have law enforcement yesterday at the press conferences saying that there were 6 officers assigned to this event, along with Charlie Kirk's personal security. What do you make of that? It was an event of 3,000 people.
Here we go. Now we're going to look at what the university had for a budget to plan for safety. How much were they going to spend on officers at this type of event? How much did they put into security? I can tell you this, it's going to change. It always happens after these events is everyone's going to start now really over planning. It's confounding to me. You know, we planned for a Trump visit in Hartford years and years ago. We covered everything. I mean, every window, everything. The complacency that goes into event planning and to looking into these things is astounding and incredibly unfortunate here this morning that we have to deal with it. But I like that the chief was forthcoming and that they only had 6 officers and that they could have had more. This is a learning lesson for all those campuses across the United States. When they have these types of events, maybe you move them indoors. It's much easier to control in an indoor event. But I'm sure that Charlie probably wanted it outdoors. He liked that type of scenario and that type of feel. It creates more security challenges, but you can certainly plan an event where you pivot or turn things so you can cover everything.
Do you think the FBI knows who the shooter is at this point?
Good question. I think they have some leads. They're not going to say anything. They're not going to tell us, you know, and you saw some communication where they had a suspect, they didn't have a suspect. It gets confusing. I can tell you this, the homicide detectives, the FBI agents, the state homicide detectives, they don't want to tell anyone anything. Other than public, please help us. You don't want anyone knowing anything because that secrecy is only to your benefit in chasing down a killer. So there is that conflict between command staff or, you know, directors and the field investigators of sharing information, but you want to be very controlling of what you put out to the public.
Yeah, we do know that 2 people were taken into custody and then released.
Loud Pack, I seen that video. It looked crazy. They were signaling behind him. I'm not, like I said, I'm convinced it could be a self-scripted suicide. The way he was answering those questions, the way he was posted, the way he was sitting, you know, I wouldn't be surprised. Like, you know, some people are like they're willing to go out that far, you know, but he was spewing out a whole lot of racist hate. You know what I'm saying? I listened to him. This dude was wild. Like, I don't even know what degree, how they're letting him get away with all this. Like, he's getting, he's a non-politician, and he's getting like government, he's getting government treatment with the barrier. And I'm not a hater, but like, my goodness, dude, like, it's not making sense to me. Like, how is it that you are getting so much government help? Like, the fucking vice president's there to carry the casket. You got, you know, it's just so much on and on and on. Like, it's not making sense, Loud. It's not making sense. I looked at the videotape. The guy looked like it was a hit, like it was because he was in signal. It looked like people made a aim, fire, shoot, ready. You know what I mean? That type of deal. So I don't know how this whole thing got out of hand, but it's by far out of hand. There's no way he was supposed to get that far. Like, I don't see how he was able to do it. Like, I don't know who let him get through the cracks to this nature, but this guy was an extreme racist. Yeah, he was an extreme racist, bro. Let's go to ABC7. Person in custody and shooting of Charlie Kirk, Trump said.
Breaking news, President Trump says a suspect is now in custody for the death of Charlie Kirk.
Let's get straight to Eyewitness News reporter, political reporter Josh Haskell. He joins us live from Utah this morning with
the shot looked crazy too because he was sitting he was in a downward state, but the bullet looked like it went through a lower turn. Like, I don't know how somebody sitting 200 feet away on top of a roof hits him to where the bullet looked like it was coming up. Yeah, it's crazy. Man, shout out to everybody.